people are hard to find.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe if someone is watching this and thinks, hey, that's a good job for me, contact us and we will bring you in contact with Eli. Thank you for this nice
I'm so
talk.
glad. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And-
May all beings wake up and be free.
And greetings to your wife.
Yes,
Beautiful.
thank you.
Yeah.
I'm so grateful. I've had so many unbelievable blessings in this life, you know. I mean, I'm nobody special, and I've never done anything special. I've always been an outlaw and a bad boy, and to have been graced with a goddess. I mean, Gangaji and I have been together since 1976. I'm so lucky. I've been so blessed.
But it still makes you, for me, more attractive that you just go up and say that you are/were an outlaw, because you don't hear much spiritual teachers talk about that. They mostly only say that they had a miserable life until they woke up. So I think it's yeah, thanks for that.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
A new edition of Advaita TV, an interview with Michiel Slechten in Zwolle. I have some information here about Michiel in his book, At Ease at the Well, Praxis of the Natural State. You work as a teacher in natural meditation. Michiel gives conscious therapy in his hometown here where we are, Zwolle, in the Netherlands. Awareness of direct experience is his teaching. Natural meditation is self-realization as praxis. His teaching is simple and profound, and in line with the non-dual Dzogchen teachings from Tibet, known as the praxis of the natural state. The focus is on realizing our natural state of oneness and perfection. After 6 years of meditation practice integrated into everyday living, Michiel awoke in 1995 to his true nature. With the help of a Dzogchen teacher, maybe you can say his name again because it's quite difficult for me.
Yeah, it's Lopon Tenzin Namdak.
Okay. He is also the teacher of the Dalai Lama.
Mm-hmm. Has been, yeah.
Has been.
Yeah.
Michiel followed intensely Byron Katie, Eckhart Tolle and Rinpoche. Tenzin Wangyal Rinpoche. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
After more than 20 years of realization, the e-book At Ease at the Well was published. Michiel Slechten has a clear and poetic way of writing and encourage you direct to experience what is written. Michiel is open for Skype consultation based on donations, and his teachings are recorded and can be found at his website michielslechten.nl. We'll put a link under this interview. Michiel, thanks for having me, and thanks for this introduction, so everyone knows who you are. 1995. Can you remember anything about that time, that place? Where were you, and what happened?
Yeah, I was in the room where the Lopon Tenzin Namdak gave his teachings about the natural state. And I had praxis meditation for 6 years in different forms, and what he was expressing about the natural state, that's my experience. I thought that man is talking about what is what I feel and what I hear and what I. So it's very nice as when the teaching is understood by the mind. Just when you recognize what somebody is saying in your own experience.
Yeah.
And it was the first time in my life that I heard someone speaking about self-realization, enlightenment, the natural state of being. Yeah.
And where were you?
And that's
was that in Holland, or what was that in a foreign country where you were at that time?
that was in Holland.
Okay,
Yeah.
you came to Holland.
Yeah, yeah. A few years he has given teachings in Zwolle.
Yeah.
Of in Zwolle? No, not in Zwolle. In Amsterdam. Yeah.
And what was it that draw you to him? There were more teachers at that time, I believe. Why especially him?
Yeah. I has become curious about the Tibetan Buddhism.
Yeah.
So I read some books, and I find the Dzogchen teaching very attractive.
Because
it's you can compare it with Advaita. It is the Advaita from the
Buddhists.
from the Tibetan Buddhism.
Yeah, yeah.
And no, I feel me drawn to that, and I had made a choice between the Dzogchen teachings from the Dalai Lama Buddhism or the Dzogchen teachings from the Bön Buddhism. There's a difference between those two. The Bön direction is the old religion of Tibet. Long before the Buddhism of the Dalai Lama, from Shakyamuni Buddha, came to Tibet, long before there was the Bön religion. And no, what me attracted in the Bön religion was their openness, and they're willing to give the whole teachings directly. While in the normal Buddhism of Tibet, the great how do you call that? From the Dalai Lama.
Great teaching.
Yeah. You have to go many years of preliminary practice.
Yeah.
And they told almost nothing about Dzogchen. They kept that secret, you could say. Nobody knows. Most people don't know that there is a Dzogchen teaching in the Tibetan Buddhism.
How come?
Yeah, they kept it. I don't know. You have to start from the bottom up. Make first 100,000 prostrations flat on the ground.
Oh.
And come back 3 years later. And that's only one step, and then and the Bön was much more open. And willing to give the whole teachings.
Yeah. So in 1995, this awakening happened. Then a logical question always is: Did something change in your life? Did you become a different version of yourself, or did all things stay the same?
Yeah, a lot of things have changed. Yeah. For me, it was not a certain realization. It was gradual. So, yeah, we talk about this point more than 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And still, there is a process going on to integrate clarity and openness in every moment.
Yeah.
I see also with the persons who have a sudden awakening, the awakening does not reach every aspect of their life. It can be brilliant, clear in one section of a life, and a stupid fool in forgive me the strong words.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
They are unaware in other aspects of their life.
Yeah.
And so the gradual process is for everyone.
Yeah, no exceptions. No people who are and then.
Yeah, there are some people who are at a very young age have a beautiful realization. That's true. It's how fast that is going, the integration process in every aspect of your life and body. It's not predictable. It differs a lot.
Yeah, so it's a difference for everybody.
Yeah.
So it's for us not. It can be interesting, but we don't have to follow the path Michiel Slechte has followed, or we cannot follow the path. Different for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You always follow your own path.
Yeah.
And every time you think, I try to follow the path from this direction or that direction, it's a little bit dangerous, because you move away from your own path. And that's so important to every time to find your own knowing.
And how do I know if I'm on the right path? There can be some doubt that you think, well, is this right? Is this the right teacher? Is this the right teaching? Is this the right book? Am I at the right place? Do I have to move to another country? Do I have to move to Canada where there's more nature? You know, all those questions which pop up.
Yeah. And they bring you further.
Well, further into thinking all the time. Yeah.
And I can only teach my own way of realization.
Yeah.
And every teacher can only teach his own way of realization.
Yeah.
And what for me important is, yeah. Just being aware of this moment, what is happening now, what is true now, and that is what I am. So perhaps we could deepen that today a little bit.
Please.
What is true and what is not true. What comes up when I say that?
What is true and what is not true? We did some talks before in Dutch, and then you told me that no thought is true. That's what I'm thinking about right now. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, no. The appearance of a thought is true. And it's the appearance of a story.
I know what you. I think I know what you're pointing at. Yeah, and that's not the reality right now.
A story is a story.
Yeah.
It's just fantasy
Yeah.
about something.
Yeah, how it could be, or should be, or will
Yeah.
be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could play a game now.
Oh, nice. Games are nice. Yeah.
Say something, ask something to me
Mm-hmm.
about what you think is true.
Okay. Like the
Yeah.
work of Byron Katie. We're gonna.
Not
No?
a little bit.
No?
Not
Okay,
a bit, no.
okay,
Yeah,
well-
a little bit.
I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask you something which is true. Well,
What you think is true? Yeah.
yeah. What I think is true is that I'm too fat. That I have too much weight on my body. Is it true? I don't know. In comparison, when I see a picture of myself of 5 or 10 years ago, you could say, well, that was a thinner version of yourself than you are right now.
Yeah.
Is that something we can deepen?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a story, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's so not true. It's a story about I have too much fat
Weight on my body. Yeah.
weight on your body.
Yeah.
It's when there is no thought about your body.
Yeah.
You are what you are.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong. Yeah. Nothing wrong or right.
Yeah.
It just is. This is the body at this moment.
Yeah. So that's the realization from it is a story about my body.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when you know that it is a story,
Mhm.
you don't suffer about
No,
it.
that's true. That's true.
You're free,
Yeah.
and you're free to do what you want.
Yeah.
It is not good. It is not bad. Also, both sides are stories.
Yeah.
So you are free from the stories in that realization that it is a story.
Yeah.
And so you are also free to do something about it
Mhm.
or not.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not being very harsh on myself then.
Yeah.
But this when I look at this camera and I see this back, then the story starts. Then I see myself like, ooh. Then I start judging
Yeah.
myself. When I don't see myself, I don't judge myself. So all those mirrors and cameras and pictures people take of themselves,
Yeah.
for me the judging starts. Self-judging.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you only have to notice what is happening.
Mm-hmm. And don't believe it.
Yeah, that's clear seeing. Clear seeing starts with the recognition that it is a story.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can deepen that recognition to it is a story, but is there attachment in believing that it is true?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, I have done the work of Byron Katie
Mhm.
for many years, and it's a profound teaching to what to identify that every thought is untrue. Every thought has no base in reality. It's just a story.
Yeah.
And then You know a lot about Advaita, yeah? Yeah. And Ramana Maharshi also says my teaching is the teaching of silence.
Mm-hmm.
Being still is enough. And then he talks a lot about no mind. And no mind means, in his teaching, no thought is true. And when you go to the depth of that, you can find that stillness and silence at all times. Yeah.
Yeah, I can feel it right now also. But that's a strange thing. When I listen to you or when I'm in a room with you, it's not that difficult to find this underlying sense of peace and stillness and no mind and everything is okay. But yeah, we cannot be in a room with Michiel Slechter all the time. So
yeah, it's your own stillness, what you feel.
yeah, okay.
So
how come I feel it when I'm with you and when I'm in a busy supermarket? It's at the back. It's almost gone. I can. It will be there, but I cannot feel it.
Yeah, it's that integration process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you give us some tools how to stay anchored in this field of unknowing, or how do you want to call it, this field of love, peace? Can we throw out something there that we can reach it all the time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are a lot of I call that the bells are ringing with certain sounds. Stillness in a conversation is another bell that wakes you up.
Mm-hmm.
When you are busy on the computer screen and then you pause a little, your head goes up. That's also a moment to deepen your stillness.
Mm-hmm.
Stress, when you feel stress, that's one of the most important bells that can wake you up.
Yeah. Because you know that you have to slow down at that moment, or
yeah. Give attention to what you feel.
yeah.
That feeling wants attention, and the mind, the thinking mind, is the most of the time the first to jump on stress and pain.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the practice. There's not see what is happening. Eh?
Mm-hmm. Trying to get away from it,
Yeah.
get rid of it.
Want awareness is soft and gentle and friendly and understanding, and you're at ease. Good feelings are coming
Yeah.
together, and it's totally different than the thought process.
Yeah.
The thoughts want to find a solution.
Yeah.
No. Perfect, but wait a little. Yes, feel my pain.
Yeah.
Yes, feel my stress, and aware of what is happening, so your body can come to rest and and then you can use the mind to change something in your perhaps for your body. So I want to lose weight, so
I buy this.
What shall I do?
Yeah.
Intermittent fasting is a very good way to lose weight.
Yeah.
For example,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, intermittent fasting. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
How does that work?
That works. You don't eat a breakfast,
Mm-hmm.
and the hours wherein you are eating,
Mm-hmm.
you bring it down to 8 hours in a day. So perhaps on 11
a.m.
Yeah, a.m.
Yeah, you start eating until 7 p.m. and that's
7 p.m. Yeah.
Yeah.
8 or 7 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then your body gets the signal. I need food. I need food.
Mm-hmm.
I need food.
Yeah.
So your cells, your hormones get sensitive
Mm-hmm.
to the regulation of your food intake.
Mm-hmm.
And when you eat all the day except when you are sleeping, your body gets the signal from it's enough, not more, it's too much. I want to
Mm-hmm.
have a break.
Yeah.
So it gets how do you call that? Distorted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We talked about this in our Dutch interview. You have a quite different diet than I have. You are on a raw. It's not a diet, but you eat only raw food.
Yeah.
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 What about food? I when I go to the hamburger joint, the McDonald's, and I eat it after 2 hours, I really start feeling dirty. I get this sense about myself.
Mm-hmm.
How come that food gives us so much signals and feelings, and how is that when you only eat raw food? What did that do with you and your body?
Yeah, I do it now 27 years, so I don't know what the difference is.
Yeah. But does it make
it feels good, and it helps me to have a clear mind also.
Yeah.
Clarity is not dependent on the on the sickness of your body.
Mm-hmm.
You can be clear about when your body gives unclear signals.
Okay.
But you are then clear about unclarity.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like to be clear about clear.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's not dependent on this body. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking when I start eating only vegetables and only raw food, fish, maybe then I will become clear also, more clear.
Yeah. No, it doesn't have to do something with your spiritual practice. No.
But there must be a reason for you.
A little bit perhaps, because you are going in search for. You want to be loving to all and everything.
Yeah.
Eh?
Yeah.
So more caring for your body leads automatic to the good diet.
Yeah.
Byron Katie was huge. Huh?
Yeah.
And after her realization, she became
Thin again. Yeah.
Yeah, thin again. Why is that? Because yeah, it's the same as your house. Huh? Your surroundings. You see the beauty of everything. You see the beauty of the most terrible things.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, you transform your surroundings in more beauty. Yeah.
Yeah. I can imagine something about that, what you say. So, your book, you have completed the translation?
No, not
Not
yet.
yet?
No.
Is it difficult to translate a book from Dutch to English? Some teachers tell me, well, but in English there are far more words for this kind of teachings than we have in Dutch. So, how does that work?
Yeah, for me it's also a little bit difficult because my English is not perfect, but I'm very glad I'm translating it myself and not somebody else, because it has to be in the English language for the reader to be maximum. And when you translate it literal,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't work many times.
Yeah, it loses its depth.
Yeah. And for the with the help of Google Translation.
You can get very far. Yeah.
I hope I get the way of how you set it into written words.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
And I hope the poetic way of writing don't get lost in English.
Yeah. And the natural state, is that something that can be reached? Is that something that is always the case? Is it hidden? Is it right in front of me? Where is that natural state, Michiel?
Mm-hmm. It's all about recognizing, eh?
Yeah. You cannot. Can you point to it? Can you say there's the natural state, or here, or is it a taste? How can it be found?
Yeah. Everybody is living in it, but it makes a big difference if you are aware of it or not.
Mm-hmm.
In a technical description,
Mm-hmm.
it is when you are aware of something arising in stillness, then you are aware of the natural state of everything. And that's the oneness of silence and something what is in there.
Mm-hmm.
In the Buddhist teachings we call that form. The oneness of consciousness and form.
Mm-hmm. They're not separate.
They are not separate.
No.
I don't know, when we made this appointment, my thoughts are going to this and to that, so what shall we talk about it? And I'm aware of the thoughts are doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So the natural state is just being aware of what is.
Mm. Yeah.
And I say sometimes consciousness doesn't exist. It's an idea. Forms aren't existing too. What is real? Another word for it, for that union, is this. It's a word pointing to whatever happens. Every sound is a reality.
Tasting the tea, hearing the sound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The color is reality.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts talking about the color and the cup of tea, the thoughts are reality. Making a story about it. There's movement. Movement is a story. The seeing is reality. When you see something or hear something, there's no consciousness. Consciousness belongs to talking about it. The color, seeing the color, is true.
Yeah.
It's only yeah. At the same time, it's a miracle. Yeah. I don't know if it is totally clear, but my mind is sometimes also a grasshopper.
Yeah.
Jumping from this to that, from this to that, from this to that.
I know where you're pointing at. I think.
Yeah.
So, but that difference from teachings I hear in Advaita, where they say all there is consciousness, and what you are is that consciousness, because in consciousness things can appear. A cup of tea, a lamp, a Michiel, a Patrick.
Yeah.
Does that differ from how you see it?
No. It's the same, but how deep is the understanding of that teaching?
Yeah.
Is consciousness something you can see or hear or or find. No.
No.
It's totally empty, silent,
Yeah.
space.
No form, no...
It's nothing.
yeah.
So still we can go inside and know I am aware of everything.
Yeah.
But what in truth are you aware of? From a knowing, that's a form too.
Yeah.
A knowing, I am aware. Perhaps a thought, I am aware. First a knowing, then the thought, the way of expressing that knowing, but still, you haven't found consciousness itself.
Mm-hmm.
The same with the material world. That doesn't exist in the teaching separate from your awareness. There always is awareness involved to find something solid.
Yeah.
Without awareness, there is no
Solid world. No.
solid world.
No. No.
And that doesn't mean outside the room or another city doesn't exist in reality.
But you have no proof.
I don't mean that. I don't mean that. Because everything has its own consciousness. This glass has its own consciousness.
It's also conscious, this glass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the one, or the universe, feels itself as glass.
Yeah. It is conscious of itself through glass. As glass.
As glass.
As glass, yeah.
As
yeah,
glass.
Yeah.
So when there is no human seeing the glass is still glass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
The one experience itself as the total universe.
Yeah.
There's also a misunderstanding in Advaita many times.
Yeah.
Because they will reject every form as non-existence.
Yeah.
But that's a little bit too much of the good thing.
Yeah.
the teaching behind that is that you need to be aware awareness is half of the picture. You can't skip awareness to find only a material world.
Mm-hmm.
Awareness is one with the material world.
Yeah. It needs each other. Or not. It needs each other. So
yeah.
Awareness and the material world.
Yeah. They need each other and they are one. So separate, that's that's what we talk about. It. Separate, they don't exist.
Yeah. 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 There's another dogma from the Advaita world I'm curious about how you feel and think about it. that's the concept of free will, but more so, let's say that everything that happened until now, from the moment I was conceived by my father and mother, until the moment that I'm sitting in Zwolle right now, in this position, on this chair with you, could this have been otherwise? Or is it exactly how it had to go?
Both are true.
Yeah, it could have been otherwise.
Yes, of course.
But how then? How? What should have? But let's specific.
That's the mystery of life.
Yeah.
So the totality.
Yeah.
Of everything. It's always in the now, but the whole past is also in the now.
Mm-hmm.
So this totality makes that you are sitting there.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm sitting
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
and we are talking about it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so
Is it all coincidence then?
no, it's not coincidence. No. It's
Predestined? Is it, or is it just a flux of life reacting? And what they say when a butterfly flaps with its wings in China, it could have easily transformed into a thunderstorm in America. Are things really that connected?
Yeah, everything is total connected. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that you can see ahead what is going to happen.
Yeah.
But what I find interesting and important is that you get a feeling of the how do you call that in English? The
perfection?
Yeah, but perfection is a good word. Yeah, that everything what is real and happening now is perfect. And you can go to that realization at first place. The first step is being still aware of what is, and then in Advaita they have beautiful words, beautiful pointings. They say what you are is being, knowing, bliss.
Satchitananda.
Yeah. Being is the stillness. You fall in stillness, in silence, and you are aware of being.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first step. The second step is knowing. Sometimes it's translated as consciousness,
Mm-hmm.
but knowing is a much more beautiful word for it, much more correct what is really happening. Knowing, awareness is almost the same. Perhaps it is the same. You know when you are, when you realize being, stillness, you know what is true and what is not true.
Yeah.
Only believing your thoughts is the untrue side of it.
Mm. Yeah.
The rest, all is true. And then when you have the certainty of knowing, there is bliss. And bliss doesn't mean you have to be very joyous or
happy,
ecstatic.
Mm-hmm.
Bliss is a word for being at ease. See the beauty of everything. Feeling free. Happy, joyous, creative, clear.
Yeah, spontaneous. You sometimes
creative.
Yeah.
This is all, and we have in the Dzogchen. There's a great deal of the teaching is about that.
Yeah.
Dzogchen means the great perfection. So it's a teaching about this bliss. So we don't call it bliss. We see that it is everything what you can imagine that is positive and feeling good.
Mm-hmm.
That's a part of your realization of knowing.
Being
knowing.
Yeah.
And the bliss part happens spontaneously. That's a result.
Yeah.
You don't have to do special things for that. It's automatically given when you are still and you have that knowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Dutch, you sometimes call it undestroyable contentment.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you mean by that bliss? Satisfied, that cannot be destroyed or doesn't need anything to be satisfied. It's just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Being is enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Undestroyable content.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean you sometimes are nervous or have stress.
Mm-hmm.
That's something different, because when you see the being, when you are still, when you are feeling uncomfortable,
Mm-hmm.
when you are still and you are knowing the reality of your feelings,
Mm-hmm.
and the unreality of your thoughts about it,
Mm-hmm.
then the bliss part takes over.
Mm.
So you can be even in great pain and at the same time be undestroyable content.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could be in an accident or
Traffic jam.
even dying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You sometimes see that with people who have surrendered to the knowing that they are going to die. There's total contentment and there's total peace and they're at ease and they transmit a kind of vibe that says everything is okay.
Yeah, everything is okay. Yeah. And how do you know that? I most of the time, this is my second question. Be still, and you know it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And still,
Go to the most terrible place in your past. From a silent place, you look back
mm-hmm.
and you find it was okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean which some...
That's conscious therapy. Yeah.
Yeah. Great. But that doesn't mean that what some people think about Advaita, some protesters say, well, but Michiel, when your house is on fire, you're not going to sit there and everything is okay. You're going to act and react and going to jump out the window or grab your family and get the hell out of here. That's not, it's not about doing nothing. right?
No, no, no.
No,
No.
it's about being inside still and then acting.
Yeah. Yeah. Your acting get liberated.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you are confused, lost in your thoughts, stressful thoughts, it's paralyzed. Good word. You
get paralyzed.
You get stuck.
Yeah.
Stuck and
Yeah.
you can't act properly.
Yeah. We have about 5 more minutes. Can you tell us something about where can people find your book? I imagine that it's going to be ready in a couple of months, or are you still working on it for half a year?
Yeah, it's half a year. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Are there any books or teachers you are very enthusiastic about at this moment, except for your own book and teachings?
Yeah, I think Byron Katie, my teacher. I hear every time a lot of people are dismissing the value, are underestimating her teaching because they think it's a method. It's just a method. It has nothing to do with self-realization.
Yeah.
But it is I think the most powerful realization you can get to see the unreality of your thoughts.
Yeah.
And the teaching of Byron Katie is profound in that.
Yeah, the work we are talking about.
Yeah.
The 4 questions.
Yeah.
And Eckhart Tolle, do you still follow him, watch him?
No, not anymore. But it's a perfect teacher to see the simpleness, without the doctrine of an old religion.
Yeah.
So it's a very good start, I will say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The power of now.
The power of now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And his videos. Yeah.
And you mean his satsang videos or the videos he does with reacts to people and gives his answers to questions?
Yeah, both.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you find on YouTube
A lot. Yeah.
a lot, but a lot more if you are going to his website, and you have to pay a little bit about it.
Yeah.
And then you get every month 2 hours of teaching
Yeah.
from Eckhart Tolle.
And Osho, have you ever been into his teaching?
I've read a lot about Osho, his books, I mean, before I have my awakening.
Yeah.
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 After that, not anymore. Our characters
Mm-hmm.
are a little bit different.
Yeah.
I am more how would you say?
Laid back.
Yeah.
And final question, what I find so interesting about you, that you have this awakening, it still deepens and deepens, and you are still interested in watching these kind of videos, listening to tapes.
Yeah.
Some teachers say, well, I don't need that anymore. I've seen it, throw away my books, I don't watch YouTube anymore. What's the difference for you?
Yeah. The difference is I like to learn all the different languages,
Mm-hmm.
language wherein you can express
Yeah.
the truth.
Yeah.
So it helps me to it's a very complicated world, the world of teaching.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great distraction, teachings. Yeah. It's a very, very great distractions. Yeah. Don't go there. I almost say.
Yeah.
Because the realization inside is much more simple.
Than watching these kind of things.
Be still, and that's it. Dit is het.
Yeah.
That's it. And then I follow many teachers in the way they are expressing this simple thing,
Mm-hmm.
and they talk all in a different way about it, and then I find that interesting. I want to learn all that way of expressing.
Yeah.
It makes me perhaps a better teacher, because the transmission can go to, am I still? What is happening now? That's it, more is not needed. But then we talk about it.
Yeah. You also give satsang?
I give satsang,
in Dutch?
In Dutch, yeah. And sometimes I make a video in English also.
Yeah.
But that's just the beginning of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Michiel.
Yeah.
Thanks very much for this nice talk.
Thank you too.
Yeah. And we will find you on YouTube and your website michielslechten.nl.
.nl. Yes. Yeah.
Sitting here with Els Thyssen for a second talk. First talk we did was in Dutch, and now a week later in English to talk about your new book, and of course, the Course in Miracles, A Course in Miracles. Els, can you tell us something when you first heard of A Course in Miracles? How did it come into your life?
Well, I was reading a spiritual magazine in the Netherlands. No, there was something happened before. I was in a bookshop and I took a book, that green pocket book, and I opened it and I thought, wow, what a big book, and what a crap. So I closed it and I thought it's from China, and I put it back on the shelf in the bookstore, and then I thought, well, I'm done with all this reading spiritual stuff and so. So a year later I had this spiritual magazine, and there was announced a course. I didn't knew where it was about, but I said to Anja, I have to go there. So I made this, I said I will come, and I traveled to that course. And then we sat there 10 o'clock in the morning, and this lady who gave the course, she reached under her chair, took this book and said, this is A Course in Miracles. And I looked and said, oh my God, that is that big green book from the bookshelf a year ago. So that was why meeting A Course in Miracles, there was no escape. It came on my path, and well, a year later it took me, and it grabbed me, and so I opened it and I read the introduction, and the introduction really took my breath away. It just hit me, and a week later, after the course, I phoned this organization here in the Netherlands about that works about A Course in Miracles, and I said, I want to join a group. And the man said, well, there's no group in the south of Holland. And I said, so what to do? Well, he said, you start a group yourself. I said, oh my God, I'm just with doing lesson 4. I couldn't do that. Well, yes, that's no problem, he said. So he sent me a list with names from people who were doing A Course in Miracles here in the south, and I put it on my desk, left it there for a week, and then I started calling these people. And they said, well, we want to join the group, but we don't want to be the facilitator. You have to facilitate it. Well, this group came together when I did lesson 26. The first lady who came in introduced herself and said, well, I'm doing A Course in Miracles already 8 years. So I thought, oh my God, I'm doing lesson 26. But, well, it was no problem. With that group we came together and for over years and years, and we were a very close group, and people came and joined the group. Once we were with 33 people in this room doing A Course in Miracles. Well, they sat on the floor and they sat on each other's lap because there was no 33 people in this small room.
And how does it work, Els? Do you take one lesson out of the course and then start debating about it, or how does that work?
Not at all. Not at all. What we do is we take a little part of A Course in Miracles, we read it, mostly ask who wants to read it, and then somebody says I want, and I say who wants to read it again. So a few people read this little part out loud, and then I say this part, what the message here, how do you live up to what's said here? So we ask people to share about how they practice what the Course says in daily life, and that is what we talk about, not about interpretation, not about, we say, what do you understand from this text? And people say, well, I understand that it says, but it's never a discussion.
No. And you are not a teacher who says, oh, you got that all wrong. It's not about this.
Well, I don't know what's right and wrong. So I just can tell what my understanding of a certain text is. And I can see, when I look back, I can see that it changes all the time. So when you ask me, what does, for example, the essence of our being is love, what does it mean to me? Well, I probably would have said something different 10 years ago than I say now, with other, well, there's more, well, it changes all the time. It changes all the time. So I can never tell people what it says for them.
Yeah.
When somebody asks me, what does it mean? I say, well, what does it mean to you? What is your understanding of what is said here or what is written here?
So there's no right and wrong way?
I would say no.
No.
That's a mistake. Think there's a right and a wrong way. There are two. Well, you can do it this way and you can do it that way, and the only difference between these two ways is the experience of the way. A yes gives another experience than a no, and that's the only difference.
And does the course, A Course in Miracles, invite you to try out these things? Does it?
I would say yes. I would say the Course would say get a focus and act according to focus. And well, the problem is when we say the focus is love, when we don't have when we are mistaken, or when we are mistaken about what love means, or when we think love in form has a certain expression of, or has a certain way certain appearance, that's a mistake. It's a mistake. So when we think we have to live up to the form we have in mind, it's a mistake.
And for me, when I do a little interpretation of the course, it's about love versus fear.
Yes, in duality. In duality, it's love versus fear. So it says when you think your life is appearing in duality, when you think, well, how duality appears, that's real, then the Course invites you to take this focus on love. But there will be a moment you realize that it's duality, this love fear thing.
Mhm.
So it's all in illusion. It's all based in illusion. But it's a game, you know. It's wonderful to play this game. And when you feel you get upset, so that's a reminder. It's like a bell is ringing and saying, "Hey, you are mistaken now. Take that other focus." And it's when you want to live in peace. What is helping what can help you to experience that peace? So what helps is the focus on love. That's what helps. The focus on happiness instead on being right.
Mhm.
That helps, and that's what the course invites you to choose that focus. And it says, but that's not true. There is only one truth, and that's oneness.
No separation.
Absolutely not.
Still, it seems like you are sitting over there, I'm sitting over here.
Well, in duality I am.
Yeah, you are a woman, I am a man.
Well, in duality I am.
Yeah, you are aged 55, I'm aged 45, and so
I
on
love
and
you
so
for
on.
that age.
Yeah. My pleasure.
Well, in duality,
Yeah.
of course,
Yeah.
that's the story we
Yeah.
tell in duality, and storytelling in duality is joy when you tell nice stories.
Yeah, but it's not the truth.
Well, no, it's not the truth of what you really are. It's not the truth of what your essence is. That's not the truth.
Okay, if I'm not this 42-year-old man sitting over here, what am I then? Is the
Well,
logical question.
what do you think?
I could say, if I'm very bold, I am God acting as a 42-year-old man.
Yes, you can say that as long as you don't identify with the I. The problem is when you identify with the I. So you can say I'm God, I'm the neighbor, I am ISIS, I am Hitler, I am Erdogan, I am the king, I am the junk, I am the prostitute, I am. When you agree on being everything, you can say I. That's no problem because you won't take it personal. You won't give it. When you say I'm okay with every appearance, there's no stress in it. There's no attachment, because someone will come and say, well, you are a madman, and you say, okay,
I am that also.
yes, okay,
Yeah.
no problem. There's no movement inside. Somebody comes and says, you're totally crazy. Okay, you're a lovely woman. Okay.
Yeah.
One day I got a letter. It was a Friday, and there was a lady, and she wrote me, dear Mrs. Tisse, I was on a workshop with you. I joined a workshop with you, and well, I want to let you know you have an ego up to the ceiling, and you know the workshop was in a church. So
That's a big scene.
so you know how many meters that was. So I had given myself that month the exercise to say yes to everything people would address to me. So my exercise was just to say yes, and then to see what happens. So it was long ago. So I went to I took a postcard. I wrote her name and address, and I said, dear Mrs. whatever her name was, thank you for your letter. You are totally right. And I put a stamp on it. I went to put it on
Post office.
in the mail, and not in the email, but in the post mail. Next day, it's unbelievable. Next day there came a letter from a man, and I've been in Germany on the Germany television in a live show, and I worked with a lady, and then he wrote me, dear Mrs. Tisse, I've seen you on the German television in that program. For me, you are the most loving person I've ever seen in my life. And when I would have been in that studio, I would have asked you to hold me for a moment. So I took a postcard, dear Mr. Whatever, thank you for your card, you are totally right. Stamp on it, up in the mail. And I thought, well, whatever people think about me, it has absolutely nothing to do with me. It's just their projection on me. So I learned it in these 2 days. It was a wonderful experience.
Yeah. It reminds me of a saying by Osho, praise or blame, it's all the same.
Absolutely. So when I can say yes to you have an ego up to the ceiling, when I can say, because, well, you know, there will be there will be times when it appears to be that, and absolutely there will be times it appears as to be the most loving thing or the person somebody has seen. Because
you are both, or you are not one of those.
I'm both, and I'm none of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so there's no problem in saying yes to what somebody addresses to you, because when I look in my life, I can find all these judgments. I can find them. I can find where I felt myself being stupid. I can find where I felt being not loved or loved. I can find where I felt being smart or being whatever. I can all find it, be aggressive or friendly or whatever.
Is that maybe that some people think that enlightenment is a state of only bliss, peace, egolessness?
Well, I think enlightenment is sitting here under this lamp.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of light from that lamp, yeah. I don't know what enlightenment is.
Is that something that A Course in Miracles addresses?
No.
No.
I would say no. Say no. And it's wonderful that it doesn't. Because when you think there's enlightenment, and then you don't understand that now is the only thing there is. Because you think there's a path to go. Or you could say, I'm God, I'm enlightened, but there's no... When the I comes, there's the mistake. You know, when you say I'm enlightened, well, I'm not enlightened. When I want, am I willing to be the enlightened one, and am I willing to be the not enlightened one? And what enlightenment is, don't ask me. I wouldn't know.
Yeah. So no difference for you between President Obama and a hooker on the corner of the street?
No difference. It's all the same.
All the same.
All the same.
And do you mean that in a scientific way, that it's all made of the same molecules and DNA, or is it a much more deeper level that it's...
It's all the same, because only form differs, and essence is you can't divide essence. And it's all the same, it's just a form that, well, with the form we can frighten ourselves.
Yeah.
But what would happen if we just would say, well, there's a man standing, or there's a woman standing, there's a woman talking, and not say, my mother, or again my mother wasn't very nice to me. It's just a woman talking.
No labels.
Well, my suggestion would be no labels. Well, people who are deaf have and who can't read lips, they can go to their mother, and mother can say anything, and they wouldn't have a problem with the mother.
So when my father says something nasty to me, he says, oh, you boy, you should get a better job, you should lose 10 kilograms of weight.
Well, have you never thought that yourself?
Yeah.
Well, that's why it hurts.
Oh, when it hurts, it's something that's my opinion again.
Yes, when he would say you are like a rabbit, you would just laugh.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't believe it at all. But when he says you have to lose 10 kilos, you're well.
When it hurts, it's my truth.
Well, it's not your truth. It's your confusion. It's where you have judgments about yourself.
Yeah.
It's not your truth. Your truth is There's no problem at all. Your choices, you are totally okay. Your choices, you are innocence, you are love, and you are totally okay.
And the confusion is that I think that I'm Patrick, 42 years old.
Who has to lose 10 kilos
10 kilos weight.
And probably you think I have to...
I just brought a box of chocolates. So
yes.
But it's something simple as weight, but it's also the fear of dying. The fear that this Patrick is not going to be here for another 60 years. That's what frightens me the most when I identify myself as being...
Dying frightens you more than living?
Well, yeah, because now I'm part of the game, and then I'm not.
Oh, well.
I think,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's next.
Mm-hmm.
How is death?
Everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die, eh?
That's it. How is it in the Course in Miracles? Do they speak about death? And
Yeah, they say death doesn't exist at all.
Because I was never born, or?
Well, because it's not your essence. Your essence, your body is not your essence. Your essence is love, and love does not die. When your parents die, you still love them.
Mm-hmm.
So parents can never leave you because they live in your heart. And you are sitting now here, your mother is still physically alive,
Mm-hmm.
but your mother lives in your heart.
Yeah.
And nowhere else. You can't say my mother lives. How do you know? Yeah, I know she's alive. No, you're sitting here, you don't know. Maybe she dropped dead just a minute ago.
Yeah.
But our children, our parents, our friends, our beloved ones, they live in our hearts.
Yeah.
Nowhere else. So that's why when they die, they cannot leave us because they live in our hearts. And of course people think we miss the physical appearance of people. Of course that's possible, and that's what you see a lot. But in fact they live in our heart, and when we say they are dead, it's if we kill them in our heart. Once there was a lady, and she said, my son died when he was 19 in a car accident, and there was a daughter too. She was there also, and she said, well, my mother never saw me after my brother died because she was so focused on the death of the brother. But well, when you kill your child in your heart, that's horrible. We can talk to the people who died in our heart. They are very, very. My experience is they are very alive. After when people die now, I just can't find them as death in my experience. They are still alive for me.
Yeah.
Very alive.
Even if they're not in physical form.
Exactly.
Around.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's also something you do, and I hope I pronounce it right. It's called attitudinal healing.
Yeah, attitudinal healing.
Attitudinal healing.
Yeah.
And it's about healing your attitude.
Yeah, your inner attitude. Yeah, it's based on A Course in Miracles, and Jerry Polsky is the man who read A Course in Miracles, and he was, you could say, allergic to the word God. So he thought, well, there must be an easier way. So he adapted 12 principles from a course, and the first one, for example, is the essence of our being is love. Well, you when you are familiar with the Course in Miracles, you will find this throughout the book. And he made 12 principles and 10 guidelines to work in groups. And he worked in hospital and wanted to give children the opportunity to talk to each other openly about death, about life, about cancer. They the most had cancer, and just an open talk. And he just took these 12 principles and he says. Change your mind, change your life, and that's what the Course in Miracles says. Also, it says the miracle is a change in perception.
The way I look at the world.
Yes. So the way I see the things happening, and what I see is a projection. Dus when it changes here, when I can undo myself from these judgments I have, and when I can look more from the heart and from the mind, I will see that my enemies become friends. Even if they don't do what I want, and even if I don't know him at all, even if there's just when we look and live from the heart, there comes an appreciation that goes beyond form. So then we meet, and somebody, for example, has a T-shirt from Hawaii that's you maybe would never wear, or you would, and or has this hair, red and then high and this bald, and then you would say, what a great hair you have. There's an appreciation, and you don't rush to the barber to get hair yourself. There's an appreciation beyond form, beyond judgment.
Yeah,
that's wonderful. That's wonderful to connect on that level.
I once heard a teacher say, "You see the world as you are," or maybe he said it some otherwise, but as you are, you see the world.
Yes, that's what the Course in Miracles says.
Yeah.
It's everything you think you see there is a thought you have projected there. So when it changes here, it changes there.
But could you say that in Dutch we have this saying, zoals de waard is, vertrouwt hij zijn gasten. If I'm a manipulative thief, does that mean that I see thieves everywhere and I'm always on the lookout that nobody steals my stuff? Or
that's what the Course in Miracles says. You will not trust people, because in your experience people steal. Why? Because you steal, and you must think everybody will steal. So that's the wonderful thing of being when somebody bedrogen, when somebody deceives you. That's there you think, well, somebody deceived me, and then you find out that you have not the thought of deceiving other people, because you just didn't think about somebody could deceive you. Once somebody said, else you don't have to eat that way. You should be more. You should eat more. You shouldn't use your hands when you eat, and it really. It gave such a pleasure in me because I realized in that moment that I don't live up to conventions. I just eat.
Yeah.
And I use my hands, or I use a fork, or not. And that's being free in a way. It's not living up conventions. You should do it this way or that way.
Yeah. And what would be like an attitude that can be healed? Looking at a scary world, and an angry world.
Yes.
And is it always turned around to see what a loving world it is, or how does that work?
Well, when you are scared, you can say what scares me. So there must be thoughts to scare you, because when you sleep and you don't dream, you aren't scared. So you when you wake up and these thoughts come and you believe the thoughts, there's the fear. And what you can do is ask yourself, can I be absolutely sure that it's true what I think? And I said already, I never found a yes on that question. Whatever it is that I think, I just can't find a yes on that question. Still thoughts appear. How should we use thoughts then? As a suggestion, or as a possibility, or never true? Well, a thought is no problem if you enjoy the thought, if you enjoy the direction in which the thought sends you. But when you don't enjoy the thought, when you suffer because of the thought, then it's a good thing to ask yourself, is it true what I think? Can I absolutely, for 100%, know that it is true? That it is true what I think, and maybe you find the answer no, and maybe you just believe it 1 second or 2 or 3, and there's the fear again because you believe the thought. I would ask it myself 1,000 times, and when it's not enough 1,000 times, I would ask it myself 1,001 times, and 2 and 3 and 4, because it's no fun living in fear. It's no fun. So I would just offer myself the opportunity to stop that movement to scare myself.
So there's no scary world outside?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The only scary world is here. There are people who never come outside because it's so very scary, and they stay in their homes for years. They never come outside.
Yeah.
How can they know that it's scary outside? They've never been there.
Yeah, maybe they see it on television. They think,
Well,
oh,
that's not their world. It's television.
yeah,
It's not their world.
no,
And even when you are, we were invited in Vukovar just after the war in between Serbs and Croatian people, and we were invited to Vukovar and to Zagreb, and we came there and everything was still destroyed. So the houses were all bombed and destroyed, and there were just not skeletons of the houses. And he said you have to walk in the middle of the street because when they fall they can drop on you. No, there were no animals because of the bombs, the landmines.
mm-hmm.
And we were invited to give workshops about forgiveness and peace for Croatian and Serb people together. That was very interesting, very interesting. And then somebody said, well, you can't say everything here because there's a possibility they will shoot you. And I said, well, that's not my business. One day should do that, because when I am afraid of that, when I get scared when people say that, I can't work. I just can't work about peace and forgiveness. So
You took the risk,
well, there's no risk.
even if someone shoots you.
Well, it didn't happen,
No,
so there was no risk.
yeah,
The only risk there is it's when there's a thought of a risk, it comes up in the mind, but the risk wasn't there. There's no risk.
still, if I would go to Syria right now, it would be very risky, because there's a lot of shooting going on and people kidnapping other people, and
Yeah, well, you should ask yourself, should I go to Syria? Maybe the answer is yes, or maybe the answer is no.
yeah.
We had planned a training in May of this year. So we had planned a second training about attitude and healing in Bethlehem on the West Bank. So we went there last year in 2013, and we worked with Dutch people. We brought a group over there, and with Palestinian people in the region in Bethlehem. And we made trips to Hebron, for example, and to places where there's a tense atmosphere because of the Israeli arms and soldiers and occupation and the Palestinian agony about that. And so this year in May we decided not to go because they were fighting in the streets of Bethlehem where we should stay. And then I said, well, I don't want to bring a group of 20 people there. But when they would ask me to come and to work there just with the Palestinian people, probably I would go. But I don't want to go with 20 people and come back with 15. That wouldn't be very...
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to do that.
No. Your new book, Els, it's in Dutch.
Yes.
But can you tell our English viewers something about it? What's it about, except A Course in Miracles?
Yes, it's... I'm working with A Course in Miracles for over 20 years now. So I read all this... I read it, and this... At the beginning it were just concepts for me. And then all of a sudden I met a family constellation, and by doing family constellation, I discovered that what the Course in Miracles says, I can really experience directly in this work of the family constellation. So it opened a world for me, the combination of the word and of the experience, and that's what this book is about. There are sentences from A Course in Miracles. I give a little talk about it, and then I give an example from the last how many years, 10 years, 15 years I work with family constellation, where an example of family constellation illustrates what A Course in Miracles says. And then what we can find out is that in every relation, love is the bottom line. There's always it's like a river. Love is always the river that connects us all. How big the quarrel is, love is always the river, you know. Not seen maybe like in a, but it's always love. It's the bottom line.
Underneath every action,
yes.
every...
It's like a river under the rocks, you know. You don't see the river, but it's always flowing.
Can you name an example of one lesson out of the course you, what that stuck with you? Suffering, thinking, confusion, forgiveness.
Well, yes, there's a lovely example in that book, and it is about confusion and appreciation, about compassion. There was a woman. She said, "I'm mother and father for my children in the same time." I said, "Well, that's a lie, because there is a father, and he never looks at the children. He went away. He doesn't phone them. The boys they miss him, but he just doesn't show up, and he's not reliable." And then I said, "Well, in family constellation, let's put the father here and you there." And she couldn't even look at the father, and I said, "Well, do you love your children?" "Yes," she said, "I love them very much, dearly. 2 sons, 1 girl." And I said, "Well, would you have these lovely children without that father, that specific father?" "No, I wouldn't." "So, well, you can tell him, I thank you for these wonderful children. I'm grateful for these wonderful children forever. There's no exception." And then she looked at me and she said, "Well, that's true." I said, "Well, you can tell him." And then she told him.
He was there, physically in the room?
Well, as a stand-in, of course.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. And then she told him, and she said, "Well, that's a realization." And the man said, the instant,
the one who played the father?
The one who played the father. He said, "I can really feel it, and I feel more relaxed, and I feel that I can open my heart, because there's appreciation, and there's a thankfulness for what is truth in this family." And then the children really could relax. And she went home. It was a Sunday. She went home, and we worked more on that. She went home, and then 8 o'clock in the evening, she wrote an email. It came in, and in the email it said, "The father has phoned the youngest son and asked him to go out for dinner and to go with him on holidays this summer."
After that?
Just 4 hours after we worked, this is what happened. And we see things like this all the time. It just happens all the time.
How do you explain that? Is it all connected then?
Yes, it is, because love, is what A Course in Miracles would say. An act of love never fails. An act of love is an act of love just always is present, even if it is not received. it still stays present until it is received. So some people receive it earlier, some people with some people it takes a bit longer, but it always will be received.
And does it also work for hate? When I say hateful things about my father to a friend?
Well, hate works on the one who says it.
So it hurts me.
Well, yes, when you say it, it will hurt you. Because hate, of course, is not, in truth, it doesn't exist.
What is hate then?
It's a mistake. It's fear. It's fear translated in hate. So as we have fear translated in grief, we have fear translated in agony, we have fear translated in aggression, we have fear translated in being passive, we have fear translated in madness, we have fear translated in murder, in whatever. Yeah, but they are mistakes.
Yeah.
They are mistakes. And it doesn't mean it's funny when you meet somebody who hates you, who says, I hate you, or I will hit you, or I will shoot you. Or it doesn't mean that's funny, but it's a mistake. And it's wonderful to realize that it is a mistake, because when I meet the person who lives up to this mistake, I will not be fearful.
So you don't charge this hatefulness or...
Why would you?
Yeah, well, when you start getting angry or also in fear.
Yeah, when I think, well, when somebody says something and it's a thought I had also about me, then there'll be a reaction. We agree, then. Yeah. When you say else, you have to hoe zeg je, 10 kilo afvallen, you have to lose 10 pounds. And I believe I have to lose 10 pounds. It can hurt me,
Yeah.
It can hurt me. Because I'm not okay with myself, and you say I'm not okay with you, so both we agree on not being okay.
Yeah. You once told on Dutch television a story about a man who you met on the street and he had a knife.
Yes.
Maybe that is also an example of how
Yes, I was on the street. It was I think it was 1:30 in the middle of the night, and I was walking to the bus. I had to take the night bus, and he came. All of a sudden, he was there, and he said, "Well, I have a knife here. You get it? I can stab you." I said, "Well, yeah, you can, and I can kill you." I said. And he looked at me. I said, "Well, give me that knife, then I can have a look at it." I said, "Well, it's not even sharp. So here you have the knife back, and please, I want to please go away. I want to take the bus." And he just was like this, and I walked to the bus. And then next day, I walked again there. I came from my work, so I walked again there 1:30 in the night, and there he was again. It was a beautiful summer night. And he stood up front. He said, "How can you say that you can kill me?" I said, "Well, how can you say that you can kill me?" He looked again at me. He said, "I want to show you something." And he did this. And I thought, well,
a gun.
What will come now, next? And he had a little dog. And he said, "I want to show you my dog." I said, "It's okay. Let's sit there on the bridge and let's have a talk." So we sat there. And we talked. And then he said, "Will you come to my house to have a dinner once?" I said, "Okay, I'll come to your house." So I went over, I had dinner there. And, well, it's,
What does that say?
it changes just like
What
that.
was this man screaming for love when he stood there with his knife? Or what?
I don't know. I don't know. Well, we just became friends in that moment.
Yeah.
And that's wonderful. It's wonderful not to be afraid.
Yeah, that's because you didn't bring fear to the table. If you started screaming then, and maybe then he would...
I don't know what he would have done. I really don't know. But I know what I didn't do. That's become fearful also. So I worked in prison also, and once there came this big man running up the stairs, and there was open stairs, you know, with all this metal, doom, 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 doom. And he said, "Hey, you there! Hey!" Much louder than I do now. "Hey, you there!" And it was a hot day in summer again. And instead of stepping back, I stepped towards him. And then all of a sudden, we stood with the arms so together, big man, all tattoos, you know. And I said, "What is it what you want to ask me?" And he said, "Oh, I want to ask." And it just calmed down, you know. And that moment, it wasn't on purpose that I stepped towards him. But I felt so grateful for that it just happened, that I stepped towards him. Because you know, so I just felt grateful for that.
Yeah.
And then we recognize friends. We recognize friends. And it doesn't mean that everything the people have done who are in prison is so nice. That's not, you know, it's not all nice. They are not in prison because they've done...
beautiful things, yeah.
They bought some flowers and brought it to whatever,
the mother.
You know? Yeah, exactly. But well, in prison are friends too.
I saw an interesting chapter in your book about depression. I hope I can translate it right in English. The rejection of the spark is the thing that makes you depressed.
Yes.
Because every time you see brothers without that spark, you turn down God.
Yeah.
Maybe a crappy translation,
well, but it sounds fine to me.
It struck to me when I saw this. We think that depression is something of the brain, that you miss some chemicals, or that it's born, that it's in your genes. Your father was depressed too, so you have it too. What is depression to you in these words?
It's not that you miss something in the brain, it's that you miss your essence. You miss your connection with the essence. And it doesn't mean that when you feel depressed that you are guilty. No, you are not. But are you willing? Are you? Well, I gave this. I told you about that letter. This lady who wrote the letter. You have an ego up to the ceiling in this church. So saying yes to that is one part of the story. But the next man, the day later, he said, "You are the most loving person I've ever met." So saying yes to that, are you open to say, yes, that's a possibility? And what I see is that people not often reject where other people complain about, but that they reject when they say you are a lovely person, or you are lovely, or loving, or you are love. And then, oh no, it can't be true.
Yeah.
Why can't that be true? Because there are self-hatred and self-judgment and concepts working, you know, about me and of course about you.
That's a strange thing. We often feel more comfortable when someone gives us a critic and complains than someone who comes up to us and says, "Oh man, do I love what you do."
It's a strange hobby.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a mistake. But you know, saying I'm bad, or I'm love, or I'm when we connect, when we identify with that I, there's the problem, you know, because when I say I'm totally love, and I'm aware of all the moments I'm not feeling like love, I think I am the one, but it's not this I, it's the essence that's love, and the essence appears in the I that sometimes is friendly and sometimes is aggressive, So when I say, oh, I agree on being the one who is aggressive and I agree on being the one who is friendly, there's no conflict there. So in duality, you could say that's where it you know, where peace comes in. Or, and then we say, okay, when I'm okay with this and I'm okay with that, well, I'm also okay to be the non-I love.
And that's always the case.
Even
when I just, let's name something horrible, even when I just hit a child with my car and then drove off, then I'm still, in essence, love driving the car.
Yes. I may be confused sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes, well, maybe mostly we are confused about our essence, I think. Yes.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Well, no, I don't know if it's
No?
terrible. It's just a mistake.
Okay, but it's a big mistake then.
Well, not in essence. Well, the mistake, it's a big mistake because it's a big mistake in duality, because being confused about your essence in duality gives you another experience in duality than being not confused about your essence in duality. So that's what I said, there's no good, there's no right or wrong, but this choice you make will give you another experience than that choice you make. So the A Course in Miracles says, when you have a choice, and you have a choice, then please choose for right-mindedness instead of wrong-mindedness. So because right-mindedness will give you another experience than wrong-mindedness.
Yeah.
But it doesn't say that's right, that's wrong.
So it's an opportunity.
It's an opportunity, everything.
You can choose.
Yeah, absolutely.
What kind of experience? Do you want a horror movie or do you want a romantic comedy?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And a movie, it's a good example of what our life is. It's a play, you know. It's a movie.
Yeah.
It all happens here.
And still, then comes a question up. There must be an experiencer of these experiences. Is there a watcher of the movie screen? Is God sitting in his chair looking at one day the miserable life of Mr. X?
Absolutely.
And then the lovely life of Mrs. Y. So is it all for the entertainment then, or for the or there must be a reason to it.
You just are everything. You are the watcher. You are the doer. You are the board. Or you are the world. You are everything. You are everything.
And there's
what would rest? What would when you wouldn't attach to anything? What would be left? You know.
Mm-hmm. And have you found an answer to the big question, the big why question?
Why what?
Why did this? Well, let's say it in biblical terms. The Son of God turn away from God to have his own show instead of being this infinite, boundless love all the time.
Yeah, why not? That's the answer.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, yeah, but
why cancer? Why not?
Yeah.
Why me? Why not me?
But that's not a mistake. So it's not a mistake that we started this. Because I read once, and I read also in audio courses in miracles, that, and I hope I didn't hear it wrong, you can tell me, that the world is a mistake.
Well, the world is not a mistake because it doesn't exist. So it is from the perspective of duality, you could say there are mistakes in the world, but there are only mistakes in the world because there are concepts and there are judgments and so on. But it's all not true. It's not your reality. It's not your reality. So when you think it's a mistake, then this is a mistake. Thinking it's a mistake. Yeah. So the mistake thing covers everything.
Yeah.
It's just a mistake. It's a game and it's a mistake. It's a game, and as long as we play the game, there's no problem. As long as we say, okay, we are the field on which we play the game. We are the puppets who play the game. We are the ball. We are the goal. We are the spectators.
Stadium.
Yeah, we are it all. We just are it all, and we are the butterfly who flies over the game. You know, by the ball. We are just everything.
So we have to pretend to have fun, or we have to pretend to even have a game.
You don't have to pretend anything. And by the way, you always pretend, but you think it's true. That's the problem. Yeah. We always pretend and we think it's true, and that's the problem. It's wonderful to play the game, and it's a problem when you take it serious. There's never a problem when you don't take the game serious.
Yeah.
When you just play the game, and well, then you can have fun about the game, and it doesn't mean that it never hurts, because the game hurts.
Yeah.
Sometimes. And the hurt is mostly connected on the ideas we have about how to play the game and what the rules of the game are.
Yeah.
Because I have my rules, but I can assure you, my mother has different rules.
Yeah.
And then I get born there, and my mother said, do this. I said, no. And then the next one comes and do that. No. You know?
Yeah.
Or we say, yes, we do, until we say no. Yeah. But when we don't take it serious, there's no problem. Then we play the game, and then the rules change, and we play another game, and we change the rules, and we play another game.
And does this game have any winners or losers else?
Only in the mind.
It's an ongoing game. It will not end.
Well, it ends not on the outside, it ends on the inside. The game ends on the moment you don't feed it anymore. And then when you just are, well, you play the game, but you don't attach to it. You don't attach to the roles, you don't attach to the rules, you don't, because, and that's where it changes and it changes and it changes, and it's no problem, you know. You just, it's like you go with the wind, you know. You just,
yeah, effortless.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
more life, effortless.
And final question, because we have been talking for almost an hour again. Time flies when you're having fun. A Course in Miracles is not named A Course in Miracles for no reason. What kind of miracles does this course teach me? Just one, and it doesn't teach you, it invites you to he says the miracle is a change in perception. A change in perception. And it's not a change in perception out there, it is an inner change in perception. It is when you shift from the focus on fear to the focus on love, and that is the miracle. And it is possible. Mostly we think it's not possible when we are fearful. That's what it is, you know. But it's possible. Fear can disappear like that, just like darkness when you put a light on. And when you put a light on, the inner light on, you see that fear disappears. You can't even remember how you made it. It just disappears. Yeah. When you feel fear, do you do anything wrong? No. Are you guilty when you feel fear, experience fear? No. That's not what it's about. But beyond, beneath this fear, there are thoughts you believe. And with these thoughts, you frighten yourself. I once heard somebody say, there is no darkness, there's only absence of light. Is that what they mean by saying there is no fear, there's only absence of love? No, there's never absence of love. And there's absence of love
in illusion. There's absence of love in quasi reality, but there is no absence of love. And that's the wonderful thing. That's why we don't have to learn love, we don't have to learn light, we just have to find out what we use to cover it.
Yeah.
And there's no absence of love. Love is totally present,
Yeah.
always.
Always the case, everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
In everyone, it's always totally present. Even if people themselves are not aware of it. So what can you do for people that is when you want to be when you want to do something for someone, what can you do? That's being aware of the wholeness of the wholeness of the one you are sitting with. Being aware of the love the person is.
So you don't see any mistakes in that man or woman.
I would say don't focus on the mistakes, focus on the love.
Yeah.
So just appreciate everybody you meet. Everybody. Just appreciate them.
I'm gonna try it.
Yes.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, that will change your life.
Yeah.
Because you will be sitting with friends always. And it's good to be with friends.
Yeah. Okay, one practical question. Do you talk about this? You talk about this in Dutch. You give this group in the south of Holland. Are you open to invitations to come and talk about this in other countries, or?
Absolutely.
Yeah. You can find all information on the website.
Yes.
Thanks again, Els, for this lovely talk.
Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah. Sitting here in Lelystad for a second talk with Karen Visser. The first talk we did was through the mobile phone on Apple FaceTime or audio. To talk about, first of all, the Headless Cafe. Can you tell us something about that? What is that and what do you do?
Well, I called it a Headless Cafe because I liked the name. It was unpretentious. It is unpretentious, and it's all about philosophy of Douglas Harding. And then actually, when I say philosophy, I don't mean philosophy, because what I like in this approach, so to say, is the practical part. It are the experiments. It are crazy, infantile or childish experiments that we do ourselves, and that can show you reality as it is. It's very hard to tell another person about what reality is. Actually impossible by nature, because one can only see it for himself. And these experiments that Douglas Harding developed, they are just fantastic because you can't miss them. It's like an attention of focus. You just use your own senses, your own clear seeing, nothing mystical or anything supernatural or whatever. And you just see for yourself what reality is, and that's, how to express it. It's just this moment, this experience, and this space that I am, in which everything is happening at this moment, at every moment.
And why is it called the Headless Way? Because you make use of the head?
No, it's the other way around. What he discovered in his early 30s was that actually, when he looked from his own perspective, and that applies to all of us, is that I can't see my own head or my own face. And instead, if I really look down now, I see this body appearing from my shoulders and my breast down to my arms and my leg. It's actually created for videoing because I can show it. This is all that I see of myself. I don't see my face. Of course, I think that I have a face because I've seen it in the mirror. Other people confirm me constantly. Oh, you look a bit white. Or are you feeling well? Your hair doesn't look so good today. Or, all the the constant, my whole life, I've had these messages about how I look, you're a girl, you're, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Or, but the reality is, I've never seen it myself, unless in a reflection, in the water there when it's still, or in a mirror,
Or a picture. Yeah.
or a picture, or a picture.
And what does that imply? What does that say to me, that I can't see my head or face?
Well, nothing, of course, at first. But when you're going to think about it, okay, I see nothing here, and it even gets confirmed, for example, when from my perspective, I mean, it's not from the camera's perspective, because there you see a woman with a face and an arm that's just doing like this. But if you who are watching this would do it with me, then I can't, even the top of my fingers are now disappearing, my hand, my whole arm into, I don't know how to call this space, because it's really, well, nothing is even a word. I have no idea. It just disappears and it comes out again.
Yeah.
But this emptiness or this spaciousness or this borderless, because also I can't see the ends of it, nor here, nor here, nor here, this space, everything appears in it. You appear in it right now, this room appears in it, and actually every moment, my whole life, appears in it, comes from my body, sort of vents out into this room, beyond the walls, into the garden, whatever is the situation at that moment, and that's always the case. So this nothing here contains everything. And that is my true nature from my own perspective.
Yeah.
Not from your perspective if you look at me,
Mm-hmm.
but from my own perspective. And then I'm starting to understand the mystics who talked about everything and nothing, and everything suddenly starts to make sense.
Make sense to...
To me, about what I truly am.
Mm-hmm.
That here at heart I'm empty of everything, and everything comes from there, appears from there, and whatever I think I am, my appearance that I've sort of adopted because people have confirmed me my whole life that I am this girl, this woman, this young woman, this old woman, well, whatever they confirmed me on, is an image in my own mind. Is een aanname in Dutch.
Assumption.
Assumption. It's
Yeah.
an assumption. I can't prove it at this moment that I have a face or a head. I can say, well, you know, I see a pinkish thing here, that's my nose,
You
so
can
I
touch
have
it.
a face.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So let's touch it and see what actually, if I can actually say, honestly, I'm touching my cheek now.
Yeah.
Well, you will confirm it.
Yeah.
But if I do it for myself, I just feel a sensation. And I have no idea what it is. And if I touch here, I feel another sensation in another spot, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But if I am touching my forehead, that's a whole image, a fantasy in my mind, because I can't know it for sure. For me.
Yeah. And does that bring peace immediately, or?
To me it does. I can't say if it did immediately, but it explains all the stresses of my life for a great deal, for example at work, because I'm supposed to be there somebody. So I feel the stress from actually this nothingness that has to come up with a certain personality that fits in the work circumstances. And for example now this interview situation, I'm again supposed to be somebody who, well, now talks about the headless approach. And so there are constantly situations where I'm supposed to be somebody, but when I have a look here, I can't find anything. So that's stressy. But when I go back here, so for example, when I work with disabled people, so sometimes or often that's a stressful or really intense situation. When I go back, I just do this and I think, oh my God,
Yeah.
I'm empty at my heart. I'm empty at my center. There's nothing there, and that's who I truly am. There's nothingness here.
So being someone is always stressful.
I think so, because in a way, for yourself, you have to make it up. You get confirmed from the outside,
Yeah.
like you did well or you did not well.
Yeah.
But it's not a natural situation for me. I've learned to be this woman, whatever is appropriate in the situation, or I find appropriate. But for me, at my heart, I'm not it. For me, this woman, Karin, who others say I am, I see her in the mirror, and I can adopt and take on that image, knowing that everybody sees it except me. But she's there, is she? She's actually always in the mirror a meter away, or further if I see myself from top till foot, head to toe. They say in English.
Yeah. So what happens then when we are asleep? Well, we take on another persona. I can be Napoleon, for example, in a dream.
Yeah.
Does that also say that in essence I am nothing, just trying to be something, or?
I don't know. Harding has never talked much about dreaming and all those things. He just say the consciousness is uninterrupted, because you could go from the daily consciousness, like now I'm here, nothing, but in my consciousness I'm also this woman, because she is present here and I see part of my body here. And then in a dream I'm something else. And then I wake up again so seamlessly. You become from Patrick Napoleon back to Patrick.
Yeah, for me it's a validation of what you are saying, that there is not one version of me.
No.
Which is constant, and because already the version of Patrick 10 years ago was a whole different ball game than what is going on right now. That's true. And it's true at every level, because at the cellular level that's true as well. Yeah. So this whole appearance is in a constant change, whether it's very slowly or it's a bit faster. And in my head, in my fantasy, I say, well, I'm this woman, and I'm a constant, but it's actually not true. Yeah. That I am a constant, but because everything is changing, and that explains to me the stressfulness of life. Because in reality, if there isn't a constant in appearances, and I tell myself, there has to be a constant, because that's what I'm clinging to. I'm this woman. This is my character, this is my passport, this is who I am. Wow, then you're in for a good amount of pressure. Yeah. And you have to get Botoxed to stay the same.
To stay the same, and that seems to make you depressed. They've recently found out, so then you have to deal with that, and God, goes on and on and on. Yeah.
So when you invite people to come over here, could we call that a satsang, or is it different?
No. In the satsang, how I see it, at least, is that there's somebody who pretends to know it, or has a certain energy that he wants or she wants to share with others, and that's not my intention at all.
No.
I have the experiments that I've done a few times more than the other people, so I'm inviting them straight away to join in and do them together, and then we go. Well, actually, you can't miss it, the outcome from these experiments, because they're designed to very, in a simple way, see how things are, and then we start to talk about it, because everybody interprets that from their own life and their own situation and their own specific viewpoint and expression, and that's so beautiful, because what you would see or what would stand out for you is something else as what should stand out for me or stands out for me. So I can learn from you, and you maybe learn from me, and so it's a very inspired situation where we all share our views and our discoveries from these experiments, and I love it. I really love that. Yeah.
Totally equal. So
equal, absolutely.
you're not
As
the teacher.
reality is equal, because I can't know it more than you do. The moment you see it, we know the same thing. Even if I've seen it 300 times already and you see it for the first time, actually, what I've come to learn over the years, your expression of it is way more beautiful than mine. Because for you it's a total surprise if you would do it the first time. So I'm tremendously enjoying people who are new and are so amazed at their own discoveries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what kind of people come and visit you? Are those people who hit rock bottom, or are it people who are very successful and know that is not the end or not the thing to get?
A little bit of everything. Sometimes new people, but I think a lot of people come who have been on a specific path already for a long time, and in the end weren't happy about it because it didn't bring them what they were looking for. And I've thought about it a lot actually, because myself, I've also been a long-term intense studier on a few paths, and stopped at it after a number of years because I wasn't. There were still doubts. I felt I'm clearly going in the wrong way, or this specific training or meditation or learning situation doesn't bring me any more than I'm feeling I'm on the same spot all the time, and but only, and that's why I'm offering this Harding approach, only this Harding way, which is so simple and so ridiculous. All the doubt disappears. I thought, well, this is it. I've always been it. Actually, this whole seeking journey is rather ridiculous, because you end up with nothing. But this time it's how shall I say it? Really a proven nothing. I've really looked everywhere, and now I know for sure I am this emptiness in which everything appears every moment. I'm always here for myself. Wherever I go, the world moves with me, and it's always changing. And that's just the nature of the whole game. This body changes, these hands, I've seen these hands changing over the years. When I look in the mirror, I see this face changing, getting wrinkles and
grey hair.
Not so much yet,
Okay.
but it will come.
Yeah.
It will come, doubtless. And and that will change, that personality. But this at heart, this emptiness, actually, this consciousness is still has been there as long as I remember.
And has never changed.
The consciousness itself, no. But what it was conscious of, yes. Yes.
That's a good
Yes.
distinguish.
Yes. Yes. I've had lots of desperation in my life. What is this life? Who am I? Well, not in that form, the question not in that form, but how am I supposed to be in this drama of life? What is death? I wanted to know what is God.
Mm-hmm.
I've been brought up without any religion, so I went on a search pretty quickly as a child already. And I mean, if you're a human being and you have a curiosity, you're seriously curious about what this all is, then you want to know. So where do you go after you've explored your career, have explored having a family and bringing up children. Well, I started already before that, but you know, I sort of got the two together as far as that went. Being on a spiritual journey and trying to be an ordinary mom. And of course your kids don't want you to be a special meditator or anything, they just want you to be mom. And so yeah, and then in the end I just wanted to know, so I'm really happy. I'm at last, after 3 decades, I've unraveled the puzzle, and I think this is it.
Yeah.
And this is nothing glorious, this is nothing special, this is totally ordinary, this applies to every other human being.
And even other creatures, animals.
Animals, the
Yeah.
plants here, my cats, everything.
Yeah.
And the people on the bus that I see probably are not very aware of who they are in their center. And nevertheless, I know that they're, well, to say it a bit holy, a divine expression as well.
So you're not going around being the enlightened woman from Lelystad?
That would be a big joke here.
Yeah, but you could make a lot of money by being that and opening a big mansion here.
It would be taking on another personality, would it? But this time a spiritual personality.
Yeah.
And I must say, I have done that a bit in the past. There were years that first of all, I was convinced the only thing that you could do with having more clarity was to become a teacher yourself and get students and so on. So I did it for a few years, but it was not satisfying at all.
No.
And I find it a lot of pressure again. And then the second thing is, it's not true. It's simply not true.
But does it serve a purpose?
What I think serves a purpose is if you share with somebody else a way that they can see for themselves. And they shouldn't trust me on my word. Also, that mistake I've made myself. I've trusted a teacher on his word, even though I didn't understand much of it. I took years to sort of decipher the messages, and really had a lot of investment in it, money-wise and love-wise and personal
devotion to it.
Devotion, yeah. It brought me nothing, and that's one of the hardest lessons I've learned. That
it's not necessary.
I don't know that. Maybe for me, if I think this has been a positive lesson in my life, I've learned for once and for all, you can't get it from another person. You have to see for yourself.
Yeah.
You have to see for yourself. Nobody else can tell you who you are. Because in the end, if you, well, je hand in vuur steken, they say in Dutch, it means stick your hand in the fire. So, you know, you really am absolutely sure about something. Nobody else can tell you that, because there's always a bit of doubt.
Yeah.
You can take it in for a long, long time and you know, repeat the words of the master and even start to believe it yourself if you've gone long enough with it. But in the end, you can't say it for sure.
Yeah.
And the whole quest for truth or clarity or what this life is, if there's the slightest bit of doubt, it's not finished. It's only finished when you really can say for yourself, okay, this is it. And, and again, that's pretty sobering.
Yeah.
Because it's absolutely ordinary.
Nothing special about that.
No, you become the most normal human being on earth.
Yeah.
And there's nothing to brag about, there's nothing to pat your own shoulder for. There's nobody who... well, again, I can, you know, put on, well, we joked about the white sheet here and,
Yeah.
and the flower.
Yeah.
And say, oh, I
Yeah.
have something to
Say
say.
namaste.
Namaste
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
so on. And definitely it will serve a purpose. And I've learned a lot from my teachers, but in the end it was me who saw for myself just the most basic reality of every moment, and that's it.
Yeah.
And it will stay like that.
And can you taste, let's say, in other people if they found that or not? Can you, or can it be checked? Can you say, oh, well, that's someone who saw it, he didn't see it, she saw it?
Not really, because again, it's not in appearance, isn't it? But when I have a communication with somebody, either by email or by, for real, by phone, there are sentences that I think, I'm not sure. It's kinder to say, I think this is a young person on the road. This person had just their first oneness experience, or that they're bigger than their body and are fully, overwhelmed by it, and thank the Lord and everything. And then I know it will change, because it's not about experiences. The experiences come and go. And it's guaranteed that from the highest bliss you tumble down either quickly or after a while, and into the opposite, which is mostly pretty nasty or depressed or whatever. And so you see the other side.
Yeah.
Because this world that appears in this consciousness is constantly changing. And it's not that because I've seen it now, suddenly the whole world is on the sunny side of the street forever.
No.
It's not true. The whole spectrum still plays its part. It's just what the world is made of. So also I am depressed, and I have my moments that I don't like it all, but I must say, since I know I am at heart here this empty thing in which everything is appearing, and I know it will go, and also the beautiful times will go, it's a lot better. It's really a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called self-inquiry. Here in Holland we have a magazine about self-inquiry. It's called Inzicht, Insight.
Yeah.
And you just started a new job as the editor-in-chief of this, call it magazine.
Yes.
It's 4 times a year.
Yes.
And what do people get out of this magazine? Is it just...
I have no idea, I tell you. I have no idea.
Is it just for fun? For me, it's a purpose. It's a nice read. I get new people I'm interested in for interviews, and but as you just said, you cannot give this to someone else.
No.
So is this just a pointer, or what can we say about it?
I don't know. I also think that with my getting the job, actually, it's very nice, because the editor group has been men up till now.
Yeah.
And I'm not the youngest editor now. There's another younger editor, a little bit, but I'm the first female, and I'm straight away chief editor. So also for me it was a bit like clawing.
Yeah.
Okay, I hadn't voted for this, but clearly it's how. I mean, it just went like that. It's one of those things.
So is it now going to be printed on pink paper? The female version of Insight? No.
No, but the other editors already make jokes about my slightly different choices, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
What I like for it, and of course we'll see how that applies to other people if they like it too, because then hopefully more people would take a subscription or buy it.
Yeah.
What I like is if it would be an inspiration for everybody on the path. So for young seekers, people who start to seek, and they're looking for some pointers or guidelines. So there definitely should be articles that are giving information. Then, of course, for the people who are on the path forever and have read all the Ramana and Nisargadatta books, for them there should be articles maybe of another not yet translated little bit from a book somewhere, and that's mainly one or two of my fellow editors who know all of that, so they make sure that's in it too. And then I like for myself a lot that people, there are articles of writers who say how it inspires their life, because once we see, and there are many more people now who see who they are than 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago. Then it was still very exclusive, but now, you know, so many people just know who they are and they keep living.
Yeah.
So how does this express in a life? And that's what fascinates me. How does it express in your life? And how can I learn from you? And so that's a lot of articles that I give a yes to. That's just somebody who knows, or he or she knows who they are. They've lived it for a considerable amount of time, and they're telling what it did for them in their lives.
Yeah.
And because that's, in the end, I assume that's what it is for, isn't it? Seeing who you are, and then because you're still alive to go, so what change does it make? If you realize you're one with everything and everybody else, how does it affect you? Do you still make the same choices as you made when you didn't know it?
Yeah.
So that's my special interest, and I thought about it because also here my fellow editors were a bit jokey about it. I thought maybe that's being a woman in body, of course, not in
essence,
not in essence, because women are embodying more naturally maybe than men at first. I don't know, it's not a general rule or anything. So maybe a woman would be more interested in exchanging with others. How does it work out in our lives, in each other's lives?
Yeah. Sounds interesting.
It does,
Yeah.
yeah.
And it's not the first thing you do on paper, because next to you is laying the book, The Freedom to Love. Could we, could we call it, is it an autobiography of Catherine Harding, or is it more than that?
She should be mad if I said it was an autobiography, because it meant she had written it herself.
Yeah.
But she made me clearly state this was not her idea, but it was mine.
Why was that? Well, why did you want to write a book about, for people who don't know, it's the late wife of Douglas Harding.
Yes.
Catherine Harding.
She's not yet dead, but he is dead.
Yeah.
So it's the widow.
How do you call it? The widow, yeah.
The widow of Douglas Harding, yeah. I met her and she was fascinating to me. To me she was an embodiment of the whole headless approach. Of somebody who knows who she is, who is totally humble in it, who had a life with many ups and downs, so not a privileged life at all. Many children, been a single mom, a very difficult first husband, has always been drawn to do good works for the world. A teacher, and then she met Douglas Harding when she was in her late 50s and he was in his 80s.
Oh.
So that's also rather special. And then they traveled the world, and then of course he died. And the way she could tell about it so freely and so, not withholding anything. She is a very good storyteller. So that combination, I thought, here's finally a woman who knows who she is not going to sit on a pedestal. is has been through many challenges that women can have in their life, and yet she's this shiny being, and I can just sit beside her and we can have a conversation. And nobody else seemed to have the idea to start writing about her. And I mean, she's in her 80s, so
Yeah.
it was a bit now or never. And I liked her, and I asked her, and she wasn't very keen at first.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Because she said it was against seeing. This book would glorify her personal life, and seeing is not to glorify anything. So even halfway the book, when I worked on it already for a year, she called me and said, "Oh, Karen, oh, it's dreadful, but we can't proceed with the project. I'm so sorry,
Yeah.
I'm really so sorry, we have to stop it." And then, well...
With the French accent, she told you to...
Yeah, we had to stop it. And I said, "Yeah, but why?" And then she said, "Well, it's against the principles of seeing, and it would be against everything I stand for, and so on." And by then, of course, I knew already so much about her with her own words, so I could contradict it with her own words. So at the end of a long phone call, she said, "Well, okay then."
Yeah.
Okay then.
And has she have regrets afterwards, or was she pleased with the...
She still finds it a bit
Yeah.
difficult, yeah, that it's all out there, and people from the Headless approach, but also I hope many other people. This book is an inspiration, because not only it's about her life, but it's about her vision, and also at the end there are some experiments.
And it has the subtitle. The subtitle is called...
The Life and Vision of Catherine Harding.
Is it also about Douglas, or...
And I made it a point not to be about Douglas, because there are more books about Douglas.
Yeah.
So if you want to know that, just read one of those books or go on the internet. I really wanted this book to be about her.
Yeah.
About her, a woman, written by a woman, and well, inspiration for everybody, but also especially for women. Why? Because there are so many books for men, by men.
Yeah.
And if I can generalize, there's so much sometimes about concepts and thinking. And as I said, I think before, by nature, if you are, have a female body, maybe embodiment of the whole thing comes more easily, and there are slight differences in how it works out in general, spoken in general. There's for example, I'm not so ambitious myself about
Presenting Karen to the world.
Yeah.
No.
But when I do, when there's a workshop here, every day, every time I do it, I notice I so much enjoy it. Yeah.
So this is a necessary evil to get more people to come and visit you, maybe, or does it feel like that?
Well, there's a little cloying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a bit about. I'm conditioned. My character is more. I like to sit in the back row.
Yeah.
But now I can see I've become a seasoned person, maybe because I've spent so many years on my spiritual journey, and have gone through so much experience that I also feel it may be a little bit of my responsibility to share some of that.
Yeah.
For whoever wants to hear it, and who doesn't want, well, fine. Or, if somebody's more interested in somebody who offers a really a long-term thing, like you can meditate for 10, 20 years and gradually you will get from one stage to the other. well, don't come to me because it's pretty sobering.
Yeah.
This is it, and what you do with it is up to you. Or somebody, you know, a more devotional type who wants to adore a teacher and learn from a beautiful presence. Well, that's fine too.
That's not your way.
From my own experience, I would say it hasn't brought me anything.
No.
Yeah.
Is that the reason why there are so many more men talking about this on a stage than women, that maybe men use it to still make something bigger out of themselves? Or how do you explain that there's more male teachers than female teachers?
I don't know. I can only say, I really don't know. I do feel the temptation. For example, we were in Malaysia, Amarnath, my boyfriend, and I, because he has been teaching there, and we taught together, gave a workshop together, and they're very devotional there, and it's so tempting. It's really, if you are a spiritual teacher, you take that role on you. You really, I hope for the person, you learn how to deal with that temptation that other people project on you constantly, that you are very special and so much more than they are. Because if that would go on a long-term thing, I've seen not so good things come from it. There's a row of spiritual teachers that have gone slightly off.
Yeah.
And lately they are exposed, and that's a good thing. Yeah.
They misuse their position on a stage or in a group.
Yeah.
To get sex or to get money or whatever.
Yeah, or a slight form of violence even. Yeah.
That's an interesting thing you mention. You are in a relationship with someone who's also has seen this or does this practice. How is it for someone who is in a relationship with another person who is totally not interested in this? Can that easily grow apart, or has to be? How does that work? Have you seen relationships fail because of someone getting into this, or?
Well, my own marriage failed because of it.
Yeah.
So I can only speak for myself, of course. Yeah, my ex-husband was at first interested, and then when I really got the hang of it, for me the sky was the limit. For him, clearly it had been enough.
So how come?
I don't know.
But you never asked him, did he get scared? Or what do you think the explanation is? Do people get scared?
I think so. Because after all, everything you believe in yourself you are is at risk, isn't it? Also physically, when I was in the clarity process for a long time, and there we did very deep relaxations where you don't feel your body anymore. I know from a lot of my fellow practitioners that they got really scared there. They felt like they were completely disappearing, and I loved it. I loved it to come to a very subtle stage where I remember once I just felt the blood flowing through my veins, and after all it's a fantastic experience, but it goes, because as any experience it's just temporarily. But it's a scary thing also, even in the headless approach, that's so I think safe, when people really think, there's nothing here. They're sort of shocked, some of them. But who am I then? Well, that's a good question, of course. Yeah, who am I then, or what am I? If I can discover nothing here. And so you have to figure it out anew. What is the relation to this empty space and this person that I seem to be in the world? And then I found out it's not a clash at all. They're not in contradiction. It's a very paradoxical game. invented by I don't know what. But it's for me it's a relief, and I've heard that more often. That for others it's a relief.
And is that because your life was so, quote unquote, miserable? Or was it just a normal, ordinary, happy life, and it still was a relief that that was not who you
are? Yeah, I wouldn't label my life as a miserable life. I would just say that somebody who wants to know these things and has a tendency to really want to find out, you go maybe a bit longer in situations that are not so good for you than another person would do. I've lost your question. Can you say it again?
Yeah, well, I was just thinking about when my life is like, well, it's not really 100% perfect, but I have the good car, I have the nice wife, I have the good food. Are you then less willing to give that up than someone who has maybe not so good life?
It seems so. Many people start their seeking path through a crisis.
Yeah.
I did too, at 28, the classical age for a crisis. So it all went according to the book. So a crisis of some nature, either health-wise or your marriage or relationship or
family member dies
or God, is in that way.
Yeah.
And also I think this is maybe not for everybody. I'm just guessing here because I don't know, but I think maybe there is something in a person, in the character or the conditioning or something that this person really wants to know, and other persons are satisfied with not wanting to know. But I wouldn't say that it necessarily leads to less suffering for them, because I see so-called normal people suffer a lot in their lives. They have a relative good job and a marriage, but there are so many things they don't get, and they have all this stress and moods, and
drink a lot.
They drink a lot, or other unhealthy things, and then I think for myself, I think, oh, how helpful or fruitful it would for you to go on a little investigation, but I wouldn't suggest it unless somebody would be really specific. Because I'm not a missionary or anything. And most of my friends or people that I meet, they know what I'm doing. So if they have some interest,
they can
just ask.
Yeah. There are some teachers who say, without a crisis, no awakening. So you need that crisis, or a burnout or whatever. That's the moment of opening.
Yeah.
They tell you, congratulations with your burnout. Welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome to the club, or
or even Jung, I think, said it opened the champagne, or Freud, Jung, I think.
Yeah.
Somebody really at the bottom.
That could be a relief when someone tells you that, because in the society, when someone has a burnout, don't talk about it. Don't say, he's like you're contaminated.
Yeah, exactly. Something has gone terribly wrong.
Oh, he's not okay.
Yeah. But burnouts are part of life. Burnouts are simply part of life. Then, something has been too intense or not good for your health or your mental health. So actually that's on another level. But it can lead to investigation of what can't suffer from a burnout. Never.
For me, it was a relationship crisis in, let's say, 2004 or so. That's when the pain became so big. I had to find Eckhart Tolle and books, and then some relief came. I thought, hey, that's interesting. So backwards, I can say thank you for that relationship crisis, because if I was still with the same girl and we had 2 children, maybe I never got in touch with this fire, or whatever you want to call it.
I know. For me too, when I look over my life, I can I think I can honestly say I'm thankful for everything. Because every moment, no matter how miserable it was, or how painful, or how much I not would want that for somebody else, every moment has learned me something. Yeah.
It's like,
also the moments I deeply regret,
yeah.
like having been nasty to my kids. Think, oh, if I would do now again, I would be a much wiser parent. But even those moments have taught me something. Yeah. And of course, I apologize to my kids for the years after. They say, "Ma, what are you talking about?"
Yeah. It's like the English pop group The Tremolos sang, "Even the bad times are good."
Yeah, not at the moment that they're happening, of course.
Yeah, but in
the long
hindsight.
Yeah, in hindsight. Yeah.
Okay, we are approaching the end of our little talk. Can you give us some practical information? How many times a month or a year do you organize the Headless, or do you still call it the Headless Cafe or not?
Yeah, I do.
And how many times a year?
Not so often this lately, because I'm very busy now also with my new job as the chief editor. And I have another job with the disabled people.
Yeah.
And also I notice, strangely, that for some people this headless approach isn't very attractive because it doesn't seem to offer a lot. People are more interested in hocus pocus and
7 steps to enlightenment.
7 steps to enlightenment. You'll be happy if you get somewhere in 20 years.
Yeah.
And or create charisma from a teacher.
But still, it's a practice. I can imagine that people are interested because it is a kind of practice.
It is a practice,
yeah.
and the practice is super simple because you just show yourself a few times a day or even a few times a week what the reality is from your own perspective, your, how do you say it, singular first person perspective, and that's it. And as you talked about peace, for me, gradually over time, that started to make a difference because the mind, also I noticed my mind picked it up. Because my mind, of course, is conditioned over my whole life to think I'm a person. So that mind needs it's helpful to have a practice.
The mind needs training.
Not training, I would say reminders. Reminders. So the mind is so helpful, and the mind is such a great instrument.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of saying, "Oh, it's all the fault of the mind."
It wants to serve you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you feed it the right things, if
Yeah.
you feed it reality, it will get it. And now my mind, when I'm not aware, sometimes reminds me it's the other way around.
Reminds you. Yeah.
It reminds me.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So in this, and it's so, I mean, it's a bit end of the line, this approach, but I would say it's a good end of the line because you see what you are, you see who you are, and that's the beginning of the new phase. And the new phase I would call is how does it apply to my life? So if you then remind yourself through these very easy, funny things as often as you want to, then guarantee there will be shifts in your life, small shifts, just another answer to another person or another little insight, and it does deepen, even though there's nothing to deepen, but somehow it sinks in this whole system deeper and life becomes much more enjoyable.
Oh, great. And is it expensive to come and visit you?
No, I charge €50 for a day workshop. I would say it's affordable for everybody.
Yeah.
If somebody's really edible. I've also invited people when I knew they were in a difficult financial situation. Yeah.
And can we expect more articles about the Headless Way now in Inside Magazine?
Well, in the next one, because Douglas Harding is dead 10 years. He died in 2007. So in my first issue that I've run myself, I'm honoring it. So there will be a few articles about him.
And are you interested in people who write about this? Can they email you their articles, or do you say, "I get so much articles, stop"?
Well, if somebody has an idea for an article, yeah, they can always email me through Inzicht, through the magazine, the redactie. And of course there are only 64 pages in every issue, and every issue has a theme. So I've only room for so much, so I choose the best, what I think is the best. And the best variety for all the readers.
Yeah.
So there's no guarantee it comes in it, but if you think you have something to say, write a short article. That's a good suggestion, short.
Yeah.
If you write a short article, there's more chance.
The more chance you get in, yeah. And from my perspective, I have to say it's a great magazine, and it's only 25 euros per year for four magazines you get in the bus. So for people who are interested in this, and it's a Dutch magazine for.
Yeah, it's Dutch. Yeah.
So if you Google,
and it's beautiful. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, it's a color. And it's good paper, and it's for me. It doesn't matter if it's a magazine of 2 years ago or a month ago. It's timeless. So it's like little booklets you can put in the shelf and read in 5 years, and it's still actual. It's not about Trump or Putin or Erdogan. It's about who we are.
Yes.
So it will never become old.
No.
It's always fresh and new.
No. That's true.
It's the only magazine that doesn't wear off, or doesn't get old. Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely.
That's how it feels for me.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too
for the nice cappuccino and the great talk, and hope to talk to you again sometime.
Okay, thanks, Patrick.
Thanks. Sitting here with Rani Willems. Welcome back to Holland. You are mostly in other countries talking about all these beautiful things.
It's true.
Can you tell us something about your first name, Rani? Was it given to you by a teacher, or is it your original name?
Rani was given to me by Osho in 1981, and it became like my name. No? And then later in 2000 I met Amma.
Mother Amma?
Yeah. And I became like a devotee of Amma, as they call the disciples there. And then I asked Amma if she could give me the same name. But she cracked up and she said, okay, Rani.
And does it have a specific meaning?
It means queen. Queen of... Rani itself means queen, and the full name is Prem Rani, this is Queen of Love.
Oh, nice. It's a not so bad name to have.
In the beginning I didn't like it at all, because
No?
I felt like that was something so big to live up to. You know? That's
Yeah.
like...
Did Osho give an explaining when he gave you this name?
No, I didn't get it from him directly.
Okay. Yeah.
But he said something very beautiful, which maybe fits to this moment. He said, you know, what in the letter that I received, he said, now be an individual. Dare to be yourself, even if nobody agrees. Dare to have something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Dare to have your own direct experience and live accordingly.
I read somewhere that you were not a sannyasin, but a neo-sannyasin in the time when you were with Osho. Can you tell the difference?
You know, Osho, how to say that in English? No, Osho liked to
Fool around.
No, also Osho liked to throw over all these holy principles and holy ideas, and he said the old sannyasin is one who renounces life. Yeah? The old sannyasin traditionally goes in the orange robe and then goes begging in the street and has nothing. And he said, I want my sannyasins to live in the world and have everything and not be renunciate, and that's why he called it neo-Sanya.
Ah, yeah. You did a lot of work in India, also gave satsang. You were a therapist. Can you tell us in a couple of sentences why India had to be left? Why come back to the West? Because India is such a rich and cultural environment.
That's a very mundane reason. I was so unhealthy. The dry climate of India and all the poison that you eat every time. I had so many poisonings, like DDT poisoning I had amoebas in the joints, I had arsenic poisoning in the brain. I didn't know, I found out when I was here.
Yeah.
So I was very unhealthy. And then one of my healers in Holland said, if you stay in India, I stop treating you.
Oh.
And it was, that was the first most practical thing. Then the other thing was that I also felt like I need to bring back to the West the gifts that I received. That really, that was one. And then there was also something very simple, I always worked for free, I didn't have any money. I was 50 years old and I thought, maybe time to get a little organized.
Yeah.
No? Get a health insurance, get a tax number, And in the beginning that was very strange for me to ask money for my work and keep it. Because I was so used to work for the ashram.
And did it feel like, did it bring guilt, or what did it bring when people gave you money for your treatment or for your talks?
It was unusual. I liked very much the freedom that working for free gave. The ashram took care of me and I worked. So it could be really working out of the love for the work, out of overflow, and not. I struggled a bit with that sense at some point here in the West that I needed the money.
Yeah.
And that didn't feel so nice, and yet I learned so much from it.
Yeah, what did you learn?
There's so much to say, There's so much to say. What I discovered over the years, of coming back to Europe, which was really, really difficult. Coming back to Europe after 17 years in India, in this easygoing, and not a, I was taken care of. I had no worldly concerns. We didn't even have telephone.
Just in the moment.
So it was easy and slow, even though I felt always like I worked a lot in India, but it was slow. And then coming here with such a harsh reality, a pretty harsh reality, and having to have a house, a place to live, rent to pay, so much money, so much insurance, so much money needed for just the very basics.
Mm-hmm.
So that was hard. What was your question again?
We're talking about if the money you got from people, if it gave you what it did with you.
It was like the fact that to have to work in order to get the money. But what I learned through it is how much I had split off while I was in India and my whole life, the worldly from the spiritual. I didn't want to have anything to do with money. I didn't want to have anything to do with the world. I was a dropout. I wanted to be free.
Yeah.
And then I also realized, which was quite a shock, to realize that I had used meditation as an escape.
From the world.
Yeah, as an escape from my pain, from the world, from everything. And I was a meditator. So that was quite of a shock. And now that I look back, I think it was the most important thing that I could have done coming back from India to the West, because I needed to heal that split, which, by the way, I perceive as a split that continues in the spiritual teachings.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel that it continues also in the Advaita teachings. It's no, the absolute, that's it. And all the rest is just duality. No. But what I discovered for myself is that everything is holy. Not in a poetical sense, no? But that the dual is just as valuable, just as important for creation, important for evolution. That is just as important as the spirit.
Yeah. Nothing higher and lower.
Yeah, but truly not. Yeah, so that means embracing everything. And I know the words, they sound the same as the ones I said 15 years ago, but when now I say embracing everything, then it's like all the pain, all the struggle, all the neediness, all, everything, the whole human condition.
Is that maybe why Advaita is becoming so popular over in the West? Because it looks like it gives you an exit from the...
I think so.
Yeah, for me also in the beginning, it looks, here there's a lot of shit. I take the right door to the Advaita world.
And the awakening, you know that most probably, but the awakening, because it's such a grand experience, right? It's so grand, you're like, everything gone, everything dissolved. It's grand, and it's so liberating that it's one of the greatest traps on the journey. And it's interesting, I found it only years later, I remember, for example, Zen saying, okay, first there's the small I, the ego I, then you start to do some spiritual work, some psychological work, and they call it karma I. You discover that, your actions, they have a place in the whole. Then you come to the absolute, you awaken to non-I. And this is like so tempting that most people stay there. And really difficult to move from non-I, this is Zen, no? This is not my language, from non-I to free I. And then free I is another trap, free I. But then you have to come back to ordinary I. Or, I don't know where the Zen came from right now, or you could also say, it would be more my words, first your ego I, then you become non-I, you feel liberated, then you discover God, I am God. With the landing of the soul, you discover God and Godhood. And then again it feels like, but now I am the goddess itself now, and so much bliss and so much richness and so much beauty. And then next step is ordinariness. Yeah? And ordinariness in my vocabulary, in my experience, understanding. I'm a beginner, no? But in my understanding, that is what is often called by the Sufis, I think, the divine human being. And when we think usually of God and divine, we have all these pictures of gods in heavens and God knows what images we have according to our religion. But I discover more and more that actually through this whole cycle, and really I'm just beginning to integrate that, just barely, no? That this is actually normality. This is what a human being is supposed to be. No?
Is that what you mean by conscious human being?
Yeah, like a true... I was sitting in the car because I needed a title for an article, and I thought, how you say that? A conscious human being, a true human being, a divine human being creates such image in people's head. But by now I really think that people like Osho and Amma, they are normal. We are not.
And we treat them like they're very special.
Of course, because hey, we are so retarded. We have become so retarded and so stupid, no, in many ways.
So unconscious.
So unconscious.
Yeah.
Do you know the? God, I don't know where this all come from, but I'm thinking of the four yugas in the four yugas in the golden age. They say everybody is a divine human being. They say that's normal then. Then that's normality all over the planet.
Yeah.
Wonderful image, huh? That we are all behaving normally, we're behaving ethically, lovingly, consciously, all that what our heart is longing for. We treat the earth well, we treat each other well, we follow the ethical codes of existence.
Yeah.
Then apparently that is never meant to stay for very long, 20,000 years or something, and then came the Silver Age, people became a little bit more unconscious, teachings were needed, and teachings were very compact, like all these, how you call it, sutras. People needed 3-4 sentences and they knew what it was about. The whole universe was opening for them. Just like little reminder.
Yeah.
And then 20,000 or however many, then came the copper. And then the people were already so forgetful. This is what the Vedas say, no? So they started to tell stories, the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, all these stories full of metaphors to explain to people like a little bit about truth. Then we come to the Kali Yuga, now, where we are now, the Iron Age. And that's why some teachers in the East say, people are too unconscious, too stupid. All you can give them is a mantra. Yeah, because more they cannot contain. And as we seem to be on the edge of the iron, going back to the golden, and God knows, I used to think that transition would be maybe in the next 10 years. But if you think so many thousands of years, the transition is probably also a few hundred years. But anyway, now we see that we can handle more than a mantra.
Yeah.
Now we can awaken again to the whole, which is, what can I say, blessing beyond belief. Huh?
Yeah. I read somewhere in your life story that from the moment on you became more and more truthful about your own traps, your own ego traps. Less people started coming to your satsang.
Yeah.
That seems like you're telling more and more the truth, and people are leaving.
Yeah, but I can also, in retrospect, I could also understand that. No, they didn't want to have. Now I would say it's ridiculous, but people couldn't handle a teacher that was confused and searching and finding out and growing with them.
They want someone to be completely free and special and.
But we, in a way, it's also, I did not want to see in Osho that he had imperfections. There was no space in me. I was looking for godhood, and I needed somebody that I thought is a god. Absolutely flawless, perfect. And so then it turned out that Osho made quite a few mistakes, some bigger, some smaller. I was furious, and I had to distance myself for quite some years from Osho. I felt furious, betrayed. This was charlatan, this was not right, till I crashed. When I crashed, then I could see, you know, when I crashed, I crashed out of the absolute, which of course is not really possible, but I had quite a crash. And when I crashed, and I very reluctantly started to realize and admit that, hey, this ego survives everything, and I'm a human being after all, and my intentions, in as far as I was conscious, were beautiful. And alongside, some ego activity had come, then the ego had learned to play nobody. I'm nobody. And it made Osho completely acceptable again, and human. So I understood later that people struggled with that, no? And that's one reason why I said I will never give satsang again, because you cannot avoid that people put you up there.
Yeah. What is it what you do now then? You don't call it satsang. It's a meeting.
No, you know, I will start again. I'm trying to find a word. I don't want to call it satsang, but I want to start giving public talks again.
Yeah.
But what I mostly do is I work with people. We come together 4 times a year for a weekend, sometimes 3 days or 4 days, but mostly weekends. And we go through this process of transformation, step by step by step. And some people are now with me since 6-7 years. Yeah? And so we slowly, we go step by step.
Yeah.
Purposely, very purposely, the absolute I will transmit at the end. But that is again a whole other realm, no? Because when I had such an incredible breakdown, no? Emotional breakdown, such a painful breakdown.
Depression.
Yeah. When my best friend died, that brought me in my body, that brought me into my heart, and my heart was so in pain. And she was so in pain, and one day we looked at each other and we said, in tears, a few days later she died, so I said, if there is no I, then who has so much pain right now?
Yeah.
So we must have denied this I, and it took the floor from under me to admit that to myself. Anyway, then this whole crash happened, and I was looking and studying and reading and trying to say, what happened to me? I was enlightened in my own experience, and now I'm a mess. And I'm a worse mess
than before,
than I've ever been. So little by little I started to recognize that I had used the Absolute to split. First I had used meditation to split. I had a lot of undigested pain that I didn't want to have, so I split. And then of course, you know, when you awaken and so much light, as you know, so much light comes into your system, so it reveals every nook and corner of darkness there is. So I had to digest all of this pain, and I couldn't find any help anywhere. I was really like desperate to look. And then I came across Faisal Muqaddam.
Is he from a certain tradition?
You have maybe heard of Almaas?
Yeah.
So
the diamond
approach. And Faisal and Almaas together, they developed this diamond approach. They say they downloaded it. Feels like that.
Yeah.
So they brought this very ancient knowledge back on the earth, and they could, because they had also studied enough their own psychology and knew enough about psychology, they could build a bridge which for example, the Sufis or in the past, they didn't need that, they didn't have that. A bridge between psychology and what we call all these essential states, essences. Why I came to Faisal was because he spoke somewhere, I couldn't believe it, he spoke about my experience. He spoke about that he had also been in the Absolute, feels so liberated, so free. And then,
Boom.
Boom. So I said, okay, this man understands. This man must understand what I'm going through. And he did. Yeah? And he was the only one. And he introduced me to what we call the essential domain. Now, how can I explain that? Until then, I knew the material world, the personal realm, the material world, and I knew the non-dual world, the Absolute. And nothing in between. And even in my absolute days, in my enlightened days, I often wondered when I looked at tankas, I had tankas, what does that all mean? All these colors, all these pictures, all these figures around them, that was so rich, and my own experience was so empty. I never came really to terms with that empty heart, and so it was not new to me that I had questioned that. And then when Faisal said, yeah, but between the Absolute and the worldly is the essential domain. And what is the essential domain is very complex, but in condensed, we could also say that's the domain of the soul. Well, that is where we say individuated consciousness. There is at the center of the essential domain is the soul, and then every essence is like the organs of the soul. Now, I don't know if that says anything to you, but if I give you an example, for example, in the human being, normally you and me, you need strength to lift up something, or you need strength to do something. The first thing that naturally you do is you use your body, you contract your muscles, and you make strength. Then when you get introduced to the red essence, which is really like a substance that runs in your body, like can be like fire, it can be like thick lava, then strength is already here. Of course, when you lift something up, your muscles move, but it is not like, okay, I'm gonna do it. It's more like, it's doing me. Yeah, and so we get a lot of essential organs for everything. And maybe another way you can see essence is like, that's how it comes to me the most. So, okay, here's the Absolute, endless open space. And the Absolute is filled with light. And light has so many frequencies. So I can tune, like the rainbow, I can tune in the Absolute to the red frequency, the red light frequency. Then outside of my body it's red light. When I then allow it to enter the body, then it starts to condense. It starts to condense more and more and more till you have a certain substance. Every essence has a different type of substance. And when the Absolute starts to condense more and more and more and more and more, we get the bones, we get the muscles, we have the body. But in that in-between field, as Faisal told me, we need that in-between field if we want to integrate the Absolute into our daily life and really integrate it into every cell of the body. Now, this was very appealing to me.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Then, when I realized that this is a journey of years and years and years and years, at first I was really a bit reluctant. I said, am I going to dive in yet another system? But I had no choice, and I'm glad I had no choice. I was so broken, yeah? And then it's not just like, for example, Red Essence comes and it brings you essential strength. It heals all your brokenness around strengths, just feeling, I can't, I'm not good enough, I'm not strong enough, I can't, failure, all these things. Yeah? So through that work, little by little by little by little, I started to heal old wounds in the psyche. Because what I noticed that is so needed, because I don't know how much is your experience, but you cannot function from the Absolute. In the Absolute, okay, we can dissolve, nothing left. I am not here, body dissolves. No? Very wonderful. But the moment I start to talk, I need to function, I need to walk, I need my body, I need my ego. If it is informed by my soul, by my being, then the ego is also a wonderful servant. No? I need these organs to function. When I come out of the Absolute, I need to find a way to function in being. I'm not saying this is the only, hallelujah, the only thing there is, but essence allows me slowly, yeah, to integrate into daily life, into my each and every action, into, yeah, so that is my striving, to be always in alignment, always in vertical alignment with being, and at the same time in horizontal alignment with the world, but connected to the vertical. And that is no small task. I mean, I don't know many people who manage to not split off anything, to, when we see that the great beings like Osho and Amma also make mistakes, at least looks like it, we don't know enough, no? If I see that the Dalai Lama, for example, no? Just to cultivate this one essence of compassion, that he's practicing since 14 lives, but he's a beginner.
Sounds very humble how you talk about this.
But it is. That is the true perspective, the true perspective, and so tricky. I don't know how it's for you, but I know in me that notion of I have arrived creeps in with every step. And then again I catch it. Yeah. There is no arrival. I thought when the Buddhists say, keep always beginner's mind, that was like a device. But it's the truth. Because we are always beginners. And if you see the soul on an endless journey of evolution, endless, then where's the end?
Yeah.
It's not possible. And the moment you feel, I have arrived and I know, the ego has come, and try to take the whole experience and say, I did it.
Yeah.
Huh?
Look at me, I'm special. Yeah. You talk on your website about the inner judge, and you also do a session about this. Can you tell us something about what the inner judge is?
Yeah, the inner judge, Freud called it superego. Huh?
Is that the voice of my father who says I don't finish anything and
yeah.
I'm always
a failure?
And it's always not right enough.
Yeah.
You didn't spend enough time. You didn't do it right. Yeah.
So no?
That's
it's the internalized voice of mother and father.
Yeah.
Yeah. why I put so much emphasis on it. One was that when I crashed, I judged myself to hell. No, I judged myself, and I didn't even notice it. I was so convinced of my badness, and have deceived people spiritually. How bad can you get? This is like the worst of the worst of the worst. So I came to the work out of necessity, but then I began to understand, if we want to integrate the Absolute into our system, then we need to allow, this is also what most Advaita teachers share, I shared it at least at that time, we need to allow the unfolding of what shows up. Yeah? And so maybe I have an image of myself, I had, of a Holy One, yeah? And then come very nasty things of hatred and revenge, then that doesn't fit in my image of the Holy One.
Yeah.
So then there the superego comes and says, are you crazy? Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't show anybody, for example. No?
Mm-hmm.
And so the superego always comes, we call it inner judge, because it has a more, you have immediately a felt sense. No? Or the judge says, shame on you. Look at you, you're still so scared. I mean, come on, get yourself together. And so this blocks, and we are not aware of it most of the time because it's so super fast and partly in the unconscious, we block whatever wants to come to the surface. So if I need to deal with fear, but my superego says constantly, shame on you, still, you're like a baby. Or, you know, for me, there was such a tears, crybaby, stop it. You're just wallowing, you want attention. So, you know, something so very natural as feeling afraid or having tears, they cannot come because superego blocks it. And then, when our emotions are not allowed, then the essence cannot flow. Because, for example, every emotion is also an entry into essence. I can say, okay, I can transmit to you the red essence, which I can do. We can do that in silent exchange, or I talk. But we can also say, you're afraid. That's great. That's great. Fear shows that underneath that red essence wants to come up, because fear red essence transforms fear. So then we say, that's beautiful that you're scared. Let's look at it.
Nothing is excluded.
Yeah, but more than that, to me that is why I love the work that I do now so much, is to see that our very humanness, our each and every emotion is a direct door into the Absolute if we follow it far enough. Instead of saying, no, I want the Absolute, I don't want this mess, I say, let's take the mess and through the mess reach to the same place.
Yeah, there's no shortcut around it.
Not in my
Nothing.
not in my knowledge.
No. You also talk about the Enneagram. My friend Erwin, who sits next to me, is very interested in that. What kind of number are you? Have you found out?
Yeah.
Am I sitting with a 5 here, or a 6, or a 7, or?
No, then you would get much more intelligent talk if I was a 5, 6 or 7. No, You're talking to somebody who in the Enneagram carries the number 3.
And what does that stand for?
Well, let me first say why I use the Enneagram.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it gets so out of context.
Yeah.
There are many systems. I can only say what has my love and what works in my life. The Enneagram is a system. The Enneagram in itself is a system that describes the movement of the universe. Yeah? And it describes the movement of the planets, and see, I'm not smart enough for that, but it's a very old system. And then somewhere in the middle of the last century, Chilean psychiatrists thought, I could maybe apply that to psychiatry and psychology. And then I never know how to pronounce his name. Ichatso was his name, or Ichatso. And then Claudio Naranjo learned from him and refined it even more to make it a system of personality, and he brought it to the West. It's a system that is much wrongly used and much misunderstood in my understanding. But if you take it for the spiritual work, you see that there are basically only 9 types of ego. And each ego is a fixation of certain habits and belief systems. Yeah? So once we begin to understand that we are in a box, people always say, I don't like Enneagram, don't put me in a box. And I say,
that's what I say, don't define me. I don't want to be defined.
But Enneagram shows you the box that you live in.
But what's the use?
Yeah, wait. No? So when you see the box that you use in, when you live in, then you know your spiritual path. Because then you know very precisely what are your traps, what your ego is after, how that blocks you. All these systems, they're so fast. No? So I'm at 3. You have 3 corners in the Enneagram. You have the 2, 3, 4, it's the heart-centered and emotional corner. Then you have the 5, 6, 7, is the head-centered in a very positive sense, intelligent and great awareness. You have the 5, 6, 7 are the head-centered people. And then you have the 8, 9, 1, they are the belly-centered people. And so I belong to the emotional, heart-centered people. Now, knowing my type has helped me enormously to, for example, the 3 is the great achiever. Image and achievement. So I always thought I'm not a 3. I'm not interested in glamour, I'm not interested in career, I'm not interested in anything. Till I discovered that I was an inner achiever. On the way to enlightenment, and you have to be the first and the best and and then you start to realize how your whole mechanism functions and how hard it is. For me, it's really hard to transform this personality, because my personality is fast and difficult to stop. And then I learned to see, hey, where I need to stop.
So could this maybe be my ego, which says, no, you're going to get discovered if someone starts figuring out your Enneagram type, or...
Yes, and then what happens? Let's say I discover you, and then...
that feels very naked.
And you see, that's exactly what we need to be on the journey.
Also gives you a responsibility, because if you know, you cannot say anymore that you don't know.
Yes. It makes you awake, it makes you aware, it makes you see that, for example, in my case, what I all had called nobody, I start to see this nobody is a particular way. It's very helpful. And when you say, it's scary, I will be discovered, and then that points to something very important, that for all of us, the ego is so afraid to be discovered because feels so unworthy and has so many hiding places. Can, hide in the stomach, or hide in the perineum, or hide in the head, like a tightness. And you know, everything that's hidden needs to come to the light for us to embrace our totality. And a big aspect, a great aspect of the work I do now is embracing the ego, understanding the ego, so that it doesn't have to run away from me. So it's not judged, it doesn't have to run away from me and be ashamed and oh, I was there again.
Yeah.
You see, there needs to be, in my world, a relation between the soul and the ego.
Yeah.
And when there's a good relation, the ego, hopefully I talk to you, I use my ego, otherwise I cannot speak in service of the soul.
Yeah.
Now, if there is fear or hiding or shame, that's all brings us back to superego and not accepting.
In the Advaita world, there's a lot of ego bashing going around. Huh?
I know, that's the only reason why I, after much reluctance, say, I'm going to talk again.
Because you want to...
I want to bring this peace.
Yeah.
And you see, something happened. Maybe 2 months ago, I went to a satsang for the first time in years. I went to a darshan and then to a satsang of somebody that I read some books and I was very curious and I wanted to experience that.
Someone we know?
I don't want to mention them. And then I went there, it's a beautiful soul, beautiful, beautiful field. So the first day I was sitting for hours in silence, in darshan. It was a great support for me also to hold my own frequency for hours on end.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I'm growing muscles here.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And then the next day there was satsang and talking, and then this ego bashing started again. And something in me went like, I had to sit there for the whole day because I was together with a friend, and I thought, why am I here? And in the last hour I said, okay, I'm here because I need to open my mouth. Because the people I met there in the breaks, they were so confused. And because I once wrote this article on my enlightenment crash, don't know if you ever read that, yeah, I still get, maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks, I get letters from people that are stranded in the same way, you know? And then I always feel so, then I talk to them and then my heart goes out to people that get so confused because they shouldn't have an ego anymore, they should only have that, I think it's a great misunderstanding.
What is the right way then to go to handle the ego, Hani? Give it its place, treat it like a little child who wants to come to you and tell his stories, or?
There are different steps, you know? There are different steps in that, like the moment we treat the ego, I call the ego as the ego child, because it's a child. Instead of saying inner child, because then people think it's a real thing. Yeah, this like ego child is like a child. So in the beginning of the work, I did a lot of come here.
Embracing.
It's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. I can feel your pain. It's okay. You cry. It's okay. You're afraid. Yeah, and in doing this, in this embrace, we call that I have one foot in being, because I am back. Yeah? For example, I'm afraid. If I'm identified, I am the ego. The moment I realize that and I say, come to me, it's okay, I'm back. I have one foot in being and I have one foot in the ego, in the relative, in the mess, in the confusion. Yeah? And so there begins to build a connection. Yeah? And later on it's more easy to see, you know, like from the clarity of you know, but the male side of the absolute, which we call radiance, it's just often enough to see. Oh yeah, because let's say for me, all these things, they come up, huh? Come on, just a human being, yeah. All these things come up, but for example, let's say something that was really a big pain in me and that I tried to hide by being smart and all that, is that, you know, you're stupid. Somebody would say to me, you're stupid, I would be destroyed, yeah? And I'm so much reading all these books and knowing all these theories, and I'm still stupid and a lot of pain, and my father never loves me, and you know, then that whole story coming. And after a while, that story is digested, because those held back tears, they need to flow, or the fear needs to be felt, and the system relaxes, and that pocket of ego holding dissolves. But it can regroup any minute. So if you say to me now, Rani, that was really stupid what you said, in no time that thing switches on.
Yeah.
And I see ta-ta-ta, ah yeah, father, there's a little contraction in the system, that has to do with father, I want to hide, ta-ta-ta-ta, and gone again.
Yeah.
So there are there's gradations in the middle, no? How to deal with that ego. I think the other day I was thinking, actually we could almost say like the ego is the guide.
The guide.
The guide.
To
enlightenment.
Yeah.
If I come from being, no, I have to be rooted in being, otherwise I am ego, and then
you're lost.
Yeah. But the ego knows exactly what it's looking for. But it goes out to look.
Mm-hmm.
But it knows what it wants, and you can't get it off track.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, for example, then I thought, oh, I want a man, I need a man, I have to have a man, why am I alone, I need a man. And then one day, I say, wait a minute. Let's imagine I have this man. What happens? Then I feel supported, then I can relax, then, yeah, all these things. And then I notice, hey, that brings the white essence in me. The white essence of groundedness, of a sense of inner support. And that's, the ego shows me what I need, only it looks out. So that's another way of following the ego, no? And it's like, I'm so scared, okay, but I need that. And you follow and you say, what if that fear would be gone? How would you feel?
Yeah.
So there's different ways to take the ego by the hand, but
the intentions of the ego are good.
Super. It just looks outward. Looks in the wrong direction.
That's And it's because that's how we were taught and learned that happiness can be found in the world, bliss can be found in the world, permanent satisfaction can be found.
Yeah. Some people nowadays say even it stems from the time in the womb, because we knew that the nourishment came from the uterus, came from the placenta.
Yeah.
And then when we're children, we know we get the breast or we get the bottle.
Yeah, that brings relief.
Exactly. And then we have developed deep in our system that if I need something, I need to go out.
Yeah.
Because as babies we couldn't be aware that was only the physical nourishment, because we were already this essence.
Yeah, that's a great way of saying. We're almost talking for an hour. Some short questions I want to ask you. Some practical tips. Where can people find you? Do you give? You're planning to give some talks in Germany?
No, on my website you can see.
Okay.
On my website, I have in the moment 1, 2, 3, 4 ongoing groups.
And you can join a group like that, or?
No, these groups, they only when a new one starts.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's one reason also why I want to come to Amsterdam. Until now, my Diamond Logos, we call groups, they are only in German. And there's people from Italy that want to come, or from Holland that want to come. So I want to start an English group, and I want to start simultaneously also in talks, maybe do one evening about what is white essence or what is red essence, and bring more this idea of don't be so nasty to the ego.
Yeah, that's a good message to bring in this Advaita world. Aaron, do you want to ask anything?
No, I was wondering what your opinion is about the Enneagram, because most of what I experience is that most people use it to analyze other people.
Yeah.
And in my perspective, the Enneagram is perfect to analyze yourself or for self-inquiry.
Yeah.
What's your opinion about that?
Yeah, absolutely, like what you say, no? Like just before I said, the Enneagram is one of these misused, but we can misuse anything. We can also misuse essence, we can misuse anything, and people use it to point at other people. People use it to box themselves even more and say, no, I can't do that, I'm a 5 or I'm a 3 or I'm a 2. No? So,
as an excuse.
And so we can use that's the ego is, of course, super smart and wants to survive at any cost, so it uses whatever. It was shocking for me to discover that ego can also continues, okay, ocean falls into the drop, ego survives. Huh? We didn't know. Many teachers also say my ego is no more, but I tried with a few. I step on their toes and they get very angry. So there is an ego. No? And I did it out of friendly reasons. But look, there is somebody. It's illusion to think ego is gone. Then the ocean falls into the drop. Then you say, now, ego must be gone. Comes up again. No? Then the body gets transformed. I say, now, ego comes back. Yeah. I have a little book. It's called Entry into the Realm of Reality. That has really changed my perspective forever. It's from a Chinese master. It's very difficult to understand, but it's the story of a disciple who gets enlightened with a master. And then the master sends him to the next master, who is maybe a master in the area of compassion. And so he needs to start all over again till he fully masters compassion all the way into the Absolute. Then he goes to the next and he teaches him that, and go to the next and teaches him that, and go to the next and teaches, until all the virtues, all the virtues of the ethical code of existence are restored. So that has changed my perspective about the journey, about evolution, about that we are not on a spiritual journey, but that we are spirits in a human journey. No, it changed my perspective forever.
Any books you wrote on these subjects?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Maybe this inspires you.
Not sure. It's we have asked Faisal to write books. Almaz has produced one book after the other. Understandable, again, according to Enneagram type. Some people are just very bright and writing easy. Other people are hard people, different.
Is it maybe a way to stop this inner judge, to know that to know your Enneagram type, so you know that you're not capable of doing anything?
Yes, it's so smart. Really, then you say that the inner judge says, look, you don't even know how to stop. And I say, that's right. That's my greatest difficulty. That's absolutely right.
Yeah.
And
End of discussion.
end of discussion.
Yeah, the metaphor is also, most of the time it's used that a dog who's always biting is a reliable dog. So if you're really aware of your Enneagram, with all the stereotypes that comes with it, then you know your habits, but you also recognize the dog who always bits and always bites.
Not sure I totally understand.
If you know
If you know your traps.
if you know your traps, it makes you reliable. So you know that.
Okay, yes.
So you can be really focusing on, and
Yeah.
then you can let it go, because you have to get hold on it before you can let it go.
Yeah, you have to know it and you have to accept it. Nobody wants to be their Enneatype that they are.
No?
I always thought, I said to everybody, I'm a 2. And I thought the 3 are the worst. I didn't like these people. Till you discover, oh, that's what I am. Yeah? And then to start to own that. You know, to me the whole journey is about owning everything. Owning my beauty. Sometimes not so easy for us. You know, it's okay. It's easy to say, you know, I'm such a dumbo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm such a stupid one. And to say I'm a goddess is like a So, but to own everything, then we can breathe again, and then we have nothing to defend, nothing to hide, nothing to prove. Then we are not more than another,
Mm-hmm.
and we're all on the same journey.
And all the numbers have the same purpose. They're different purposes, but in
Yes.
total.
Every human being has the
Yeah.
same purpose. No?
And that is?
Everybody wants to go home.
Go home. Yeah.
Go home.
How come you seem so very confident to me, a very confident woman, but not in a cocky way, not in a way of that I think, oh, this woman has her nose up in the air. Is that the quality you have always had, or is that because you know yourself, you know your traps, you know your what you are good at, what you're not good at? Why is that?
I would thank it to Amma and Faisal. I think sannyasins as a group are rather known for their arrogance than their humility.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? So when I came to Amma as a sannyasin, I was shocked to see my own arrogance, my spiritual arrogance, thinking I was, hey. And after all, I had already awoken and, no, come on, you're talking to Rani. And Amma teaches humility. Yeah? Doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, you go with 2 or 3 other people on the floor on a coconut mat in a very simple room that is so Spartanic, like you don't believe it. Yeah? And Amma's whole being and her whole teaching is humility and service. And Amma's helping me to have at least a little bit of humility, because humility is so difficult. Humility, I love what Benjamin Franklin once said. He said, humility is my most difficult thing, because the rare moments that I am truly humble, I'm so proud of myself. You know? So that's why I say humility. And Faisal has such a beautiful soul, such a brilliant teacher, such a wise man, and he is very normal.
Mother Amma is still alive. Is Faisal also still alive?
Yeah, Faisal's still alive.
And does he do any work?
Yes, not so much anymore. We're having only once a year now in Europe, like 3-day integration retreat, 3-day teacher training. It's very minimum. But he's still there. I talk to him often.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for this nice talk.
Thank you for asking me. It's through talking to you, I notice how happy I am to talk about it.
And it flows naturally, so please don't stop talking.
I'm just beginning.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks. Nice to meet you also.
Yeah, thank you so much. Sitting here with Laura Donker, our second talk. First talk we did was in Dutch, and now a talk in English. Your nickname is the Trendy Buddhist.
Mm-hmm.
When did you first hear of Buddhism? What was your first encounter with this philosophy?
Well, that's actually a long time ago. I think when I was like 17, 18 years old, I got a book about Buddhism, and I really felt attracted to it. And then I think around my 20th, I went to Utrecht. It's called Buddhism Under the Dome, and it was a course of Buddhism. And at the time, I don't think I grabbed it already, but I felt attracted to it. So from that moment, I would start reading more and more about it.
And what was it that gave you that first spark within Buddhism that touched you so?
I think it's also the quietness that people had inside, because we had a walking meditation, and I found it very difficult at the time, because walking meditation is that you walk very slowly, and the only thing I thought is like, okay, can this not go quicker, and I need to do shopping, and before I knew I was somewhere else, and that happened all the time. And I saw people around me who could just do that, being really in peace and finding something inside themselves. And I think the first years when I studied Buddhism, I did it with my head. So when my relationship failed, when I was around 28, I just realized that I had to do it by heart. I had to feel it really. And I also thought, I'm so devastated now, this relationship has ended. That's out of proportion. So maybe you should really practice what you always read and try to feel it and sit down and feel the emotions and go through it. And I think from that moment on, I began practicing Buddhism really. Before it was more in my head, because it's very easy to read so many books and understand it with your head. But when something really bad happens in your life, you also have to put it in place so it helps you in that kind of situations where you suffer.
Yeah. Practice what you preach.
True.
Yeah. And could you say that broken relationship was sort of a gift then? The next step in Buddhism for you?
Absolutely. It was, because I felt so not complete anymore, and I knew with my head it was not true, because I wrote so many books about it that you have to fulfill your life yourself, you have to create your own happiness, and when you have a relationship or a friendship, it's just adding to it. But you are the person who has to make yourself happy. You cannot give that away, that job. So I thought, so when I don't feel a whole person now, so something went wrong. So I went researching it, and then I realized I gave away a lot of my independency to that guy. And I think that's what you see in a lot of relationships, that when it starts, everything is fine. You're in love, and the person gives you flowers and you're over the moon, and the person says I love you, and it's so nice, you're only happy because you're already stable, and that person gives you something that makes you feel very positive about yourself. And then after a while, you realize that you start needing it. So when the flowers don't come anymore, you feel, oh, there's something lacking, and then you're going to have all these perceptions about why the person doesn't give you the flowers anymore, or why the person doesn't say that he loves you anymore, she loves you anymore. So it's more like, it starts to be more like demanding. You have to do that for me, because if you don't do that, I feel not loved.
Incomplete.
I feel incomplete. Yeah. And I just said, when you start, everything is fine. Of course, that's also not always the case, because you can have a hole inside yourself, and then you find someone and you feel attracted to that person because the person is filling up that hole. But I think what happens a lot in a relationship, that you have this mutual dependency. You say you love me, and you say you will stay with me, and I will say that to you, and so we both feel complete and loved. But reality, it's not control. You don't control anything. You can say that to your partner. Your partner can say I love you 100 times. It doesn't mean that the person really stays with you.
Yeah.
Or and I think Brenda Shannon said, I really love that sentence, real love is that you welcome it when it comes, and that you let it go when it wants to go. And letting go it's not always the case that the person really wants to leave you. That's sometimes the case, but not always. But it's also that maybe someone says, I want some freedom. I want to go on a hike weekend with my friends, and that you have to let it go, and that you're not worried about it, that the person might meet someone else, or that has effect on you. So you can see that person needs that. Or the person says, I want to spend a year in India because I want to do my development on myself. You can let that person do that. So you see your loved one and you say, okay, what can I do so the other person may grow? And sometimes that hurt you. You have to let the person go for a year. But I think that's real love, and that's sometimes I think we miss that.
We want to control and claim the one we love.
Yes, and claim, and often when people claim someone out of insecurity, because I want you to do this for me, so I don't feel so upset. Often they don't take responsibility for that behavior because they think they're entitled to do that. They can say, I've been through a bad situation with another person before, it won't happen again, or I'm very assertive, I want to step my borders, this is what I want from you. And then they don't really take responsibility that what they do is not real love. It's controlling and claiming.
Yeah. That's not very sexy.
It's not very sexy, no, and I do think it's an ingredient to make a relationship fail on the long term.
Yeah. It's based on fear, the fear of losing someone. Was this the example you had in your youth? Mostly the first real love relationship you have, you sort of imitate what you saw at home. Can you tell what was your idea of a relationship as a young girl?
Well, I really love this question, because this is, I think, also a big thing why relationship fails. Is I had no idea. I had no idea about a relationship, and I had no idea about who I was. I had no idea what I wanted to give in a relationship and what I needed from a relationship. And I think before you can even start a proper relationship, you have to find yourself first, and you have to be in love with yourself first, and really see who you are, and then you can discover, okay, this person fits to me or not. Because I think everybody is okay, but not all the combinations are okay. And I think when I started that relation, I was just very young. I just liked the person. He liked me. He adored me. The first years, he absolutely adored me, and that made me a good feeling about myself. And I felt I belonged to something. So that feeling that I belonged to a person and to a group, that's something I needed. So actually, I started that relationship at the moment that I wasn't really finished with myself, with my development. And of course, you meet someone who's giving you something that you should give yourself, and that happens. And I think it's very a basic thing what a lot of people do. They're thinking in black and white. In Buddhism, sometimes they speak about a 0 and a 1. So they're saying you're a 1 or you're a 0, and when you're 0, you're nothing. And we're very afraid of being a 0. And 0 is also when you're dying. It's like, oh, then I'm not existing anymore, and that's freaking us out. So we're creating our whole personality. This is me. This is my habits. This is what I'm good at. This is what I'm not good at. And this is my values. And this is my things I achieved in life. And that's me. And if anyone else is going to attack that, we want to protect that idea, because
otherwise we become a 0 again.
Otherwise we become a 0 again. So that's why I think a lot of wars are based on, like, because everybody thinks they're right. It's if you have a fight, if you're seeing a fight between people and you speak with them separately, they always think they are right and the other person's wrong. And I think when you think so black and white, you don't give yourself the opportunity to be responsible for what you're doing, what you're putting in a relationship, and you're not taking responsibility for the choices you make. And you will end up in a relationship and you're saying, oh, I don't want this, it's not fair, the person should give me that. But then I think it's not about fairness, it's about seeing the other person and seeing yourself and seeing if the combination is right.
Some people tell me that love relationships, the first purpose of a love relationship is to find things in yourself that are blocking your own love.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree? And is that also your experience? You're now in a relationship. Does it make you more free inside of old stuff?
I think in a way I do agree with that, because I think someone, a loved one is so close to you, that comes so close by, and it is a challenge because when I was single, of course I like to meet someone, and especially that soulmate person, like, okay, that's really someone that's just a right person for me, and now I met that person, I'm so happy. But then you also have the fear of losing it, because we always think something has a beginning and an end. So I think it has a lot of challenges that you always have to ask yourself day in and day after day, like, what am I giving in this relationship, and what am I taking, and is it in balance, and how much do I give myself? And I think you can lose yourself in a relationship, becoming completely one, because if you're one together, that means you're half, and that's not right. You're both one. Yeah. So I do think it comes so close to your emotions that it gives you a great opportunity to grow and to love and to let go and to let go of the control and let the other person be the person they want, and then you can experience real love. The person who really wants to be with you because he just wants to be with you, not because you're forcing it. Yeah.
So sometimes you meet people, you meet them on their own, and you think, wow, that's a very independent, strong woman. And then you meet her again after a week with her husband or with her boyfriend. You think, is that the same one I just met last week? Totally different version of that, what you say. More dependent, not as happy and cheerful and free as the week before you met them. Is that a signal that there's something very wrong in that relationship? If someone is really different with their husband or without their husband when you meet them?
Well, that's a possibility. It is a possibility that the person feels oppressed by being themselves and being as joyful as when you met her. But there's so many other reasons. We always think very black and white. Yeah. We think about victims and perpetrators, but that's not real. That's not existing. I told you about the flower last time, and I really like to tell that story again because that's really illustrating what I mean. When I ask someone, what is a tulip for you? They describe the tulip, and most of the time for them the tulip is when it has the nice leaves and the flower is blooming. But you also have the tulip bulb, and what is that? When you put it in the ground, you can also see that the tulip bulb needs the minerals from the sand. It needs the water from the rain, and it also sun. Needs the heat of the sun. Yeah. So, because of the non-tulip bulb elements, the tulip is able to grow. Yeah. And when the tulip is bloomed and it's wilted, it falls apart, and then it's part from something else. Maybe an apple tree comes out. Yeah. So you can say, actually the tulip's in the apple tree. So you cannot say, this is the tulip. So you can, but we want that because we can grab it. And we want, and if you don't see the system, it's like, oh, you see the flower, you like it, and you just pick it. Yeah. And if you really saw the whole system, you loved the flower, you would leave it and you would water it. If you see a lady like that, you can say, okay, what what's her name?
Yeah, it's just an example.
Yeah, so you can say there's non-elements. So say her name is Miranda. So there's non-Miranda elements in her that causes that situation, and she's part of it. So you can never say it's because of the husband, it's because of the relationship. It's a whole system. Like you cannot say that's the tulip. So there's no victim, and there's no perpetrator. They're one, and they can switch also. And it's also from which point of view you're looking. If you're looking in wars, the they see it the other way around. Everybody thinks they're a victim. If you can let that go, you can say, okay, I just see this happen with this woman. And when you let go of things, in Buddhism we call it to be free. Free means free of something. Sometimes you say, oh, your mind has to be free. Actually, what they mean is free of perceptions. If you have not a perception, if you're saying, okay, I see this relationship and I don't put any label in it, it's free, and you can transform it to anything. And I think it's all about transformation. So the only thing I could suggest with that lady is just, you can mention it, and also be aware of the perception that you might have.
Yeah.
Why it is. Oh, you were that like last week, and now you're here, and you're with this guy. So
totally different.
yeah, so
a different version. I think, oh, it's not the same lady I met last week.
no,
And it triggers something inside of me, because I used to, let's say 15 years ago, in relationships, I was that one who really colored himself to the environment when he was with a lady. I could be a totally different version of myself because I wanted that relationship to work. So, yeah, maybe the question is simpler. Can you be yourself totally in your love relationship? Is there, or is there a different version of Laura I see when your husband would be, a future husband would be sitting here?
Mhm.
I'm so curious about that, because
Well,
that's what I see a lot.
well, I think if I come back on the 0 and the 1,
Mm-hmm.
it's an illusion that we are
That there's one version.
There's one version. There's one self. It's an illusion to say, because everything what you're today that might change in 10 years, and 5 years ago you were completely different. So I think you have so many elements in yourself, and certain situation triggers something else. It's with the flower. It's like all the elements together create that moment.
Yeah.
And so you can say that's she's different, but in both sides it was a result of the elements at that time, and the transformation was what you saw, and then the mind goes so quick and makes it right or wrong.
A judgment, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think, well, she cannot be herself in that relationship. That's the first thought that comes to mind with me. That doesn't have to be the truth. That's what you say.
Well, if you the problem is when you describe it like that, you make it a black and white situation, and she has less space to be able to see the whole picture.
Yeah.
Like with the flower, if you can see, okay, I see this situation. What were the seeds? What were the elements that I came here? And how can I change that situation? You can be freely changing about, okay, I want a situation that I'm as joyful with this guy as well. But then it's free. And otherwise, if you say, okay, I liked her better the week before because she was joyful, and it's something inside you that's triggering. Maybe someone else wasn't triggered by that because they didn't have the experience you had.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see, and of course I'm struggling with that sometimes. How do you say that? If that would be my friend, what would I say without making it non-dualistic?
Yeah.
I think it's for me, it's every time it's a challenge to just give it back as it is. This is what I know to be. It's my truth, and it's not an absolute truth. And just do what you want. So maybe then people can grow. And also what I'm asking sometimes in a situation like that, what I would, for example, ask is, what kind of relationship would you like to be in? Where do you want to be with this person in 5 years' time? How do you want to come across? So you can make them think about the transformation future. Because what often happens is, I love the metaphor of the wake behind a ship. People are sitting and they look at the wake behind it, and they're looking at it, and then you ask the person who is driving the boat, who is sailing, and it's the engine. The engine makes, and then you can ask, okay, who's on the wheel? It's all those metaphors to think, okay, who is in charge of your life? Because what we often do is we look at the wake and we explain it, and we're going to see all the little elements and then have an excuse why we're there. And for example, that situation with this lady, that's a trap, that she could fall into that. But this and this and this happened, and that's why I'm like that. And it's way more interesting to say, okay, let's go to the future, and you cannot drive the boat with the wake. You have to go on the wheel. So how are you going to change that? So, but it's always challenging, because if I see something and I really feel it's wrong, of course, sometimes I think things are wrong, and you can never stop thinking, I think, completely like that, because that's also how we survived. We have to know, like, a bear is dangerous, or we have to run away from it, otherwise we'll be eaten by it. But most of the time we feel like there's a danger, and we have all these adrenaline and all that hormones, and actually there is no fear, because our perceptions are wrong. So I always ask myself the question, is it right what I'm thinking? And also, don't take yourself too serious. Even if you think 300%, you're sure about that, just don't take yourself too serious, because it's just your opinion and it might be wrong.
Yeah.
You might be wrong. And the other person might be right.
Yeah. You wrote a book a couple of years ago about happiness.
Mm-hmm.
What is the book about?
Well, it's a book about Milan, and he's doing this journey, and he's looking for happiness. And I wrote it 3 years ago, and it's funny also how you develop yourself, because it's the whole Buddhism I didn't put in, because at that time I was afraid that people would think bad about it.
Yeah.
And I experienced sometimes in lectures that when you say the word Buddhism, that they think it's a religion, and then some people don't want to have anything to do with it.
You think it's a philosophy, you told me?
I think it's a philosophy, and I think actually it has a lot in common with psychology from the West. So the book I wrote is about Milan, and it's just all he speaks with a lot of people, and everybody teaches him something, a lesson, and then at the end there's a little book that you can put your own experiences in. So, but it is nice for me also to see that the fear at that moment of being that people had an opinion about it. If I would use the Buddhism inside, that would be bad, so I didn't do it. I'm still very happy with the book, and I hear so many positive response on it that help people to find happiness in life. And now I'm like 4 years further, and I'm writing a book, and I do put the Buddhism in. So you see, every time you have a right and wrong, and it changes constantly.
Yeah.
And
Well, what is happiness for you? What is the right way to happiness?
Well, for me, the right way to happiness, and of course, that's what I say at this time. Maybe next time, I will say next year, I will say something else. For me, happiness is to see that everything is just transformation. So, this moment I'm here, and it's just because all the elements are in this right place, and this is why the transformation took place, and this is the result. But it doesn't stop. There's no beginning or end. We're thinking a lot about life cycluses. Also in a relationship, you have a beginning and an end. You have, and when I let that go, then I feel there's more happiness inside. When I let go about good and right, because sometimes people speak about the black seeds and the white seeds. So it's okay. You have all these seeds inside you, and you have to water the one that you wanna be blooming. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And even that I don't agree on anymore, because sometimes I think something is very bad. For example, that relationship that failed, I was completely 100% sure that was a bad thing that happened to me, and then afterward it was a good thing. And I think that happens a lot with people. They think, oh, this is not good.
I lost this job. Oh my God, what am I gonna do?
Exactly. And then it was the best thing ever.
Yeah.
And often when I speak with people about this, they want to convince me, and then they're coming up with the real drama in life. And I think, so what is it? What brings it to you when you think like black and white? Because certain things just happen to you in life. You don't, like death, or when people are in accidents, or there's so many things that happen that you don't always control, but you're the one who controls how you deal with it.
Yeah, good old Shakespeare once said, nothing is good or bad, but thinking makes it so.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah. So is thinking our main problem?
I think so. Wayne Dyer said, if you change the way you look at things you look at change. I think the perception I wrote somewhere that 80% of our perceptions are wrong. I don't know if that figure is right, but I do think that most of the time we just think so black and white to protect our world that we have a wrong perception. There was a guy in my training, and he had a super funny example. He said, I was having a training and to come up for myself and be assertive, and then he was in traffic light, and there was he said the light was just really literally 1 second green, and then the guy behind me started beeping, and he was like, and I didn't know what happened. I just got out and I went to him, and I went like, you have to put the window down. And the guy, the only thing the guy said was like, you were driving behind, you were coming backwards. So exactly, the guy was beeping because he was thinking he was going to bump into him. Yeah. And then at that moment, his whole reality changed from this guy's just telling me off and he's not fair and he's impatient.
He was thankful.
He was thankful.
Yeah.
And I think that happens a lot to us. The reason why we think something is good and right is only because of the information we have at that moment, and most of that information are not facts but assumptions.
Yeah.
And I think that's what you learn with meditation, to see your mind and see how wrong it sometimes is. And then on top of that, because you have that meditation, of course, being calm and down, on top of that you have the meditation that you go really inside. And I discovered, I had it a couple of times. It's not that every time when I meditate I'm there, but there is a place inside, and it's just neutral, and you're just very happy. And the more you train yourself to go to that place inside yourself, it can help you when you have difficulties. You can go back to it. Your difficulties don't go away, but you can deal with it better. And you also translate it differently. Like what you said, you're losing your job. You can say, this is the end of my life. I will never have a job like that again. Or you can think, this is the beginning of something new. So they will have different emotions. If you think, I will never get over it, you'll have a different emotion than when you think, this is the new beginning.
Just reminds me, you dropped the name of Wayne Dyer. He's not amongst us anymore, unfortunately.
No.
But he left some great audio tapes and also seminars. And the movie The Shift, From Ambition to Meaning. For me, that movie, I watched it the third time. It really gave me a push in the direction of quit with this, start with that. What's for you? What do you think is most important in life? Meaning or ambition? Or both?
Yeah, that's. I cannot. I think it's not one or the other, and I think you can be ambitious and meaningful, and also meaningful. You can never be for everybody meaningful. What's meaningful for one is, and so when I started working as a therapist, I wanted to help always everybody, and then I realized, am I helping because of because I have that nice feeling when I help someone, or what I don't know if you know what Dharma sharing is. So in Dharma sharing, you're sitting in a circle, and when you start speaking, you're doing your hands folding like that. It's nothing with religious. It's just a sign that that person wants to say something, and people do it back as a respect, and then the person has the space to speak, and nobody will interrupt. And even if the person waits for 1 minute or 2 minutes, so there can be silence. So normally very rare in this conversation, because when people leave a silence, the other person always, most of the time, drops in with something. And when I started doing Dharma sharing, I found it so difficult, because I had this thing, I can help the person. I can say this and that will be so helpful, and the person will be so thankful, and the person has to know this because he's on the wrong, that's wrong what he says, and I have this information, this website I can share. So I was constantly busy. And then I realized, why am I busy? Is it because of the person, to help the other person, or because I like that role, that I can help the other person? And then I had to admit, it had a lot to do with my ego. Oh, look at me, how cool I am, and I know everything, and I'm going to be your hero. And by being in that situation, you're putting the other person down, because you think, I need to drag you out of something. Yeah. And then after a while, I started not to do that anymore, and I started listening, and I had to admit that that was very helpful for the other person. That you only listen. They didn't need all the advice. They only wanted to share, and they only wanted you to be there for 100%. And that was for me such a relief. And first of all, it's a relief to be really in the present, to listen to the other person. And also, I learned that it helped me a lot, because everybody's sharing things that, you know, we are very in common. You see, oh, that person tells, oh, I have that feeling. And so now it's my favorite part of a day in the Buddhism. You always have a lecture in the morning, and then in the afternoon you do Dharma sharing, and I really like it. And I tried also to do that. I also do that during my day. And if you say, I think that's meaningful. And ambition for me, it's nothing wrong with that. It's just that you have your goals, and that's nice. But I always think when you're ambitious, you have to think, what does that mean for other people? So like, I want to give advice, or you can say maybe there's ambitions, I want to be helping people. And then you realize it's not really that good for the other person, it's not really helping the other person at all. So yeah, I think I see it like that a little bit.
And can ego be transformed, destroyed? How is it with your ego?
I don't think you can ever destroy it. And the mind, we call it the manas in the Buddhism, always wants to tell you, you're that number one, you're one, and this is you, and protect it, and very quickly things in good and right. And I think that's also a thing that we need to survive. You know, you stop for a traffic light because you know it's dangerous to go over it. But I think you can recognize it. You can recognize, oh, this is my ego. I'm doing this because it makes me feel good. And then you have the choice. Okay, I feel I have to do. I feel like my ego wants to shout, look at me, look at me. But I choose not to do it. I choose to listen to the other person, or I choose to go to the right instead of going to the left. So I think with meditation you can understand your ego more and more. And I think when you understand it more and more, you can create different habits, but you never can destroy them. Him, her.
Yeah.
Ego. No, I don't think so.
And such thing as enlightenment, is that talked about a lot in Buddhism? Is that the big thing that everyone wants to reach?
Yeah, it's not really, because what I often hear in speeches that they're saying enlightenment isn't. It's because if you're saying I do all this practice to be enlightened, that means that's a good place, and before you're not on that good place yet. So it's dualistic. My belief in it is that you can have enlightenment moments. So you can really have that. We all have. You must have it as well. Sometimes you're somewhere and you feel so much love and so much connection with someone, and even if someone does something very bad to you, you can see, for example, people are angry and you see all the non-anger elements in it. You can understand, and you don't see the anger anymore. You only love the person, and you know, and that everything is right, and you feel that peace inside you, and that's maybe a moment of enlightenment.
So no permanent enlightenment.
I don't believe that. No, of course they're saying the Buddha reached enlightenment, and I don't believe that.
Yeah, someone last told me that the Buddha wasn't enlightened because of he did so much practices. He was just tired and sat under the tree, and he just was exhausted, and that was the moment when he gave up and everything was okay.
Yeah, it is a story that he tried and tried. First he tried to, he was of course in the palace, he was very rich and everything was there, and then he left the palace to do some research, because he saw when he left the palace once, he saw an elderly people, someone who died, a sickness. He was so shocked because he never saw that. So he went I think it was 7 years. He didn't eat nearly anything, and then he fell in the river and nearly drowned. And then he realized this is not it. And he was just sitting under the palm trees, not palm trees. What was it again? Olijfbomen.
Olive trees.
Olive trees. Yeah. And I think when you are capable of letting go, that's probably what the guy meant. But there's a difference between sometimes people say I'm meditating and I feel so calm and everything is peace. That's not. It's just preparation meditation. It's that you are calm, but the real meditation is having the right perception. The right perception is something completely different than knowledge. What I was speaking about before, you can read thousands of books and have so much knowledge, but if you don't have the right perception, it's pointless. And I think with meditation, first you have to calm down, because if your mind goes everywhere, and then afterwards you have to understand your mind and understand the wrong perceptions and facts and assumptions. And so I do think he was not only sitting like that and then had alignment, but I think he was capable of letting go of things that were for him right or wrong. Or
yeah. You travel around the world a lot,
yeah.
as a purser. Is that the right English word? On big airplanes. You visit a lot of different cultures, different countries. How is that? When you come to a country, do you immediately taste, oh, here's a very different atmosphere than back home? And can you tell us something about that? How does that affect you as Laura?
Mm-hmm. Well, the funny thing is also I fly now for over 18 years, and the countries that I feel attracted to, they're changing constantly. So it has a lot to do with me, with my learning process.
You are a different version of yourself when you come there. You see the country different.
Yes, I really feel attracted to China now, going to all the temples, and but what it taught me was that we are just in Holland. We're just very small. It's a small country with our habits, and all over the world they have different habits, and then you can see that a lot of truths that were in my mind that were just culture, and because I fly all over the world, it's different. They are different. And
can you tell an example? Is it like the 3 kisses we give each other when we meet? That's not the same everywhere. Maybe something like that, or.
Well, for example, in certain countries they are very close by.
When they talk with you,
yeah, they're like here, and it's like, okay, just and we think it's inappropriate.
Yeah.
For example, in Japan, and they are very clean. So if you have, for example, something, you have a box of apples and you put it on the floor because it's in a box, we think it's okay. And there, they wouldn't. It's like no, it's not good. The bowing is we give hands, and for them they don't want to shake hands because of hygiene. They think it's but it has to do with respect. So and I see in a lot of countries like China, Japan, it is a lot with respect. So
do we lack that here over in the Netherlands?
I think in the Netherlands, I don't really. Of course, we also we respect each other, but for a nice example, maybe when you're in America and also in China, if you are employee of the month, that's a big thing there. They really think it's super cool, and there's a picture on them the whole month. And in Holland, it doesn't work. Eh?
No, only at McDonald's.
It's like every look at him. It's a little bit like.
You're gonna make fun of him.
Yeah, and in Holland we make our own rules. We don't really. I think in America it's less likely to go against like a police officer than. But like in life-wise, because I'm thinking now, about your question, and the funny thing is, what I realize at the moment. That mainly we are the same. And because for my book I interviewed a lot of people about happiness, and in so many different cultures. I did it in New Zealand, in America, Canada, but also in the Middle East, in Tehran, and they're actually the same. If you really look at them and you make contact, you see, of course they have different habits there and they dress differently, but if you ask what makes you happy, you get the same questions, and it's like, I'm happy when I mean something to the world, and when I'm around it with loved ones. And
so happiness is universal.
Yes, I think and I think also with all the wars that going on, sometimes I think we should be doing dharma sharing all the time. Just listen to the other person. Why is it that someone who grows up and has a family kills another person? Why is it? What is it that they're into, so you can really understand and you can transform it instead of bombing it, or and it doesn't mean that you don't have to do anything. It's not, because some people, when I speak with them about this subject, it's like, yeah, but you have to protect yourself. But I think sometimes we think that we protect ourselves and making it problem bigger. Because when we have pain, and that can be with a war, with an attack, but it can also in a relationship, we feel pain and we find the perpetrator, and we want to eliminate that person or that situation, and then we think we feel better. And the stupid thing is, most of the time we pick the wrong one, or the wrong. We don't have the real cause, because we don't have the real side. We only see the tulip. We don't see the tulip bulb. We don't see the water, the ground, the minerals. We don't see the whole system. So it's
the same when you start cutting off weed in your garden. Huh? It starts growing again, because you didn't get to the root of the plant or the weed. Yeah. I come from the Advaita world, non-duality, and a non-duality teacher would say to you, Laura, you have never been anywhere in the world. What you are is still and stays the same and never moves. All those countries just appeared in you. How does someone from Buddhism look at that? Is the world something that it comes up in you, or are you in a world?
Well, the world's in me as well, because if I have 5 minutes no oxygen, I'm dead. So of course that's in me, and if I eat food, that becomes part of me. So it's a system. I'm not like a separate person. Separate, I will never survive.
You need the world.
I need the world. I mean, all the bacterials in our system, we need them as well. And if it's like it's just happening and we cannot control it, that's I understand that's a truth, and it's a relative truth, and my truth is also relative. So I will never say that's wrong and what I think is right. I just feel more connected with the idea that everything is just transformation and transformation. So there is no beginning and no end. And if I'm dying, I have no children of myself. I have 3 stepchildren. So you can say, okay, a part of me will grow in them, even if it's not my blood. But I tell them words, and you spoke to me, so something from you in me. I take you when I go. There's part of you in me. So and I do believe that there is a way of control that you can, and for me at least, it can control my happiness in life, and I think also the happiness I can bring to others, because I see how damaging wrong perceptions can be, and how damaging it can be that I react on assumptions instead of facts, and that I react on black and white. But I also realize it's my truth and it's not the absolute truth, because the absolute truth, that's not the absolute truth in Buddhism, saying that's like just the completely emptiness, and that's still very abstract for me as well.
Is there a place for free will in Buddhism? Did Laura choose to come here today, or did it just simply happen?
Well, what I say, I do believe that there is a will, and I wrote so many stories about it, and even they're doing so many research that actually they can, in your brain, they can already see a couple of seconds before you pick something, that in your brain it was already, they already knew. So then you could think, okay, there's no will, no free will. But then I think, okay, what then? What can I do with it? Knowledge?
Maybe some less blame on yourself, that you think, oh, I made the wrong choice, I did it wrong. Maybe it gets some guilt out of your system when you know that things are just simply happening.
Yeah, but I think for me, guilt is a very beautiful emotion as anger to do some research on and do meditation on and say, okay, what is the non-guilt elements? So for example, you feel guilty because you said something to a person that hurt that person. You can say, okay, what non-speaking elements are in there? So what happened to me that I went there, and then you can say, okay, that person said that to me, and when I was younger, this and this happened to me. So there was some feeling inside myself that felt that I wasn't seen by the other person, for example, and that's why I said something that was not nice.
Yeah.
So if you it doesn't make any sense when you see the tulip and you're going to describe the tulip. It's better to say, if the tulip, for example, blossoms but very quickly wilted, yeah, you can really feel, you can better say what happened before, and also even when it falls apart, it will be part of something else. So it's not a bad thing, because you can say something. Sometimes people say things to me that were harmful or painful, but I needed them.
Yeah.
Because then it's a lesson for me to, when I was younger in high school, I was not really part of the group. So for me, it was a learning when people ignored me. I just hate that feeling, because I always want to be part of the group. So if nobody ever ignores you, you cannot learn. You
touch
cannot,
on that. Yeah.
Yeah, you cannot touch it. So, and I think guilt is very black and white thinking. It's like, okay, and also overestimating your own power sometimes.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I did all of this. Okay, you have to understand.
You're part of a bigger thing.
Yeah.
Everything influences everything.
Yeah, and sometimes you can feel so bad because you feel guilty or you suffer so much that you have to train yourself to do nothing at that moment, because sometimes the pain is too much. You can think, oh, I'm going to think, and then of course when I see things differently, the pain goes away. Sometimes that's not the case. You just feel miserable, and it's very interesting to teach yourself to feel it and not to do anything, so not to react on it. And if you can do that, you will experience so much more control in your life. It's like, okay, the thing can happen to me, I can feel very bad, but I can handle these emotions. And that's freedom as well.
Yeah, you're not really reacting on everything that's done to you.
No.
You're giving a response, a normal response.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds great. So you're writing a new book. Is it also being released in English, maybe? Or?
Yes. We're going definitely releasing in English, because this one I tried to translate in English, and we are like halfway. But because it's very metaphoric, it's very difficult to let it translated by other people, because they, because it's metaphoric, so it's sometimes difficult. So, but everything what I'm writing now is also in English, so I start straight away. It's easier.
And what's the book gonna be called?
Well, one book is it's just a general book about being happy in life and close to yourself. But I have a lot of attraction to the relationship side, because I see so many people miserable in a relationship, and then I think it's not neat. You there's certain elements that you can put into your relationship that you can create a loving situation, but there has to be work done sometimes to the individuals with themselves. And also when you separate, you can do that in love, in a loving way. I see sometimes people are creating like little wars between them, and it doesn't bring them anywhere. And so I really like to be, that's like a mission or something.
Yeah.
I like to spread that, and also because I've been so long in that relationship that ended. I was in that relationship for 6 years, and it was just bad. It was just a bad relationship. And why did I stay so long? Because I was afraid. And sometimes it's nice to show that to people, that you can make the step. And the other is I also, because before I started psychology, I studied dietitian, so I also always have also the link with food, because I think food is such a big medicine. I don't really believe in all the pills, and so that's another book. It's more about a health issue, being happy with your body, feeling feeling fit, and good weight, stuff like that.
Everything is on your website, lohadonker.nl.
Yeah.
You also do talks when you travel around the world. We can see them on YouTube. And what are they about? Different subjects? You told me something about social media you talked about recently.
Yeah. So it's little films that we make. We shoot all over the world, and we're making a Dutch one and an English one straight away. So also for the English viewers, they can listeners, they can look it up in the Trendy Buddhist YouTube channel. The last one was about social media, because I was just thinking, is that freedom or is it not freedom? And a lot of things I think is freedom. My family lives in New Zealand and in Switzerland, and when I'm abroad, it's so easy to, with WhatsApp and Facebook, to share your life with people. But I also saw the other side at that moment, so I decided to make a film over it. Like, for me in the beginning, I can remember my first email. I don't know if you remember. I couldn't believe it. I just could not believe it that I sent it, and a person in America got it. It was magic. It was like magic. It was so cool. And then the whole internet is like, oh my god, it's just a library. I can look up everything. This is super, super cool. And now I feel more and more like, okay, when I'm on board, they can film me and they can put it on Facebook straight away. If I put a picture on, people can steal the picture and steal my identity. If I say something today on the internet, that can influence me in 5 years' time or 10 years' time. So is that real freedom? And it's not a black and white. It's not like, oh, it's all bad. But I just wanted to shoot a film about, think about if it gives you freedom. Sometimes it's very nice to leave your phone home when you go for a nice walk, so you can really see the surroundings instead of looking on your phone all the time. And I think last time I spoke with you about it, I was in Aruba, and there was a little girl with her parents, and she tried to speak with her parents, and they were only watching on the phones. And then I think after 5 minutes she gave up. And she was just sitting there, and it just broke my heart. It was so sad. And I think they don't realize what they're missing at that moment, because it's like that, and the child will be old, and they're losing such a precious time with their kids. And also the kid tries to be connected, and it learns on a very young age that's more important than I am. It's different subjects. Like I had one about relationships, independency in relationships. I think there are like 9 or 10 at the moment on it. So
in English.
Yeah, in English.
Okay, you can watch that.
Yeah.
Thanks for visiting us. We have a couple more minutes. Anything else you want to touch upon? Freedom, maybe. What's freedom to you?
Freedom for me is to be who you really are. And I love the quote, and I thought this morning, I like to drop that one in from Wayne Dyer as well. Wayne Dyer, I really love him.
Yeah.
And my Buddhist teacher is Thich Nhat Hanh. I thought I say that as well. But Wayne, he said this, you probably know it, like, don't die with the music still inside you. I just love that one. And so many people, everybody is so unique and beautiful, and sometimes it looks that the world teaches to be just ordinary, and don't step out. And I love that sentence, like, what makes you so special, and don't imitate anyone, because you are unique, and you are you're giving the world something. You are that little element that can create something that someone else's life changing. And I love that idea, and I thought I really wanted to share that one as well. So everybody, don't die with the music still inside you. Listen to your own music and share it.
Okay, we will try. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we should do it like this, eh? Yeah. Sitting here with Joris for our second talk. Joris Vinke, our first talk was in Dutch, and now a little talk in English. That's not our native language.
No.
We're both from Holland, so please excuse us if we don't sound American or English. You spend a lot of time in America.
A fair amount.
Yeah. First question that comes to mind is, what is the big difference between Europe and America?
Well, I mean, it's all people, so both in Europe and America you've got all kinds of people.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you could say that in general there is a big difference, and obviously, especially the United States, it's so big that I mean the difference between the different states is so huge. It's like between the Netherlands and Spain.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, it comes to mind because there's a lot of talk going on in the country where we live about differences, us versus them, and we're all searching for that unity, that feeling of sameness or something. Is that something that in America can be found more easily than over here in Europe?
I think we're all looking to belong to a group. As a human being, we're, you know, an animal that loves to be in a group.
Yeah.
And so we love to be with people that feel familiar. I think that's a very natural thing. And that's probably the source of where we start discriminating people, of you belong to me and another person doesn't. I think in a sense that's the same anywhere you go in the world.
So the fight against racism is a useless fight?
I think it's more a fight against ourselves, because if I truly feel strengthened in my culture, in my, you know, wherever I feel at home, then anybody else with a different view of life is not a threat, but is actually making my life more rich, because they offer something that I didn't know before. Yeah. But if I'm a bit insecure about my life or myself, then yes, somebody else could feel like they're taking over, or they're changing what I feel is my tradition, which is often not really a tradition, but just something that a small group of people are used to doing for a couple of years.
So the threat doesn't come from outside, but the fear comes from inside.
Yeah, I think we humans are great at creating fear inside. Yeah.
We create it ourselves.
Of course. I mean, if you have 5 people, some will have fear, some won't. That's how we... I think it's human nature. We're focused very much on what's not right in both ourselves and the world around us. When we're young, we are asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? So we need to become something in order to be someone, instead of we're just someone and we just play and do a lot of things, which, you know, the fact that I study something or that I have a certain skill doesn't necessarily make me a better human being. But somehow the two got interconnected. If I got either a lot of money, or if I'm very spiritual, or got very wise words, then I'm more valuable than somebody who doesn't have that. Yeah. That's, I don't know where we got that. But it's very rooted in our society and in life.
Yeah, it's cool.
It probably starts the day we were born. You know, the moment we start walking, our parents go, "Hey, great that you're making your first steps." And then we start talking, and then indeed in school it's very much like that. You know, if your brain functions better than other kids' brain, you get a lot of applause for that.
And better grades.
Better grades.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a better paid job later on.
Yeah.
And so, but it works that way. If 10 people talk to us and 9 tell us how beautiful we are, but this one person will say, "I don't like this or that about you," it's that one person that we'll remember, that we think about.
How come?
I think because we never learned that there's very few people that tell us that how magical we are, how beautiful we are, that there's nothing wrong with us, that we don't need to become anything or do anything in order to be a miracle. The moment we are born, we are a miracle. We're breathing, our heart is beating, and it's so easy to step past that and say, "Oh no, that's not good enough." But with all our scientific technology that we have, we still can't make this pillow breathe.
No.
And so it's a miracle that what we are, and it's so easy to miss that.
Yeah, that's beautifully said.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Joris, can you tell us something about your spiritual path? When did it start and why did it start?
I have have no idea why it started. It just started.
Yeah.
Even when I was in primary school, I was writing poetry and just wondering, why are we here? Why is life like it is?
Yeah.
And that curiosity just developed. And I think it's also part of why I love doing music, because that's an exploration into something that is very difficult to explain with our mind. Why is one song beautiful and the other one isn't?
Yeah.
And you can learn chords, but you can't really learn that.
Yeah.
And so I had that fascination always, and from there I started exploring whatever was possible, any book, any teacher that I could find, anything that was related to that journey.
Yeah. Anything in particular, any book that gave you that first glimpse of what you were searching for?
No, there wasn't anything specific. I think every person that writes, inspires a little bit, and definitely someone who inspired me a lot was Rumi. His poetry is, it's beautiful for the heart, but it's also very nourishing for our mind, because he writes a lot of things that are so, I don't know how to put that into words, but it's beautiful what he writes in such simplicity. And I learned a lot from people that made me search in places where I didn't find anything. Sometimes you need to travel the journey where you don't find it.
Mm-hmm.
If I could learn everything about how to play a piano, but unless I start playing it and making a lot of mistakes, I'll never learn to play the piano. No matter how much confidence I have, no matter how much knowledge I have.
So no regrets about some people you visited, books you read?
No, I have absolutely zero regrets. No, I'm very happy that I did all the things, even the things that were painful or that weren't, that didn't feel honest afterwards. Because sometimes you need that reflection. And in my case, it was very much that initially I used to do music, and that was my profession, and I was very much hoping that if I would be successful in the world, if I would have whatever hit records, I would be happy, or whatever word, fulfilled. And that didn't happen. I did have hit records, but I didn't feel rich. I felt lonelier than I ever had felt.
How come? Can you got an explanation?
I think there was a certain amount of disappointment when you realize, I had this dream when I was 16 of, having a top chart hit or something like that, or a golden record, and then when you have it, it didn't make me any wiser, or didn't make me any... Mm-hmm. I was still yours.
Yeah.
And, with a feeling of, I could do better, because whatever it is that you do, you can always do better. So that's like an endless journey. I can always do a better mix, or play better piano, and so it's an endless journey towards a tomorrow that never comes, because it's always a day away. And so I felt this is not, it's not bringing what I'm seeking. So I have to stop this journey of seeking it in the world. I have to find it inside myself.
Mm-hmm.
And so I sort of walked away from all of it and started a journey very passionate with meditation and prayer, and that took me 10 years to discover. I realized that I was still running for a tomorrow that was better, because tomorrow I would be more still. Tomorrow I would be more kind. I would be more wise. Tomorrow I would have more knowledge. There was always still this tomorrow. And in that running away from this very moment, it's so easy to miss the magic that we are. How magic, even the fact that I can think that I'm not good enough is a miracle. We look at, for example, a beautiful stone, whether that's a crystal or maybe the purest of diamonds, and we look at how beautiful its energy is. But that stone can never breathe the way we can breathe. It doesn't have a heart that's beating. It doesn't have thoughts, even thoughts of not being good enough. it can't do all of that. So we're 1,000 times more beautiful than that stone can ever be. And still we see ourselves as inadequate.
Yeah, not good enough.
And that is a miracle, that we are capable of seeing ourselves as inadequate is magical.
Yeah, but still we search for that completeness, that wholeness. We want to feel at ease. We want to feel at peace and be good enough. Can we blame someone or something? That's I'm still in that phase that I think, well, it's all because of society, who tells me every day I have to buy this watch to be good enough. I have to drive this car and then I'm good enough. Can I blame capitalism for this feeling of not being right as I am?
You can blame anything or anyone, but the truth is you are good enough. You are absolutely good enough.
But who tells me that every day?
Nobody needs to tell you that, because even if you think you're not, it doesn't mean... So the fact that I think I'm good enough or not good enough doesn't change the fact that I am. I am divine. I mean, in the Bible it says we're created in the image of God.
Mm-hmm.
If that's really true, then that's what we are. We are created in the image of divinity.
We are gods.
You could say that. But and that doesn't matter whether we think we are or not. It is what we are. It is our true nature, that we always are. So we don't need to find anything. We don't need to go anywhere. We don't need to become anything, because we are already everything, including the thoughts of not being good enough.
Yeah.
Maybe they're part of perfection as well. Maybe it's just a beautiful experience of an expression of God believing that it's not God, that it's not love, that there's even
something wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because even that, there needs to be a lot of love to have the feeling that something's wrong. That's
a good one. Can you say that once more?
There needs to be love to have the feeling that something's wrong. Because in the end it's an expression of this longing for wholeness, for being one again. And that's where any feeling of it's not right comes from.
Yeah.
But the core of that, where that feeling comes from, where it starts, is pure love.
Yeah. It could, some people say, and I can believe something in that it could become quite boring if I could sit all day thinking everything is perfect. So that's why I create that own drama, to have some opposite, to feel alive or to...
Yeah, well, my life is definitely not boring. Because I think life's not boring. People aren't boring. You meet so many different people. At least I meet a lot of different people, and I think we all do. And if we stop trying to fix them or stop trying to make them think like we think, I see it this way, and so the other person has to see it like that. But if I can just be in awe for the miracle that they are, then suddenly even the most boring people become very interesting, because underneath whatever it is that moves them is a heart that's burning, is a heart that's longing for this completeness. And we all seek it in a different way. One seeks it in a new Ferrari, the other one in the next episode of their favorite TV show, and the other one in Advaita or their spiritual teacher or whatever.
Yeah, but what is it that we are searching for? Can you name that? Can you give that a label?
We're searching for what we are.
So
we want to know what we are.
Yeah. We're searching for home.
Well, we are home. But even if I'm in my home, I want to look around and enjoy my home.
Mm-hmm.
So why not explore life like that?
Yeah.
And that's what we're doing. It's just that we sometimes fail to see that it's a miracle. But there's nothing wrong with anything. There's not one hair out of place.
Even Islamic State, who are fighting in Syria and Iraq and planting bombs, terrorism.
For our mind, that's almost impossible to believe or to understand. But the truth is, for most people, that is something that is not real in a sense. Because I've never met anyone there. I've never been there. Mm-hmm. So my life from day to day that's not a part of it, except for what I would read in the news. Or so what happens is we sort of step away from our responsibility by saying there's a problem on the other end of the world and that's why I have a problem. Instead of saying, but I take responsibility for who I am right now and how I interact with everyone that I meet. Because that will really change the world. If if everybody would inspire one other person, the whole world would be at peace. But because we complain about potential dangers that happen around the corner, which we never know, we have no idea whether or not we're going to be alive tomorrow. So why worry about things that might or might not happen? Instead of really focusing on, hey, there's someone sitting in front of me who is asking for my attention, for my love. We sometimes are so busy on reading social media that we don't see our kids, or that we don't see how our partner is asking for attention.
Yeah. So we use this danger and war in the world as an excuse of not being with our attention right here, right now.
Well, it's scary to be right here, right now, because that would mean that we would have to admit that, that we are not small, that we are, that we are everything. Because it's much easier to say I'm small and I don't know anything, and so I better make myself invisible, than to say, hey, I love you and I'm here for you. I haven't got any answers, but I'm still here for you and I'm listening.
Total openness, vulnerability,
yeah, but not from a naive place, but from a place of deep trust, knowing that what I am cannot really be touched. Somebody can hurt my body, but they can't hurt what I really am. And
can someone hurt my feelings?
Probably, yeah. But am I my feelings? Am I what I'm thinking?
We think we are that.
Some people do. I don't.
Yeah, no, but
I mean, there's a lot of thoughts, and some of them are lovely thoughts, and some of them are thoughts that I don't find that interesting, and so I don't have to silence them. These thoughts are still there, but I don't always have to listen to them. They're just just like my hands, they're very valuable tools, or just like my feet are great for walking, but they're not that great for for operating a camera, because my hands are better for that. And that's the same way with my thoughts, with my mind. They're great at a lot of things, and they're very efficient at for example, seeing danger when I cross the road, or when or when I need to calculate the amount of taxes that I need to pay. But they're not that great at explaining why my heart is singing, or why some music makes me cry and other music makes me upset. My mind can't explain that.
Yeah. And how come? There must be a time and place where you were believing all your thoughts and feelings, and you found out that it made you very down and depressed. Could you say that was necessary? Otherwise you would have never found out that you were creating your own drama?
I wouldn't say anything was necessary, because I don't believe that seeing illusion in a different way is necessary. It's just inevitable that at some point we start questioning, is what we think the world around us is like, if that's real. I think it's inevitable that at some point we start questioning that.
Yeah, but not for everyone. There are a lot of musicians also who just they throw themselves off a cliff. They don't see.
Well, maybe that's their way of finding life. I don't know, because I don't know what happens. Once our body is not alive anymore, and it's very easy to get into a very theoretical way of thinking about that and trying to figure out what if, and but if I stay in this moment and just I'm sitting here and I'm breathing and I'm alive and I'm having a great conversation with you, then I don't need to worry about anything else and trying to have all the answers in my mind. I'm just amazed at all the questions we can come up with. Because that is what makes human beings truly a miracle, that we have all these questions. And yes, there are 1,000 answers to every question. But to come up with these questions, just to wonder, why is my life like this, or why is this, or why, that is, if you look at small children, they go why all the time. They drive adults nuts with it. But I mean, how amazing is it that we have that skill of wondering and being, awed by life.
Yeah. So nothing wrong with questioning everything.
Questions are great.
Yeah.
I love questions. I don't care that much about the answers, but the questions are great.
But maybe that's the difference. For me, a question is not that interesting. I want answers. I want truths. I want someone to tell me, no, there is no free will. Yes, you are in control. No, the world is an illusion. Certainties. That's what I'm looking for. But for you, no certainties, or just one.
Well, but if everything was certain, how would we still be surprised? How would we still, if I knew for certain, if I was going to sit down now that I would write a beautiful piece of music, how would that surprise me? So it's this whole dance where things go wrong, as we call them, and things go beautiful, and it's this movement of life. It's the river that flows, that sometimes is very gentle and sometimes it's this big stream, and it's, if you look at water, it can be healing and purifying, but it can also destroy everything. And so an answer is like the last chapter of a book. It's the end of the movie, but I want to see the movie. I don't want it to end.
And it's great you give the example of a movie. In a movie, I don't read the synopsis before I watch anything, because I don't want to know anything about what is going to happen. But in my life,
because we're very attached to our life. We take ourselves very seriously because everything has to go right with yours. So I plan this. If this happens in my life, it will be a good thing. If that happens in my life, it's a bad thing. Truth is, I don't know. The things that I thought were bad at the time turned out to be the greatest blessings. Things that I thought were, the biggest opportunities turned out to be useless. And then still, maybe 10 years on, it turns out to be the opposite again.
There's some Dutch teacher, Alexander Smit, who passed away, once said, in the beautiful, the ugly is already captured or hidden, and the beautiful is also already captured. So it's still all both sides of the same coin, and we tend to think, oh, this is beautiful, and stick to that and think it's going to be beautiful forever, but it doesn't work that way.
Well, earlier you asked, you said something about, if everything would always be peaceful, wouldn't that be boring? Well, that in a way that would be, but if we lose our attachment to life, has to be a certain way, and we just flow and dance with whatever is happening. Even moments where I'm depressed or where I'm insecure, and even those are just movements of life, and the less I get attached to them, the less I start using those kind of labels, because actually what I used to call insecure is just my heart that's beating a bit faster and my breath that goes a bit higher, and if I truly feel what's happening in that moment, it's just I'm actually very alive.
We search for that when we go to an amusement park. We get into the rides that gives us the chills and the thrills, and goes up and down, and
But it's we get attached to the movie that we're watching, instead of seeing, hey, this is just the chapter where the challenges come for our hero in the movie.
And could you say that you are you detached from the movie? Are you like in a place where you're just the observer, or are you still active inside the movie?
I'm way more connected to it than I ever used to be, and at the same time I'm detached from the actual story. What I mean is that when people come to me, they often have this long story of their life and all the things that they find challenging or consider problems, and that's just a story. It's a story, and that story, if you talk to the same person a year after, it will be a different story. But the heart of that person is still there, it's still beating. And so if I connect, if I feel and wonder about the person that's sitting in front of me, then it doesn't really matter what story they tell. That's just the story that's playing in that moment. And that's, you know, something that's changing all the time. But the eternity of who they are, of their heart, of their soul, that's unchanging. It's you know, it's a miracle. It's eternal, always.
Yeah. This talk is for also our channel Advaita FM. So let me throw some Advaita jargon at you,
Okay.
if you're okay with that. I mentioned free will. That's a subject you can talk for hours about. How is that for you? Have you made choices in your life, or did things just happen?
I'm not sure if the thing starts with if I say I have a free will, is that I start with I. And so how do I know there's an I that's separate from not I? And I don't have an answer to that. So how could I ever get to the part of free will? It's first I haven't found the true separation of myself as the rest of the world. There is a deep connect. We are deeply connected. Whether we see that on a very spiritual level or on a very practical level. If I push you, you move. So there's a connection there.
Yeah.
So free will or not free will, I think it's beyond what our mind could ever comprehend. And I don't think it's very interesting to spend my life thinking about that, where it's one of the things that I noticed in that is that life often has solutions or adventures that are so much more incredible than I could have ever thought of. So I'm not that interested in my free will or my will, because I found that yes, they are lovely adventures, but the adventures of life are so much more beautiful and great.
Yeah.
But I do need a little bit of trust. That's true. I need to trust that, oh, there's an adventure and this is unexpected. I didn't see this one coming, but let's trust it anyway and let's flow with that anyway.
Go for it.
Yeah, in a way, go for it. Yeah.
In our Dutch interview, you told me the story about how a man came at a wedding to you, a wedding you weren't supposed to be, or and he said, "Come with me to LA and make some music for my documentary." All these kind of coincidences. Could you say that there's a magical force going on which orchestrates that, or is that life itself which sees opportunities and grabs them, or connects people, or creates situations?
But again, I think that boils down to if I see myself as separate, then I see myself also as very limited in time. You know, I'm alive, 80, 90, 100 years, if we're very lucky. And so then it becomes very important what happens to yours. But if I look at the whole of history, even if we take just a slice of history, the human history, which is, in eternity is just a small one, then those 80 years, they hardly matter. You know, there's this whole movement, and life develops and discovers new things, and a society starts and it ends again, and there's this whole dance that's happening. And so if I dare to look beyond my personal interest, then it doesn't really matter if something has always the best outcome for yours as an individual.
Yeah.
But I deeply trust that it has the best outcome for life as a whole. And you talked earlier about events with that happen on the other end of the world, and obviously in the United States there's a new president coming, and there's a whole fight going on with the oil pipeline that's being built, and it's very difficult for us to keep trusting that eventually
it's all for the good.
Well, I wouldn't say the good, it's just life developing itself and discovering itself, and maybe, and you could say, and I always say maybe because we never know, but maybe it's how life brings us together. Maybe we need those challenges in order to unite as a human race.
Yeah.
And maybe we need a few thousand years more of those challenges before we say, hey, what on earth are we doing?
Yeah.
Instead of celebrating how beautiful are we keep on fighting each other. But I can't force you to be peaceful. I can't force you to love yourself or to... So everybody needs to discover that for themselves.
In their own time.
In their own time. And that journey is a beautiful journey, and it's not an important journey because it's life that is happening right now. And it's not about some goal of discovering myself, because as soon as I start believing that, then I could say, oh, I discovered myself a little bit, so I'm better than those people who haven't discovered themselves. And we found another way to discriminate.
Yeah.
And now it's not in color or it's not in religion, but it's in how smart I am or how wise I am. But that's still a deep denial of the magic that we have as a human being. Purely the fact that we are able to discover ourselves or be completely unaware and unawake.
Yeah.
Because maybe being unawake is actually much more evolved than being awake from some perspective. To see myself as separate, to see myself as not enlightened and not see the miracle, maybe that's actually a much bigger miracle than feeling how I'm part of everything.
Yeah, but still, we both know the suffering that comes with feeling separated.
Yeah,
it's
a shame that we make ourselves suffer.
Yeah,
over and over again.
You still feel that deep, deep longing for home, unity, love, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And the search goes on and on. Bigger
and
house.
As long as we keep searching, we won't realize that we were always at home. That we never left home. That we don't need to find a key because there's not even a door.
Yeah.
So there's this. We are home. We've always been home. It's just our mind where we create these great travels of not being home.
Yeah, a great fantasy world. And English teacher Tony Parsons calls this the open secret, what we're talking about. He says you can, if you just look for one moment, you can see it everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing how we don't see it.
Yeah, it's like looking for the glasses which are on your nose or on your head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually an expression I've used before.
Yeah. You wrote a book. Yeah. It's in Dutch. Is it also in English?
Not yet. I hope that it'll be translated soon.
And in Dutch, can you give us the title in English?
The title is My Heart is Not in a Hurry.
It's a sentence from a poem or the title of a poem?
Yeah, it's one of the poems. So the book are a number of poems, which are just sometimes very small poems about how beautiful life is, or people, or just and it's partially a story about my journey through life, both physical and spiritual, if you want to use that word. Yeah.
And is there when the camera was off, we talked about that you see the difference between gurus on a big chair on a stage and just a regular guy like you and me talking about this. What is the danger of looking up to a guru on a stage?
Well, I don't believe there's any danger in anything. So if that's what inspires you, please do that. And but there is. We cannot see in another human being what's not in us. So if I'm with a teacher that I see as an enlightened teacher, I could never see that unless that is in me. And it's very easy we can easily forget that. We're looking at that person and saying, oh, that person knows everything and that makes me inadequate because I need to be like that person. But the truth is, you could never experience that unless it was in you. But your expression of that same truth is slightly different than that guru. And if you go to the next guru, he'll express the same truth in a different way. And I think that's the part we never learned, that it's okay to have your own expression, that whatever you see as inadequate about yourself is actually are your gifts, are the image of God. That my doubts, nobody can have doubts like I have them, and they make me beautiful. Nobody can cry tears like I can cry them, and that makes me beautiful. Nobody can say very stupid, silly things the way I can.
Yeah.
And so it's very easy to look at all the achievements, and we talked a little bit about this before, where you said, why don't you speak more about all the achievements you had when you were doing music and use that as a
vehicle.
As a vehicle. And well, maybe I could, maybe I shouldn't, I don't know. But again, we trick ourselves so easily into the illusion that, oh, he has something to say because he achieved this or that.
Yeah.
But with that, I miss the wisdom that a little child has in front of me, who has no knowledge about anything and just speaks from their heart and makes a drawing and says, look at how beautiful it is, even though it's just 3 lines. And as an adult, we would never dare to do that anymore.
He knows how special he is, the child. Yeah.
Without knowing it.
Yeah,
but he's living it, or she's living it.
Demonstrating it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's beautifully said. So we're all each other's teachers.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All the time.
Everybody becomes a teacher, and I think especially if you feel that you need to learn something, then probably the people that rob us the most, that anger us the most, are our best teachers in learning a little bit more about ourselves.
Yeah.
And at the same time, we're talking about learning of the mind, but our heart doesn't need to learn anything. It's always known that we're complete, and that's what we knew as a child. And then, you know, like we were saying earlier, our parents and our teachers and our friends start putting information into us, and we start reading it later on and seeing television, and then we start believing that only if our mind has certain clarity that we are good enough.
Yeah.
But that's just a thought. It's just a belief. Well, we don't need to believe everything we think.
Well, that's beautifully said, but it's also the example you get at home when you see your parents worrying about everything that's on TV and everything that's in the newspaper. Then you think, well, maybe I think I have to worry also, because
yeah, how can I be happy while my best friend is worrying?
Yeah.
But am I helping my best friend by worrying as well, or do I inspire the people I meet and the world more by seeing the divinity in them and in myself?
Yeah. Something about depression. There are people who are depressed and get in touch with these kind of teachings, talks, books. Is that enough, or should you also take medicine?
I don't think there's one way. We each need to find our journey, and my journey is different from yours and different from the next person. So if there would be a universal code, like 5 steps, take these 5 steps, and then you're awake and you're always happy, and obviously we all hope that it's like that, but it's not like that. There's 0 steps, and that's what we are.
Yeah.
And we need to discover that what we are right now, including that depression, including the medication we're taking or not taking, is how we need to be in this moment.
Yeah.
Despite how challenging that may feel, and how much it takes a huge amount of trust and guts to say, wow, I'm okay the way I am, I'm perfect the way I am, even though I'm completely depressed. Because there's nothing wrong with our depression. Let's for a moment say that instead of on Facebook or social media, where somebody says, I've had this achievement, and everybody cheers you, they give likes and hearts and whatever. But if somebody would write, or people would write, I've got this big depression now, and everybody would cheer for that, saying, wow, how great, you've got this depression. Yeah. Wow, I wish I had a depression like that. We would feel completely different about depression.
I think so also, yeah.
Yeah, but actually sometimes depression is just, our longing to find some stillness. Because if we look in nature, trees aren't always carrying leaves. In fall they drop their leaves, and in winter they're very still, and there's not much movement happening. But we human beings feel that we always have to be, the economy has always be rising, otherwise we call it the depression.
The Great Depression.
Yeah. But And the same in our life. We have to move up in our jobs. We have to get a bigger house. We have to have a bigger car. But maybe sometimes those moments where, you know, life is going slightly slowing us down and saying, you know, look a little bit inwards, because there's a lot of beauty to discover there.
Yeah.
And there's, in that stillness, or in that depression, or in that not knowing anything, there's a great gift to be discovered there.
Yeah. So the suffering starts when we want to get rid of something.
Yeah, the suffering is a fight against whatever is happening right now in this moment.
Yeah.
That's what makes us suffer.
And even calling it a depression is a slightly being at war with something, putting labels on it.
You could say, well, we love labeling things, and it's practical. I mean, if I wouldn't label a chair, I would have to discover every time what to do with it. So I wouldn't know how that I could sit on it. So labels are very practical, but they can also be very limiting. If I label, like I said earlier, I can label something insecure, or I can label something, whatever label I give
ugly.
it. Yeah, ugly or beautiful. And with that, I fail to see that there's beauty and ugliness in anything that I discover. If I look at a beautiful forest, it's very easy to see how beautiful it is. But if I look at a garbage truck or field, it's more challenging for most people. But actually, both of them are beautiful, because in that garbage, there's the lives of 1,000 people collected there, and their whole, you know, whatever they've been living, and all their love and all their pain, it's all collected there.
And we know if we see a building that's not been lived in for 100 years, totally distorted, we can see the beauty in that.
Yeah.
But in our own lives, everything has to be perfect, or be perfect as we think it should be. Yeah. We don't see the perfection in someone with a scar in his face, or someone who walks not very fast, and
we that's why we love Photoshop so much. We want to polish everything away that makes us human beings.
But we see it. If you look, you see that, you think that it's not. You see, and you think that's photoshopped. Yeah, it's not real.
Yeah, but it's not just about the visuals, but we want to do that with our whole lives. You know, we go a day with friends somewhere, and maybe we didn't have the best of times, and so we're dragging along, and then somebody takes out the camera, and we all go, and that's the picture you see on Facebook. Yeah. And so that's what I see all the time around me. I see people smiling and showing how happy they are. Yeah. But that's just such a small part of their life. But what makes my heart thick much more is what makes them cry, what makes them dance, what makes them fall in love, what makes them sing. You know, it's all these movements of emotions and expressions that we have that make us a complete human being.
Yeah. What makes them angry?
Oh, anger is such a pure, beautiful emotion. Yeah. And it can become, because we suppress it, you know, and if we do that long enough, it's like a steam pan. At some point, it explodes, and then it becomes something that, you know, damages a lot of people around us. But if there's just anger in the moment, then, you know, if you look again at children who are often living very pure, they're angry, and 1 minute later they're playing again with their friends. It's just one of the expressions they have.
No problem. Not thinking all day, I was angry this morning. I should go and see a therapist.
Yeah, we can spend our whole lives thinking about what we should have done and what we're going to do. Yeah. Instead of just, you know, enjoying life as it is right now.
Yeah. But still, that's part of the imperfection. That being able to think that you should have done otherwise. Yeah. Yeah, that's beautifully said.
It's a lovely paradox, isn't it? And we can spend, again, our whole life going around in circles.
Yeah, but it brings peace when you say that, because you don't have to get rid of anything.
Oh, no.
No. Even not the bad thoughts or the parts of your life when you were worrying a lot, or when you missed a chance, or you broke a relationship which you shouldn't have.
Well, apparently you should have, otherwise it wouldn't have happened. Yeah. There's a deep trust in knowing that...
No mistakes.
There's no mistakes. maybe there are if I'm looking at life from a very small personal perspective, I could see some things as mistakes.
Yeah.
But if I dare to see myself as part of a much bigger community and life itself, and there's no mistakes. Yeah, there are slight bumps, but those bumps are just, again, I because I love water so much. If water goes if a river flows, there's some rocks in there, and that's actually what steers the water very gently in where it needs to go.
In direction, yeah. Brings us back to what I said about a half an hour ago. I and a lot of other people want certainties. 1 + 1 is 2. And then we think, that I know for sure. I can park that in my memory, 1 and 1 is 2. But we try to put a kind of mathematics over life. You know, to know for sure that I'm going to have enough money in 2 years. You know, I use the calculator a lot. Yeah. I say, here I have my savings. And I'm now 42, so I'm going to live more, let's say for 30 years. So 30 times 12 is 360. I need 360,000 euros to have 1,000 euros every month until I die.
My mind is dazzling.
Yeah. But that's the kind of certainties we're looking for. That's if I could sign somewhere for an insurance that guarantees me that I have 1,000 euros every month until I die, a lot of people would sign up for that.
But the thing is, that's never a guarantee. Even if you have that in the bank, it's just actually life becomes a bit of a threat if that happens. Because if I have that certain amount in the bank that you calculated, and then something changes in the economy, or we get a different government that changes the interest rate or whatever, or just money devaluates more than we expected, then suddenly life is...
I know, but it's at the moment when I put down the calculator, and one moment it gives me a kind of reassurance, and then immediately after 5 minutes those thoughts come up, but what if the euro collapses?
Yeah, and so we can never be alive.
Yeah.
But again, I come back to what I said earlier. We have no idea whether or not we're going to be alive next year.
Or next month.
Or next month, or even next 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So that doesn't mean that I have to live like an idiot and make debts and everything. But if I celebrate life right now as it is, then I don't need to worry about all these things. And the nice thing is also that I know from experience, we need less. We don't need all these things that give us security. Because I know that a house won't give me security. My friendship is much more important to me than any house I could ever have.
Yeah. But what gives you that sense of peace then?
To me, it's no longer fighting life as it is happening right now. It's dancing with life as it is happening right now and not questioning it. So I don't wonder too much about, is this the right thing? No, apparently it's happening right now, and so why not go with it and explore it and dance with it? And the most magical moments happen with friends or with people or with in general, and they're not the big stories of me traveling to the other end of the world and having a miracle, whatever. But it's in the very simplicity of a friend who shares whatever hurt them or whatever inspires them, or maybe just sitting down and having a cup of coffee together.
Yeah.
Sometimes that is the real magic.
So you're just celebrating life all the time?
Yeah. I wouldn't use the word celebrating.
Sharing?
I'm living life.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because celebrating could appear as if it's always happy. It isn't.
No.
Like, I can be very sad, but I'm not sad that I'm sad.
Yeah.
It's just one of the movements that happens in life. And yes, if something happens to a friend of mine or someone that I care greatly about, of course it hurts me and there'll be tears. But how beautiful to just let those tears be without having to stop them or without having to know all the answers, because sometimes we don't know the answers. Sometimes we just sit still with our friends and we haven't got a clue together.
Yeah. So you're not rejecting life as it comes or as it is.
No.
It's totally accepted or totally embraced.
Yeah. Even the non-acceptance of it.
If that would appear.
No, that appears as well, of course.
Yeah.
Of course it appears, because...
Yeah, you sometimes don't accept things.
Of course. I wouldn't know an example right now, but of course there are things happening in life where you think, oh, I don't want that to happen. If I miss a bus or miss a train, I don't want that.
Yeah. But it's good that you say that, because in some spiritual teachings, if I would walk out the door and step into a pile of dog poo, I would have to go, namaste.
Oh my God!
Namaste.
But if I do that, what happens if because you got that a lot with positive thinking, as they call it. But then what I'm doing is I'm saying namaste to the pile of shit that's there. But I'm saying to what I'm feeling, that's not okay.
Yeah.
But the curse that's coming, if I'm stepping into that, why shouldn't that be allowed?
Yeah.
That's part of life as well.
Yeah.
So if I should step into that, I would curse very loudly.
Yeah, shit, what's happening?
Yeah.
Who let this dog do his thing
Of
here?
course. And that's it's part of the expression as well.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I could stay stuck in that forever. I could go, I could spend a day thinking, oh, I should have said namaste. I wasn't allowed to curse.
Yeah.
Or I could stay upset with whomever the dog owner is for another week. But I can also say, oh, that was that moment that happened. I didn't like it. And I, had to change shoes or clean my shoes. And obviously that's a very dirty job to do.
Yeah.
And I move on. And because the next moment is already happening and there's another adventure waiting.
Yeah. Beautifully said. When people want to get in touch with you, is there also an English website?
Yeah, it's jorisvinken.com.
And your last name is spelled Vincken?
Yes.
Okay, we'll put a link underneath the video interview.
Yeah.
Are you planning to travel the world and speak as passionate about this as you just did for the last 50 minutes?
Yeah, I sort of go wherever I'm invited.
Yeah.
So I don't have specific plans of wanting to go anywhere.
Yeah.
And I love whatever invitation happens. And sometimes these invitations are not verbally. Sometimes, I don't know, a friend is in need somewhere and you travel there, and while you're there, things happen.
Yeah. And how do people react in your environment? How you call it, your family? Do they now see a different version of yours than, let's say, 25 years ago?
I wouldn't know exactly. I would have to ask them. I think to a large extent, we see the people we meet. We don't really see. I don't really see Patrick. I see who I think Patrick is.
An interpretation.
Yeah, and that says a lot about me. Whatever my interpretation of someone with a beard is, or someone with a headphone is, or someone with the jeans is. That's so I can't really see you. I have no idea who's really sitting there.
Yeah.
So obviously people who know me a long time will partially see me the way they used to see me.
Yeah.
And most likely I'll respond to that. So I'll respond much more the way they used to know me.
Yeah.
Because obviously life is it's not a one-way street, it's an interaction. If I'm sitting down with one musician and I sing one note and he sings another note, and within 5 minutes we've got a beautiful song.
Yeah.
And with another musician just as talented, I can sit for days and nothing happens.
Yeah.
Why is that? It's not because I'm great or that person is great or not so great. It's just because there's some magic happening between people. And so some people might feel very inspired by me. Others will say, what a lunatic he is.
Mm-hmm.
Some people will love one poem that I write and say the other ones, I can't, it's not for me. Some people will love some of the music that I used to do and not like what I'm writing now, or the other way around. And
yeah, it's a constant improvisation, interaction between people.
Yeah, and anybody who will tell you that they have the answer or know whether that's to making money or whether that's to finding the right song or whether that's to spiritual enlightenment, Anybody who says they've got the answer, I would be slightly careful.
Yeah.
Because they might have found the answer that works for them.
Yeah.
But that doesn't need to be the answer that works for me.
Yeah. Final question about music. You've made a lot of music in your life. Could you say that did this come through you? Was it a gift from God, as some musicians call it? I think my question is, where does inspiration come from? This inspiration to write that song, to make that music.
Well, to an extent, we never know, because I don't know. I think every person has talents, and for me, the first time that I sat behind a piano when I was, I think, 7 or 8, there was this connection between us. Even though I couldn't really play, I wrote my first very simple song within a week. So there was something there.
Yeah.
And for other people, it's drawing. I can't draw nothing because I no matter how hard I try, it just I don't have that talent. Other people have it with speaking. Other people have it with whatever their talent is. So there is some aspect that's natural to us. Maybe it's our genes or the way we were raised or whatever. And there's an extent of fine-tuning the instrument that we are. So if my talent is to draw, the more I draw, the more I can do that without thinking.
Yeah.
So if I sit behind the piano now, I could almost be falling asleep and my fingers will still be playing because I've done it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And so I don't need to think which chord am I going to play. It's just I've got this feeling and my fingers play that. Just like walking, we have no idea how we walk, but we do it all the time.
It's natural.
It's natural.
Yeah.
And so there's this fine-tuning, and I think the more tuned we are to it, the less we need to think, and it's always our thoughts that get in the way of inspiration. And then comes back to your question, am I writing it or is it divine inspiration? I don't know. I do know that the less I think, the more beautiful it often is.
Yeah.
So sometimes I wake up with a melody and I quickly jump out of bed and write it down. Or with the poem, I wake up in the middle of the night and write down 5 sentences on my phone. And the next morning I might, change the language a little bit or fix some spelling mistakes in there.
Yeah.
Is that me doing it? Is it live happening? I don't really know. I think it's, again, this dance between me and live and me spending ages with it. Because in the beginning, when I started writing, there was nothing. That, first times I started writing songs, they were very silly songs. And if I would have given up then, I would never have written anything that was worthwhile. But because I kept doing it, at some points there were songs where I thought, wow, did I write that? Or did that happen through my fingers?
So the pencil had to be sharpened, or has to be sharpened.
Yeah.
And then you get more fine-tuned.
Yeah.
And
And it's...
But it didn't take you any... did it take you effort? Or was it just all coming natural to you?
Well, it took me effort, but I didn't mind the effort. Because, for example, one of the things that I'm very passionate about with music is how it sounds. I love music that just sounds good. It has purely the quality of how it's recorded. Yeah. And so I spent ages learning about how to operate a mixing desk and how to get the best reverb and the best microphone. Yes, that took a lot of effort, but I loved every second of it. I would, in the evening go to bed reading about it, or later on the internet finding stuff about it. And
passion.
It's passion, yeah. And so with piano, I there were times where I was practicing scales because I wanted my fingers to be a little bit more flexible. That wasn't maybe the most fun part of doing it, but
you still loved it.
I still loved it because it helped me getting myself out of the way of just letting that music flow.
Yeah.
And if my fingers are all tangled up, then it stops me from just letting that music flow. So,
could we say, concluding, that we have to find our passion, or let the passion find us?
I wouldn't say any conclusion.
No, but I'm just thinking.
I think we can. It's so easy to turn something into a goal again.
Yeah.
Where we often fail to see the talents that we already have, and so we are looking for. So maybe if I'm a great musician, I want to be able to make great films as well.
Yeah.
And not seeing that what to me is completely natural. For example, me playing on the piano and just improvising, and people tell me, "Wow, that brought me to tears." And I'm thinking, but I'm just fiddling a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's very easy not to see our own talents.
Yeah.
So finding it or being found by it.
Or being open, just to...
but just do what you're already doing and enjoy that, and let it, don't think too much about it, just let it happen as it happens.
Spontaneous.
Yeah, but even wanting to be spontaneous is not that spontaneous.
No. But,
Don't Worry, Be Happy is this great song
Yeah.
by Bobby McFerrin, who's a great human being, by the way. At least I don't know him personally, but if you see him sing, that makes my heart sing. But I think he's very right. I think there's a lot of wisdom in that. We want to find that holy grail, failing to see that we are the holy grail.
Yeah.
That's what we are. So whether I make beautiful music or not, whether I inspire just one person or whether I inspire 1 million people, that doesn't matter. We're still this living miracle, and it's so easy to stop failing to see that, because we feel that only if we achieve something we're good enough.
Yeah.
The truth is we are good enough always. There's no way we could ever not be good enough.
Yeah. Beautifully said. Thank you very much, Joris. And we're gonna follow you with all the things you do.
Thank you.
Sitting here with Jojo van der Kooi for a second talk. The first talk was in Dutch. Now we're planning to talk in English.
Yes.
At your beautiful home here in Arnhem. And this is also the place where you do your work.
Indeed.
For how long?
Since when? Wow. It's a long time. I think the work started after I came back from Pune.
Yeah.
After being initiated by Osho in 1979.
Yeah.
That was actually shortly after that I won my first prize for European painting, and then I felt, well, it's time maybe to start helping people to bring out their creativity. And so it started with creative workshops, and then later it developed into working with the body, the feelings and the mind, the mindset, because I discovered that people are blocked in their creativity because of tensions, either in the body or in the emotional field or in between the ears.
And why is creativity so important?
Maybe because what we are here on this earthly plane is a creation of the ultimate intelligence, and so we are all shaped in such a way that we have a longing to express ourselves, either in a creative way or in other ways. Like, there are so many ways we can express our individuality, and I think that is a very deep longing of, I think, all the people on earth, be it consciously or unconsciously.
To create.
To create, yeah.
To participate and to create something that's good for all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of my painting teachers said creativity is the ultimate expression of the ultimate individual. Yeah. So we want to to express our essence through the vehicle that we have received in this life,
Mm-hmm.
which is a unique phenomenon.
This
So,
vehicle.
yeah, there are no two people alike.
No, that's true.
So-
And that makes that creativity so broad and so much variety in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
No one is the same, so everyone expresses this in a different way.
Yes.
Yeah. Sounds great.
It is great.
Yeah. And was Osho, I'm pointing at the picture next to you, someone who talked about creativity also a lot?
Yeah.
What did he have to say about it?
Well, actually, what Osho helped me to see is that creativity is not about perfection. We have, particularly in the West, we have a tendency to want to make everything perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to make things perfect, you sort of block yourself because you're setting high standards that you can never meet, and so somehow you give up, you know. If you cannot be as good as a Rembrandt or something, then you just, okay, then it's not for me.
Yeah.
Whereas he pointed out the joy of being creative without a purpose, without a goal, you know, just for the sheer joy of expressing yourself.
Doesn't have to be successful.
Yeah, doesn't have to be successful.
Yeah, well, it's the same when
Yeah.
we're doing this interview. I'm like fixing the light and looking at the camera if everything is okay, and then I see this little thing that comes like it grows out of your head on the background.
Yes.
And then I'm thinking, should I worry about this? Will people not say after watching this interview, well, Patrick, couldn't you have done something about it?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. And at a certain point, you have to just let it go.
Yeah.
And one of my ex-partners expressed it like this: you have to leave a hole for the soul to come in. If things that you do are too perfect, it's too closed, you know.
Yeah.
There has to be a hole somewhere where the soul can come in.
Oh, that's greatly said.
Yeah.
You also make beautiful paintings. That is also not about perfection.
Well, there's a difference between striving for perfection and giving all that you have, you know, at a certain moment. And it's nice to just feel your way into when is this artwork, this painting ready? When do I stop?
Yeah.
And it's very exciting. You know, sometimes you think it's finished and then you put it in a corner and then 2 months later you see it again and say, oh, here's something that I would like to add.
Yeah.
Actually, you could be working on one painting your whole life. As you develop, as you unfold, you see more and more what could be added, you know?
Yeah.
So actually all the paintings that I've made are unfinished business.
Yeah.
Yes. But then again, it is good to also leave it in the state where you have decided, so this is, for now it's okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes I visit someone and I forgot that they have bought a painting from me, and I see this painting which dates from 15 years before, and all of a sudden I get a shock and I can see the beauty of the painting in the way it was made, because it is pregnant of the situation that was there then.
Yeah.
And that's very surprising. Yeah.
Okay.
And you can see that, you know, okay, I could have added this or that and that, but then it's good to just leave it like that as a kind of a testimony for a certain period of your life.
Yeah. And can you still remember the state you were in or the feelings you had when you see a picture again or a painting again you made?
It's a surprise and a feeling of excitement and gratitude at the same time. Like, wow, have I made this, you know? And more and more I come to see that it is not me making a picture. It is the ultimate creator or the ultimate intelligence that's working through me and wants to express itself through this vehicle, you know, with these characteristics.
Yeah, and qualities.
And qualities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that why you don't put yo-yo paintings? I haven't seen any signature.
I usually forget.
Ah.
And that's maybe also not for nothing, because when I was in Khajuraho, which is the origin, the seat of the tantric schools, I walked around these temples where you have these exquisite sculptures of people in love, you know, and people in an embrace, but also people with animals. These are the ways the people at the time were attracting people to the temples. But you only see these sculptures on the outside of the temple. And as you go inside the temple, more and more the art that you see there is abstract. And in the inner sanctum there is emptiness and just the symbol of the male and female sex organs, like the lingam and the yoni together. And that's probably to keep the people who are not ready for the emptiness of the inner sanctum outdoors, so they can just gape at these erotic scenes, you know, and just they help people to come to terms with their sexuality, which is a basic prerequisites for the spiritual unfolding.
Yeah.
But all these beautiful sculptures, there is no signature, nowhere.
No.
So you don't see any names or whatever.
Yeah.
All these people have worked as a tool, as a vehicle for the ultimate intelligence.
Yeah.
The ultimate creator.
So what is it then, yo-yo, that gives me this sense of I have to put my label on everything I create? I have to.
Well, that's also part of our unfolding. It's the ego that wants to be seen. It's the ego that wants to be recognized. That's the third chakra, and it's about the personality. We have to go through that phase on our way to enlightenment or self-realization or becoming one again. And there's no harm in that, you know. It's a part, you know. We have to build a strong ego, and we have to really feel like we are someone before we can let go of that narrowing, because it's like an hourglass, you know, where at the bottom, when we are born, we are totally we are still part of the whole, you know. We don't have an ego, we don't have a sense of I. That is what we are gradually learning. And by, as we become more aware of ourselves and more aware of our characteristics, we slowly develop that sense of I, which becomes like a very narrow passage where we are absolutely convinced that we are separate from each other and separate from the whole.
Yeah.
I am this and I am not that. This I want to be and this I don't want to be.
Yeah.
This is the ego, and we have to go through that phase of forgetting who we are, in order to come to the point where in the heart chakra we can relax and open up to larger circles of connection.
Mm-hmm.
And then just opening until we are back into the all and one, you know, but now consciously. The child is there, but unconsciously.
Mm-hmm.
And through our journey, through the chakras and the stages of awakening, we come to remember who we are, you know, and that's what's called ecstasy.
Yeah.
Yeah, ecstasy is associated with the beyond the crown chakra,
Mm-hmm.
and it means outside of the identification with a self, with the idea of self,
Yeah.
and that's the ultimate liberation.
One teacher told me, also a woman, a female,
Mhm.
that we have to go through this narrow passage to develop compassion
Yes.
for all and everyone.
Yes.
So that I know how it feels like to be hurt, to hurt someone, to be discriminated, and so on.
Actually, yes, it's true that we have to come to a point where we suffer so much from the illusion of separation that at some point we surrender. We give up our attempts to become, you know, better than the other, or to become richer than the others, to become famous, and that we sort of either we break or we melt into the heart dimension, which is about compassion, about understanding. It's about understanding that we are not separate. It's the beginning, the dawning, the heart chakra is the dawning of the journey back home,
Yeah.
so to speak.
Now, are there certain ages where those things happen for people?
Well, in my courses and in my book, I am speaking about 7 levels of awakening, and I associate the chakras that are the symbols of the journey with 8 levels of 8 years. So the first 8 years in our lives, we are finding our place on earth, so to speak. And the first chakra is about survival strategies, and it's about belonging, the feeling of belonging. So in the first 8 years, we have to deal with the parents that we have, and we develop certain strategies to cope with the specific characteristics of our father and our mother. And we develop a sense of safety, of security in the family, you know.
Yeah.
And the second 8 years are about the second chakra, which is the awakening of sexuality and intimacy. And that's the first step. That's why sexuality and intimacy are so important. The first step back to connection. It's like in a body we are sort of isolated, and we fall in love with another person, another being, and we need this feeling of being in love to overcome the fear of losing yourself into something that's bigger than you. And so that's how we learn about the beginnings of love, the first stages of love.
And by love you mean?
Love is from the heart. It's the feelings that come from the heart.
Yeah, that cannot be rationalized.
It starts with sexuality, and also the second chakra is about emotions, because sexuality is usually very mixed up with emotions.
Yeah.
So we learn about jealousy, we learn about anger, we learn about fear, all these basic feelings that we need to experience, during our journey.
And why do we need to experience them? To develop compassion, or to
to come? Yeah. Well, actually, the journey in a body on planet Earth is like going to the movies. We are curious. We want to experience all kinds of things, and so we also need to forget that we are in a movie house. It has to be real. So, like when you go to the movies, you don't sit there and just tell yourself it's just a screen, it's just images, it's not true, it's just an illusion. No. Yeah. You want to just go in there, totally lose yourself and associate yourself with the actors. Yeah. As if you are them. Yeah. And it's the same with life on Earth. We are curious, we want to experience all kinds of things. And by experiencing them, we add to the totality of what is possible on Earth. Yeah. It's like the ultimate intelligence is constantly expanding through the experiences of all the beings that it creates.
Yeah. Beautifully said. Then from age 16 to 24, the next 8 years?
Yeah, that's where we start separating ourselves from the parents, and we want to stand alone. We want to stand on our own. Yeah. And we want to become someone, Yeah. Yeah. So that's why we learn and we study and we get diplomas and stuff, so that we can really become someone special. Yeah. Also associated with the second chakra and looking for a partner and procreation and making sure that the offspring can be fed and can be educated and stuff. Yeah. That's the third chakra. And then in the process of winning a mate, it's important to have big cars, or at least a motorcycle, or the right tattoos. Yeah. That's all about age 16 to 24, and it's about searching for your uniqueness. How am I different from other people? How do I distinguish myself from others? How can I be the best?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And does that go on also for the next 8 years, or does that come a shift
again?
Yeah,
24 to 32, that's where the heart space begins to enter into your life. Mm-hmm. Like, in the relationship, sexuality unfolds into love, if all goes well. Yeah. Yeah.
Yo-Yo, I heard that the age 40, that's like a crisis age for a lot of people. Do you agree that the old stuff doesn't work anymore?
Well, age 40 is the end of the fifth chakra, which is about honesty, about pure communication. It's the throat chakra. And it is the threshold between the fifth chakra and the sixth chakra, which is about non-duality, looking beyond the opposites. Mm-hmm. And age 40 is also the age where we have to learn about honesty, and it's the age where many of the relationships get into a crisis, because you've been together for so long. You want to look for other people, to have other aspects of yourself reflected, and in that process it happens that people fall in love with another person, and they break the vow of being true to the other.
Yeah.
And many times you see that people cannot be honest about that, so they do it secretly, and then when it's being found out, they're in trouble because then the mate usually, does not accept that. And
is this a story from your own life? Because you smile when you talk about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I have also gone through all these stages also in my relationships.
Yeah.
When my second relationship, when I found out that he had a girlfriend that he had not shared with me, I was very rigorous, and I just said, enough, and I broke the relationship. And in my third relationship, I had learned from that, and I was beginning to discover that it is possible to love more than one person, and to also feel physically attracted to other people.
Mm-hmm.
And in that relationship, which has lasted almost 12 and a half years, I had the opportunity to work my way through that, like my partner fell in love with someone else at a certain point, and I said, okay, that's probably what you need right now for your own development. Mm-hmm. So you just go ahead. And for a time that was okay, but then, more and more he went to see her, and he started doing handiwork, helping her out, with all kinds of things. And then he came home only for doing the laundry.
Oh.
I slipped into bed around 2 or 3 o'clock at night. And at a certain point I felt, no, I can't take this,
No.
So I went to live in my studio, and I said, look, I can see that you need this, and it's okay, but I don't want to be on top of it, so I'll just take a little bit of distance. And then after a few weeks he came to me, he said, it's not possible. I cannot be with this woman if you're not there. And so, I felt that you are so important for me that I will break off the relationship. So he did. But she was a colleague of his, and so they kept seeing each other, and she kept putting flowers on his desk and stuff, and although they didn't have sex anymore together, it was still, befriended with her. And so one day he asked me if it was okay to invite her for dinner with us.
Oh, that's a test.
It was a test.
Yeah. Did you agree?
And I agreed.
Yeah.
And we had a very nice dinner. And then after that we sat in the living room, and we were having coffee together. And then I could see those do you call it? Sparks between their eyes, and I could feel that there was just this longing for physical contact, and but they were just behaving,
Yeah. But did they maybe come to ask your approval again, or how did they come to ask your approval again for this?
No. She wanted to be also, loyal to me, and she had this friendship with him, But these looks and these sparks were so obvious that at some point I just stood up. I said, "Come on, folks, you just go and go to bed with each other again, because this is you're not ready. You're not finished together."
No.
And strangely enough, they did, pick up their sexual relationship. Mm-hmm. But strangely enough, after that, I did not have a problem with it anymore. I don't know what happened in between, but maybe I had come to see that it is true that you cannot just get to know yourself only through one person. Anyway.
And this was an example of honesty.
Yeah, and I really appreciated his honesty.
Yeah.
You know? He never lied about this, and he said, "Look, I can't help it. I have these feelings for this woman, and I don't know what it is." So, but by and by, gradually, they saw each other less and less and less, and then in the end, they were just friends. You know, without me demanding anything of the kind. So that was good. But what I found out later is that it's very important to be honest about it, and that it's important for a couple to keep looking at the contract they have made, because if sexual monogamy is one of the implicit parts of the contract, then it's not good to just go ahead with experimenting with other people without sharing that with your partner. And of course, if your partner is not enlightened enough to accept that you break the contract and withdraws, that's a risk that you have to take.
Yeah.
And that's a risk that many people in a certain stage of their life are very unwilling to take. So they rather do it secretly than be open about it.
Yeah.
And that's understandable from that stage of consciousness.
Can you tell us some more what happens after the age of 40? 40, 48 is...
Yeah, between 40 and 48, that's the sixth chakra, which is the third eye. And that has to do with by and by realizing that what we see as opposites are really two sides of the same coin, and that everything that we attribute to another person in the way of judgment are reflections of parts of yourself that you have somehow suppressed or not even discovered, that you have a judgment on. And this chakra is about slowly coming to see that everything that you attribute to another, which you think or say that's not me, is really also a part of you. That's quite a process, and it's also very liberating in that your world becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, because you can embrace, if you do the work inside, to come to terms with all these reflections. It is a period where you start embracing more and more of yourself as you see it reflected in the other. And this also makes that we are less fearful. The fear of the other, the fear of the enemy, just subsides as when you can see that the enemy is not the other person. The enemy is a part of yourself that you are opposing and that you cannot digest as yet.
Yeah. Can you maybe name an example how that works? When you meet someone, a co-worker or a boss or...
Yeah, for me it works like this, First of all, you become aware of the feelings that this person inspires in you, like irritation or fear or anger or feeling of murderous lust.
Yeah.
And it's important to give yourself permission to feel these feelings, to have these feelings, to acknowledge that they are there. Now, if you really do that to the bottom, acknowledging these feelings and feeling these feelings, then what happens is that they subside. And after that, you can look again, and you can ask yourself, when you look at the person, what is it that this person reflects of me?
Yeah.
And then it's nice if you can come to discover why these aspects of yourself are undigestible, why you have rejected them, why you have opposed them, and then gradually start to experiment with that behavior. And that can be very funny. Like an example, I had been to the sauna with a friend, and after that we sat at the bar for a drink, and there were a few more people sitting there, and there were two guys who were talking very loudly, and really like in such a way that I could not understand the friend I was with. And I started to become so irritated, and I didn't want to interrupt, but I felt I could not really concentrate on our conversation anymore. And then all of a sudden I realized that what was irritating me was the behavior of these guys, who were so, not at all conscious of the other people around them. And I said, so I would never do such a thing. And then I asked myself, wouldn't I? Well, let's try. So that moment, I continued the conversation with my friend, and I just put up the volume of my voice even more than their volume.
Oh.
So, and then we go down here, all of a sudden, these two guys, they looked like this, like,
and they got
it. They got it, and they lowered their voices.
Yeah.
And so I caught their eyes, and I just winked at them, and they got the message.
Yeah.
And it was such a relief.
Yeah. Because you allowed yourself to also act in this way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the same I have with neighbors. Then some neighbor parks his car just in the street where there's normally no parking space, but that's convenient for him because he doesn't have to walk too far to his front door. It starts irritating me because I never dare to park my car over there. I would like to park my car over there sometime, because I know it's easier also, but I don't dare because I'm afraid I'll get comments from the neighbors about this. He just does it. There's some spiritual teachers who say to me, and that's why this guy puts his car over there, to make you aware of the fact that you are afraid to park your car over there, and you're afraid to get angry faces from your neighbors. Yeah. Is that true?
It's the same. It's the same thing.
Same mechanism.
Yes.
But you dare to higher your voice.
Yes.
Is that because you're not afraid then, or you know how it works?
Actually, a part of my unfolding was through the Avatar courses, where you learn about these things, where you learn about that everything you see is your interpretation of what you see, so that everything you see is really you, and that the only thing you need to do is to just take ownership of the projections that you have made.
Mm-hmm.
And so this was one thing in practice that I allowed myself to do.
Yeah. That's after age 40. You become aware of those things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we grow older. We go to 65, 56, 56.
Yes, now 40, 48, and then from 50, 56.
Yeah.
Yeah, to 56. That's what I call the crown chakra, which is about knowing, and it's about reclaiming your innocence, the innocence that you had when you were a child, but now consciously. When you have reconciled the opposites, in yourself and between you and the others and the world, then you start seeing clear, and then you start realizing that there is no right and wrong, that there's only discovery, discovery, discovery in ever unfolding expansions. And in my courses, I have combined art forms with all the chakras, and the seventh chakra for me is about clowning.
Clowning?
Yes, because the clown is innocent. He can just be clumsy. He can just show his shortcomings, his limitations, and people are allowed to laugh about him, and it doesn't bother him.
No.
So in a way, he's free.
Yeah.
And also the court jester is also part of the seventh chakra. He's the only one who can make fun of the king,
Yeah.
But he has to be very clever and wise. It's the wise fool, because if he goes too far, his head will be chopped off.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's a very subtle wisdom that you develop in that stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the final one, the eighth one.
The eighth chakra, which is the transformation point, I call it, from being identified with your body, with your feelings, with your mind, to becoming again part of the whole, where you are just pure being, and where you are totally present in the moment. And for that I use tantric exercises, and the idea is to create situations where people can experience ecstasy. We just talked about ecstasy, as ecstasy, where you are no longer bothered about who you are and what people think of you, or what, because you are just conscious of the totality that this body mind has arisen from, and where this body mind in the end will disappear into. And that's what I call the ultimate freedom, from where you can, if you just reach that realization, from where you can really start enjoying your life as a playground, really, where you can try out everything, and where nothing is wrong, and where you can just trust that existence is carrying you.
Yeah, but that's only at that age. I cannot realize this at age 35 or 40.
Well, of course, the chakra model is a model.
Mm-hmm.
It does not mean that people cannot get enlightened at age 21.
Mm-hmm.
There are several examples of that. And it doesn't mean that there are not people who even after age 64 haven't seen the light, and will never see the light until they die.
What does it depend on? Do you have to be ripe for it, or?
Well, I'm inclined to say that it's there are several ways you can look at that, but you can say it's just coincidence or good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Other people say it has to do with karma. I'm inclined to say that, look at the trees. there are millions and millions of seeds falling from the trees every autumn, and only a couple of them fall into the earth and come to sprouting.
Yeah.
So the people who do not get it or go back into the recycling without having woken up to this realization, it doesn't mean that they are lesser people than the ones who are lucky enough to see the light.
Yeah.
But they happen to not meet the right people, they happen to not get into the right situations where these clicks can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this model is not for everyone.
Well, it's just for those people who are curious about themselves and who are not afraid to encounter parts of themselves that until that moment they have not faced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does it take a brave person to go for it?
Yeah, or at least people who have experienced things in their lives that have given them the insight that there is something missing, that there must be more to life, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and usually it's only after certain things have happened, like an illness, or you're losing your job, or you're losing your wealth, or whatever. When things in life, in your material situation, break down, that you just sit and ask yourself, now, what is it really about?
Yeah.
Life? What is it that I really want? You know, and that's usually the point at which people start looking for places where they can do the work, as I call it.
Yeah. For me, the question always was, how come this world doesn't make me happy for a long time? Then my question to you is also, can the world make you happy?
Well, as the world is just your creation of the world, there's only one thing that we need to come to realize, and that is that it's only ourselves, it's only myself who can make me happy, or rather happiness is in here, and we are looking it out there.
Yeah.
And we have to make a 180-degree turn and go inside and remove layers of unconsciousness in order to reach to the treasure of happiness, you know.
Yeah.
Happiness is our intrinsic birthright, so to speak, but it has to be uncovered.
Yeah. And that
no other person can make you happy.
No person.
We are looking for happiness in our partner, you know, but the partner cannot make you happy. Wealth cannot make you happy. It doesn't have to make you unhappy either. But fame cannot make you happy. And this is something that we need to learn to come to realize during the journey.
But should we then go out and try everything, try to get happy by gaining fame, gaining money, gaining the best partner, the best car?
Apparently that's what we do.
Yeah, we still try it. It doesn't work if we both say to the watcher, the viewer, don't try it.
No.
No,
we have to. Yeah. We have to just go through all these attempts to find happiness out there, you know, until we have come to a saturation point where a shift can happen.
Yeah. And that shift, is that what people mean by getting enlightened or waking up?
Yeah, that's the shift. Well, the shift can be the beginning of a trajectory that we choose, you know, to do inner work, to find out about who we really are. The shift does not mean that instantly there is self-realization. There may be a way to go, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you have an explanation, Yo-Yo, why it looks like so many people are interested in this subject of self-realization the last 10, 20 years?
Mm-hmm.
How come?
Yes, well, that's because apparently more and more people come to realize that there is more to life than what they are living. Here in our Western world, which is a very material world, we seem to have slowly come to a saturation point where we can see that this is ultimately not making me happy.
Yeah.
And that's where the self-inquiry may start. Yeah.
Yeah. You just started translating your Dutch book into English.
Mm-hmm.
Do you already have the title of the book in English?
Yes, the title is Blossoming in the Bog. And I like the alliteration, which is also in the Dutch title. Yeah. And it's a metaphor of the lotus that takes its nourishment from the dirt,
yeah.
the mud and the stinking marsh or moor or bog, you know, and transforms it into beauty. And that's also how we as humans can use the shit of the world, the shit in ourselves, and transform it into wisdom, knowing, the ultimate unconditional love that we all can develop.
Yeah.
Which starts with an unconditional love for yourself, including, you know, all your failures, including all your horrible devilish side, everything, you know, and that's quite a job. Yeah.
Yeah. And when is the book to be released in English?
It will probably be available as a PDF by the end of this year.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit before.
Are you planning to do any courses in foreign countries than the Netherlands?
I have been invited to come and do workshops in Thailand and in the Philippines. And I'm looking forward to that very much. Because usually I do retreats in Europe, which I continue to do, by the way. But it's also nice to go to the East, where I have found a lot of inspiration for the work that I do, you know. And so it's also nice to be able to do something back and work with the people there.
And you have a title for the course you give.
Flowering.
Yeah, flowering.
Flowering. Yeah.
Because of the lotus.
Because of this idea of the blossoming in the bog, you know, where you can just transform any shit that's inherent in you or in the world, can transform it into innocence, beauty, understanding, and unconditional love.
And how do I know if I'm flowering or I'm still stuck in the mud and not growing?
Well, actually, you know, a sign for you that you are developing into this beauty is that you feel more and more at ease with yourself, more and more relaxed in all kinds of situations, more and more at ease with all kinds of people that you meet on the way. That's a sign that you are expanding your perception of the world.
Yeah. And not trying to make people into something that is less threatening to you, or that you like more, or just leaving?
Yeah,
people
you stop wanting to change people to accommodate you.
Yeah.
You can let people be who they are and love them and accept them where they are in their stage of development.
Yeah.
So you develop more understanding for why people act this way or behave that way.
And how come that this process, these courses you give, works better in a group than one-on-one, or is that not true?
I also do one-on-one work, but the group has the advantage that you can serve as a mirror to the others, and all the others are mirroring, reflecting aspects of you that you had not discovered before.
Yeah.
So both, your positive sides and your negative sides, and so it is very helpful for the work when you are in a group.
Yeah. And do you still accept people for new groups? Is there room?
Yeah. Every spring and every autumn, in principle, I start with a new group.
Yeah.
Yeah, and twice a year I do a retreat, a 1 week retreat in a European country as well.
Yeah.
Like in October we go to Sardinia, and in spring next year we go to Samos in Greece.
And why especially those places?
Well, Samos has become, the owner of the center there has become a good friend, and we have been going there off and on for 15 years with groups. But I sometimes also go to France or to England or to Italy or Portugal.
Yeah.
Depends upon what presents itself.
And how come you are still so enthusiastic about doing these courses, working with those people? You could easily say, well, I'm now over age 70, I'm going to sit on the couch all day with a nice box of chocolates and watch my favorite TV show, even though I don't see a TV in here, but that's another story.
I do like chocolates, and I do watching TV and movies, yes. But this is it's something that's so fulfilling, this work, and it is so enriching, because I continue to also unfold more and more and more with each and every person that joins my groups. It is
it works two ways.
It works two ways, yes. And so this is something, it is a passion that you can follow until the grave, as long as I live and can walk and talk and hear and see, I can do this work. Yeah. And it becomes more and more effective also as you grow older and have had more experiences. You can come up with better suggestions, and you can understand more of what's going on in people.
Yeah.
And so you can find the adequate answers to the questions that arise.
Yeah. Bringing it back to the beginning of this interview, can you say that beautiful being on the photo next to you, Osho, and his initiation, that this is all a result of that?
Yeah, actually it has started there. When I sat before him, I thanked him for the miracles that had happened to me during my time in Pune, because I really experienced a couple of miracles there. And then he had this subtle smile, and he said, many more miracles are going to happen after this. And that's what has happened, More and more I become miracle-mindedness. I can see the wonders of nature. I can see the wonders of the physical body. I can see the wonders of our feelings, the wonders of our minds, our sharp minds. And it's all becoming more and more miraculous, more and more a complete mystery. And I no longer try to solve the mystery. More and more I am living the mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for this great talk. When people want to reach you, you have a very easy website in the sense of the website address. It's yoyo.nl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yoyo.nl.
Yeah.
yoyo.nl.
Yeah, that sounds good. And there's going to be an English version of the site also.
Yes, I'm about to just add a part with an English flag, where people can find the information that may be useful for people abroad about my retreats and also my courses and workshops. Because I love to also go abroad and do workshops wherever there are 8 people or more who would like to do the work with me.
Yeah. And Skype sessions with people from abroad, are you open to that?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
My Skype name is Humanifold. It is a non-existing word which I have invented myself. It's about
human?
It's a combination of humanity and manifold.
Yeah.
It means just the manifold options that we have living in a body as a human being.
Humanifold.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to search you up on Skype. Thanks for this talk, and till next time.
Welcome.
Sitting here with Frans Langekamp.
Yes, sir.
My dear friend, we talked to each other in Dutch for about 4 or 5 times, and now in English to talk about your new course, the ABC course of life.
Of life, yes.
Why is such thing needed, Frans?
Yes, very good question, Patrick. The ABC of life, I called it, is not meant just for small children, the ABC, but it stands for something very basic, very universal. It stands for absolute bliss consciousness. ABC, absolute bliss consciousness. It's a nice term I learned from the Upanishads. There they speak about the Atma, in English simply the self. The self of all beings is in Sanskrit called the Atma, and that is said to have these 3 basic qualities. It is being, so it is absolute. It knows itself. It says I. It has an ego. It has an I sense. So it is consciousness. So it's absolute. It is consciousness, and it is bliss, Ananda. So in the Vedic terms, it's called Sat Chit Ananda. I think most watchers know this term, Sat Chit Ananda, being, consciousness, and bliss. These are the basic characteristics, the inherent nature of our self. So if we learn to be ourselves, if we learn to be authentic in all circumstances, then we feel very good inside.
How do I know if I'm authentic?
Yeah, then you feel good inside. Yeah,
that's
it's
the main
a self-evident thing. If you feel good, then you are. If you are happy, then you are yourself. If you are in an emotion, then you can be sure you are not really yourself. If you are in fear or in anger or in sadness, it means you are not anymore established in that self. You are out of yourself, of anger, or fear, and worries, anxieties, and sorrow, and so on.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's called an emotion. We are moved outwards. E is outwards, move. We are outside of ourselves.
Yeah.
We are no longer. We are ourselves, but we don't realize, we don't experience that peaceful, blissful, natural, relaxed state of the self. It's gone, out of awareness. It's still there, but it's out of sight.
Yeah. So are there then clouds in front of the sun?
Yes, that is a very good analogy. It's an ancient analogy. Yeah, the sun is always shining, but sometimes clouds come and yeah. But if we become, say, mentally, psychologically mature, even when the clouds are there, we still know. We don't forget that the sun is always shining.
Yeah.
Because that is an analogy for our real self. We never forget how who we are, and that we are in peace and in bliss, actually. Peace.
Still there's such thing as bad weather.
Yes, also there's some... See, but this emotionality that we mentioned, that is only possible to be trapped by emotions, caught by emotions, when we are not really established yet. So when we are childish or puberistic, then it's natural to be emotional here and there, often, like I was too. So, but then if you grow up and you really become not only physically mature but also mentally mature, the psychology becomes mature, then it means that you have outgrown that embarrassing states of emotionality. You're full of feelings. Surely life expresses itself by feeling, but the feelings don't go out of hand anymore. They don't overtake yourself.
Yeah.
You're not overwhelmed anymore by your feelings. You have sort of natural, relaxed control over the feelings, and they don't deteriorate in an emotion.
Yeah.
Yes, and that is then you are, if you're no longer emotional, if you don't react emotional anymore to your partner, to the weather, to the politics, to the horrors in the world, but if you look at the things with wisdom and with love, then you remain stable.
Yeah.
No more emotion. Then you are mentally, then you know I'm mentally more or less mature. You can always grow more and more mature, more and more self-aware, because the self is unbounded, absolute, eternal, divine. So you can always become more and more aware of your unbounded nature, your blissful nature.
So that never stops?
Yes, literally eternal.
Yes.
Ananda.
Still, this body and my body is going to leave the planet in about 40, 50 years.
Yes.
What happens then?
Yeah, then our subtle body, we continue to live. The soul, as I call it normally, as usually it's called the soul, is a kind of light body. We have several bodies. Maybe good to explain a little bit about it. This gross, this physical body is only the tip of the iceberg, we can say. There's energetical bodies through which this body anyway is living. Anyway, without this subtle, this energetic body, this vital body, or prana, maya, kosha in the Sanskrit, if that were not permeating the meat and the bones, this body would not be alive. So dying, that means these energetical bodies leave its body, and then we lose also, like a rocket, it loses one or two more shells that we don't need in the afterworld, and what remains is the soul. That is also interesting to mention, to clarify a bit, what is that soul actually? It is that sense of self, the ego, that we take with us. We leave the body. We as a soul leave the body, but the sense of I is actually a feature of the soul. Also, the Blavatsky speaks of the ego as identical with the soul. It's true, but there is also the intellect around it, the level of happiness that we have gained, that we have created. Each living soul is responsible for his own happiness or otherwise. Everybody is a smith of his own happiness, we say in Holland. So that everybody is responsible by for his own development. So if you have developed during this life to a state of happiness, then you take that happiness with you. If you die when you are unhappy, this unhappiness tends also to cling along sometime. Or if you're angry and disappointed, then it's not so ideal to die in such a state. The best is to die happily. Then you immediately go to what is called the Devachan in Sanskrit, what we call heaven, but it's very ill-defined. In our Western cultures we have not a clear picture of heaven or hell and so on, these things. In order to clarify that, we have to study this Indian wisdom.
Yeah.
But good, so the soul is a subtle body, light body, which finds itself pretty much immediately, sometimes with a little delay, depends. All is very unique, everybody's destination is a bit unique, but sooner or later you end up in what is called the Devachan, the heaven, and that is a light world. The objects are not so heavy as on this planet, and I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but the descriptions of it is from all the cultures. They say it is really, really very beautiful.
Okay.
Because the flowers and the people and the houses even, they radiate light from within, and you can move with the speed of thought, and that is the qualities of the soul. Immediate fulfillment of desires, but also immediately if you get angry, if you would get angry, then immediately you are in a clinch with some kind of inimical forces.
So that is not a problem?
That is not a problem. That is very natural. And then we go back to our home. It feels like going home. It's Maharshi. I was long time in the study of his universities with Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, the guru of the Beatles, and the guru of the Beach Boys also. And many more. But so he used to say that dying is popping into bliss.
Popping into bliss.
Popping into bliss, yeah. Suddenly you are much freer.
Yeah.
Especially if the body is worn out, and so you are very happy to be released from that sick and heavy.
Yeah.
And you cannot express yourself. As soon as your soul, you, come to the conclusion, oh, with this body I cannot have much fun anymore. There's a hole in the head or so, or some other disease that slowly you wither away. Then the soul says, okay, I go back to where I come from.
To get me a new body.
Yeah, and then later on you can get a new body.
Yeah.
Yes.
How do you know this for sure, Frans?
Yeah, this by studying serious texts and by intuition. That the intuition is in a line with what you read in very wise books. And maybe I add to it the millions of people who have had a near-death experience. These I find very authentic and real. They are real experiences. They are not hallucinations. It's all nonsense of people who say they are. That is because the brain is sedated or whatever. No, no, it's a real experience because they are they confirm the scriptures of East and West, and they see. I've meditated now for 42 years daily. Also today, and it's still a very nice experience. of going into silence and becoming more or less, pretty much, and sometimes completely unbounded. So after meditating for 10, 20, 30, 40, 42 years, I have the same experiences as these people in a near-death experience. Me, without dying, come to that same conclusion about how the universe has different layers, because also in meditation you traverse these layers. Because funnily, it's all the mystics say it indeed. The whole universe is somehow represented within us.
Yeah.
If we look inside, we see also the essence of the whole universe. So if you know yourself, and that is the big joke, if you only know ourselves, then we suddenly understand everything. Because the self is universal, and myself is identical with yourself.
So I'm talking to myself right now.
Yes, we are always talking to ourselves, ultimately speaking,
And why did the self want to talk to itself?
For the fun of it, and the joy, and the development. The self is another word for this cosmic being, the beingness that is aware of itself, consciousness. That is the essence of you and me, and also of a stone and of the planet and the stars. The whole multiverse has one common essence, and
is this just a play?
Being. Yeah, that is
play of being.
Of not of you in the sense of Patrick, not in the sense of a play of France, but in the sense of that cosmic self, the self of all beings.
Yeah.
The self of the universe is a nice term. It comes all from the Vedic sciences.
Yeah.
So Atma.
That's what they mean by non-duality. The self is non-dual.
Yeah, the self is one. There's only one of us. There's only one self.
Yeah.
See, the self can be compared to an ocean, infinite ocean of water. It's just water.
Yeah.
And the waves can be compared to the individual beings, like persons or dogs or cats, planets. They are a temporary expression of that same unbounded ocean, water. But the essence of you and me, the essence of the body is consciousness, essence of the mind is consciousness, and our true self, what we experience as our real I, is that universal consciousness.
Yeah.
And nothing else. Na para.
Even the planet, even the buildings, which seem not alive, are the self being a building.
Yeah, maybe I should explain it a bit more. I'd like to make it simple by saying there are only three things in the entire universe, in the entire multiverse, we must say these days, because the cosmologists have found out there's infinite universes alongside. So this, what I wanted to say, this consciousness is the essence
of three. There's three.
Oh yeah, three things in the whole universe. I've slipped into the unboundedness and indeed. So one thing we know all, that is matter.
Yeah.
Matter. That's all in all forms and all shapes. Matter, dark matter, radiant matter, stars, matter. That is one thing. Another thing we find everywhere in the whole universe is energy, light, warmth, gravitation is also a force, electromagnetic, all forces of nature, energy. These are vibrations in nature, all sinus waves. And Einstein has proven that all the matter is nothing but coagulated, condensed, crystallized energy. There's a lot of energy in every single atom. Unimaginable, unimaginable, a lot of energy in every atom. You can calculate even, E is equals mc square. And so we know then that matter is nothing but condensed energy. now we must know where the energy comes from. We know it is waves. All the energy moves in waves, sinus waves. And they are vibrations. They go with the speed of light, etc., etc. So where do they come from? They are vibrations, the quantum field theory says, of an underlying field. What is the field underlying all the physical fields? Is the field of being. And that is that the being, state of being is really there. Although it is not matter, it is not energy, but it is the source of energy. It starts to vibrate in an intelligent way, like they say in this string theory. It all consists in very specific vibrations, then that takes a certain shape. That is what the string theory and the M theory is absolutely on the same level as the ancient Indian wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
That is very nice, that the modern science comes to the same conclusion as the ancient Vedic rishis, the seers, came by mere intuition, by meditating. They also found out everything.
Yeah.
Therefore they said, know yourself, or they said, know that, by knowing which, you know everything.
Yeah.
And that is indeed the case. If you understand really what this body is all about, what your mind is all about, what your soul is all about, what your ego is all about, if you have traversed all these layers of yourself and reached the real self, then you understand the essence of each and everything. You become the best of psychologists, the best physicists, the best... you become a good scientist, also you become very religious, because that self is what the religions call Allah, Shiva, Tao, Vakantanka, the great Manitou, the great spirit. All these different religions have their own jargon for the essence.
Yeah.
And we can know this essence, we don't need other people. On the contrary, you must only trust on yourself. Go completely by your own intuition, by your own feelings. And it is so ridiculously simple, everybody has this sense of I. Ego is always there, fortunately. Just follow this sense of I. Where is this coming from? What is it actually, this feeling? I feel myself. When you're healthy, you have this sense of I.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not borderline or idiotic, not schizophrenic, you have a good sense of I. So follow it to its source. Look where it is coming from. It doesn't come from any conditioning or so. No, it is deeply ingrained in your nature. It is actually ingrained in your essence. You are yourself, and that self is that instance that can say I. The self can be experienced when we leave the busy brain and we go diving into the silence of the heart. That's all the mystics say. If you go in the heart center, the chakra, there you find this unbounded peace, quiet, and that you know, when you have this experience, you know, this is my real self, with which that I can express through this body, mind, intellect, ego, senses. I can do whatever I want. I'm the boss of this system, and I'm absolutely free. The self is a field of all possibilities. It's a very good term, very practical term. Therefore you feel free. I wrote a book in Dutch about free will, that it's something real. It's not an illusion, like modern scientists try to make us believe. No, the free will is really there. All the religions say that it's the greatest gift of God. So it's better not to do away with that sense of freedom, because you need it in order to be happy.
That's different from the most of the Advaita teachers.
Yes.
Who say
Yes.
there's no such thing as free will.
Yeah.
Everything just happens.
Yeah.
There is no one doing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have some complaints about people who
No
teach Advaita.
complaints. I think I know better than I'm shocked actually by people who call themselves Advaitins, and because that is my great joy. Since 40 years I'm studying Vedanta. I read all the texts in English at least of Shankara, the great exponent of Advaita Vedanta. So I think I really know what is meant by Advaita Vedanta.
What does it mean?
Yeah, it simply means this, that the whole universe is a temporary expression of something that is eternal. And what is that something? That is that consciousness, intelligence as such, expresses itself in intelligent atoms, intelligent cells, intelligent organs, intelligent plants, and intelligent amphibians, birds, animals, people. And soul is also very intelligent. Creation and the light body that we have is also an expression on a subtle level of through which we can express ourselves.
Yeah.
So there's different levels of nature, there's different levels of the individuality, but they're all the expressions of the self, and that is then that consciousness, that which in the churches is called God, Allah, Shiva, Tao, Ein Sof, good term from the Kabbalah. That is the same essence of each and everyone, and that in modern terms it is best to call it consciousness.
Yeah.
Also the Vedas, the Upanishads, they call it pragya, consciousness.
But is this world real, Frans?
Yes, that is another complaint I have to my colleagues. That
They say the world is an illusion.
Yes, I know where this misunderstanding comes from. I'm glad you pointed out.
Tell us.
See, they have translated the word Maya.
The world is Maya.
The world is Maya, is correct. That is so far so good. But if they start to translate Maya, they say Maya means illusion, and that is wrong. Maya, if you look at it closely, like I did in the Sanskrit, I study a lot of Sanskrit, Maya simply means, and even Buddha was saying this, Maya means that which is not permanent. So, it's just common sense that this whole creation is a temporary expression of eternal, unbounded, absolute consciousness. It's the expression of Sat, Chit, Ananda, Vedanta says.
Yeah.
It's the expression of being, consciousness and bliss. We are the embodiments of bliss.
Yeah.
Therefore, when you become aware of who you are and what you are, you become very happy, very healthy, mentally at least. And also then the body starts to function optimally when you are mentally sane and mature, and the body reacts nicely to that.
Yeah. So the world is temporary.
That is all that this term says. And we say it is an illusion that creates... if you want to maintain that this, because it is temporary, it is an illusion, then you must say this illusion, which we call world, is real. Like the dream. The dream we can also call illusion, right? The dream in the night is an illusory thing.
Yeah.
But it is really there.
Yeah, we experience it as being real.
That also, but apart from that even, we can say that it is an illusion, but that illusion was really there. When we were dreaming, we were in that illusion, and it is a fine, subtle matter is created there in the dream. This is not this gross world is there, but it's a subtle, like heaven. It's a subtle matter, and that is really there. But it is illusory because it is not. No adequate knowledge you gain from a dream.
No.
The same can even be said from this physical world. If you only look at the physical phenomena, you get bewildered and even frustrated, and you cannot figure it out.
Why is that?
Because you have not seen the essence. And the essence is something absolute, beyond the Maya. The source of Maya is Brahman, is being or consciousness.
Mhm.
Brahman is simply another word for consciousness.
Yeah.
So the whole world is a manifestation of consciousness. See, there are only three things in the whole universe. There's consciousness, it's all permeating. It's just the being that knows itself. Being that is aware of itself, so
Mhm.
it is intelligent and creative. In the religions called God, the source of creation is God.
Yeah.
But we are not a religion. I like to speak science, knowledge, that we call it consciousness, being that is aware of itself, and therefore it can create, is intelligent, creative. And then the first creation is energy, and then the energy coagulates into matter. Then I have these three things again: matter, energies, and the source of both,
Yeah.
which is consciousness. Whose consciousness is that? Our common consciousness.
Just one consciousness.
There's only one
Yeah.
consciousness.
Not yours and mine.
It's like in the waves, and there's infinite numbers of waves on the ocean, but there's only one ocean.
But how come that I don't think your thoughts and you don't think my thoughts?
Fortunately, we are unique and independent. You can create your own thoughts, your own feelings, your own heaven on earth, or your hell on earth. You are
Mhm.
absolutely free. Everybody is absolutely, it's a field of all possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
We can do whatever we want. We are absolutely free. And the more you become mentally mature, the more you realize that you are really free. That is one of the benefits of becoming mentally mature, psychologically ripe, that you feel and know that you are absolutely free.
Under each and every circumstance.
Yeah, sometimes the circumstances, they limit your possibilities, but inside you feel free to choose whatever is best in the given circumstances.
Even when I'm stuck in traffic for 1 hour.
Yeah, you can still be happy,
Yeah.
because you can still feel free. Because freedom, that's a good point, you bring out something nice, is freedom is a state of consciousness. Freedom is not found in being the boss of the world, like Osama, not Osama bin Laden, but the other guy who's called Obama. He's
just one letter. Yeah,
he's sort of the boss of America, but he's bound with hands and feet.
Yeah.
So even if you are the most powerful person in the world, you don't feel free.
No.
So where you go if you want to be free is a very simple solution. You can go into yourself. There you find the real freedom. So this freedom is a state of consciousness,
Yeah.
like happiness.
And it's not dependent on circumstances in the world, objects.
Yeah, it is very good to be to have a good, comfortable home and everything, good food. Otherwise, you get sick and so on. Both are very necessary. Both are essential. That the physical circumstances we have to create much endurable and much more wiser than we do so far.
Yeah.
And it is also very necessary to have good food, free of
Bacteria.
dangerous chemicals. Yeah, we have to have good food, but also we have to have good knowledge. And
yeah, but that freedom you talk about is that another kind of freedom than the freedom that can be found in the world, or is that necessary?
Each flavor of freedom that you experience in day-to-day life
Mm-hmm.
actually is the expression of that innermost essence of the self, which is absolutely free.
Yeah.
Like happiness, if you smile, it means that sense of happiness, which is inherent in the self, manifests itself through the soul, through the ego, through the mind, and it comes out even on the physical plane.
Yeah.
But every form of fun, happiness, joy, laughter is a little or bigger wave of the real freedom.
Yeah.
But it's a temporary expression of the enduring freedom,
Yeah.
of the ananda. Ananda means unending bliss.
Is that why music and art makes us happy? That it's a temporary expression of that freedom?
If it is good art and good music, if it brings us nearer to the self, then it makes us happy.
Yeah. And when is it not good art? When it's made of mind stuff?
Mind stuff. When the artists are stressed, then they create stressful things.
Yeah.
And people who are stressed, they may like it then. But people, because the soul resonates with a stressful thing.
Yeah.
They like how do you call it in German? They call it krimis.
Criminal
a
series.
lot of killing takes
Yeah.
place. People like it because they are stressed.
And even worse, we have this thing called horror movies, where people's legs and arms are cut off, and people go to cinemas and pay money to see someone's arm get cut off.
Oh.
Why?
Yeah, that is the natural, unavoidable expression of stress. If you live long enough outside of yourself, you become frustrated, you become depressed, aggressed.
And you have to express it to feel relief, or?
Yeah, you seek for relief always. You want to be happy. That is the innate tendency of the whole life. Life is an expression of ananda, of bliss, and we want to experience it also on all levels.
Yeah.
So we always seek for something that makes us happier.
But now we're talking about movies, but there are people killing other people.
Yeah.
Why in heaven's name would someone take someone else's life?
Yeah, even the governments do it officially and they are applauded. They get a lot of millions of
With
dollars
war.
to do so.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's barbaric. It is I call it as
unconscious,
not mentally mature. They are childish and ill-bred children. That is what we see in the world. Also, the politicians are not informed about these things. And so they don't know how they could create peace. They still think, if I throw enough bombs, then we get peace.
Yeah, but even a child understands that it's not.
Right.
You can't create peace by making war.
Yeah, it's like fucking for virginity. Everybody knows. It's stupid.
Yeah.
And we should know better by now. And there's also hope that, somehow the world is becoming more intelligent. All the criminality, all the manipulations of governments and companies, and they are showing up, they are brought to light more and more and more.
Yeah.
And then sooner or later a point is reached that we say we can also do it in an efficient way. If we want peace, we must
bring peace.
Yeah, there's no way to peace. Peace is the way,
Yeah.
As wise people say. Yes, that is, politicians should know this.
And is all the confusion and confusion, all the striving, all the wars, all the conflicts in the world, a translation of that conflict inside?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. It's a natural expression of stress. If you are stressed, you suffer and you create trouble. It's natural. I did it also myself. Trouble created when I was young and foolish. And but when you meditate, indeed, meditation is not for Indians and exotic people, not only for Eastern people. The Eastern people are saying, and the ancient text, 5,000-6,000 years old text, they say meditation is for all the human beings. It is like we need food in order to develop this physical body.
Mm-hmm.
We need good ideas to develop the mind. And we need sleep also to develop the mind. If you don't sleep enough, the mind loses its precision.
Yeah.
And then we have also a soul. The body needs food. Mind needs sleep. The soul, the ego, and what is around ego, it needs this inner experience of the self. Otherwise, also the soul gets confused and crazy. You need a psychiatrist, psychologist. The soul gets sick. The ego gets sick. So yes, the ego must be healed, not killed or not sacrificed or so. That's nonsense. We must build it up from the start. We must confirm and coach the little children, how wonderful they are.
But most people are now fed up, how do you call it? They have a bad ego or have a misformed ego.
Yeah, misformed ego, yes.
What is the thing to do then?
Yeah, not that we draw the conclusion like my
Advaita
colleagues,
teachers?
Advaitans do, and also the Buddhists say so. And
Get
also
rid of the ego.
Yeah, and also the Christians say so for centuries.
Ego is the enemy.
Yeah, ego is the enemy. Also the Course in Miracle says so. We have to get rid of the ego, then everything is fine. It's a big, it's a wrong diagnosis of the disease.
Give us the right one. Dr.
So,
Phil, no, Dr. Hans.
Right. See, we are indeed sick. It's a complete
mess.
Almost complete mess, disaster. The world is very dangerous, very stupid.
Yeah, we're now on the edge of World War III every day.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's really barbarous, ignorant, groping in darkness, stupid. So, but it is the ego as such is a God-given instrument in us. Without ego, we cannot live a normal life. So the ego is just the center of our soul. So if you want to get rid of the ego, you're trying to get rid of your soul. Absolute horror. And that's also the outcome. All the religions, all the outcome of trying to be egoless or so, or killing the ego, or let it die. It only creates hypocrisy in the religions, and not being authentic.
Yeah.
And doing one thing and saying another, and all nonsense. So it's a God-given instrument, like the body, the mind, intellect, the ego. They are a natural setup. Every cat has an ego, every dog has an ego, every guru has an ego, Jesus had an ego, Buddha had a strong ego. Absolutely nonsense to get rid of it. It's complete nonsense. So, but they observe that the troubles in the world have a lot to do with very stressed egos. People, when they don't experience the self, when they are not themselves in all circumstances, then automatically you identify yourself with your relative, the wave. And the wave can identify itself with its form and its function. Every wave is unique, has a name and so on. But it can also realize, I'm essentially nothing but water. This simple fact, the normal waves, the normal people, they don't get it. They are so involved with their
waveness.
They are human doings, and they wave human doings instead of human beings.
Yeah.
So they are identified with their name and form and their function in society, and they think I'm a teacher, they think I'm a housewife, they think I'm a businessman. But that's only how they express themselves. They are consciousness. The source of all their thoughts and feelings and emotions is consciousness. Without consciousness, nothing is possible. No thoughts, no dreams, nothing is there. Everything is expression of consciousness. So we are consciousness. That is our self. So, and that is the source of the ego. And if we are brought up from childhood on that we are allowed to be ourselves, then this structure of the self, this liveliness of the self is always maintained. And the ego, which is the reflection of the self, in the personality. It is the center of the personality, but the personality is something relative. The wave is only temporary expression.
Yeah.
It comes up out of the ocean and it gets absorbed again in the ocean.
But it stays water all the time.
Yes, like the ego, it is an expression of the self, and sooner or later it also becomes one with the self.
Yeah.
So when you are aware of the self, even while you're alive, then you are authentic. The auton, is Greek is for atma, your real self. And then, and it's also only possible when you are, when you have reduced the stresses in the nervous system. Therefore, it is a bit of homework that we have to do.
Should we do yoga or?
Yoga is a good thing to keep the body flexible, and drinking a lot of water is also in the yoga is good. My wife always reminds me to drink more water, more tea.
No alcohol, no cigarettes.
Yeah, it's as little as possible of these chemicals in the brain is damaging. So as little as possible, and also in the food they put a lot of chemicals out of their ignorance. It's aspartame, MSG, two of the most dangerous things in the food. These sweeteners.
Mm-hmm.
And
why is that dangerous?
It's you can read on the internet what kind of diseases you get when you eat it every day. This aspartame and MSG and many more rubbish they put in our delicious food.
And that an unhealthy body creates an unhealthy ego.
When and the mind also and the intellect, they lose their sharpness and their relaxation. If the body is full of rubbish, and then if the mind is tense, also the body gets tense.
Yeah.
And then you are no longer your relaxed self. You become easily triggered by circumstances. You become emotional. Means you continue that life like a child. For a child, it's natural to be emotional. They have no insight, no oversight. When it gets dark, child can become afraid already.
Yeah.
Through
Thinks
a lack
of a monster.
a lack of insight into the reality.
Yeah.
That creates fear, and also out of fear comes frustration and sadness, depression. And also then next step is the aggression.
Yeah.
So we should get rid of these tensions in the body and in the mind and in the intellect and in the ego.